July 26th, 1991, Surrey, Staines, Thames. On the second floor of a sunlit villa, Ethan Adrian sat at the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the envelope in his hands. Only minutes ago, he had been half asleep when a sharp tapping at his window jolted him awake. Second floor. Outside. That meant only one thing. An owl. Sure enough, when he opened the window, a large owl swooped in and dropped a letter into his hands. Now, Ethan gazed at the thick envelope, his name and precise address written in dark green ink, and on the back, a crimson wax seal pressed with the crest of 4 beasts circling a proud H. Hogwarts. This day has finally come. Ethan let out a long breath. As a transmigrator blessed with wealth, he had thought he had everything figured out. Play the markets, expand his inheritance, live out his second life in ease. But fate had other plans. He first realized what world he'd landed in when, in the second grade, his class reshuffled, and a boy with a lightning-shaped scar ended up seated beside him. Soon after, a fat bully named Dudley tried to pick a fight with him during recess. From that moment, Ethan understood. Harry Potter, Hermione, Ron, the Golden Trio. This is their world. His first instinct had been simple: avoid it all. Magic and muggles were two separate societies. If you can't afford to provoke wizards, why not just live quietly as a rich muggle heir? But destiny never asked for his opinion. Within a month, his own magic erupted in a riot, marking him as a wizard. There was no escape. Enrollment was inevitable. With a sigh, Ethan tore open the letter and unfolded the parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal: Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, First Class Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Adrian, we are pleased to inform you. He skimmed the words, heart heavy with resignation, when suddenly a golden interface shimmered into existence before his eyes. It floated there, translucent, overlaying reality without blocking his sight. Name: Ethan Adrian. Age: 11. Bloodline: Wizard. Talents: Excess Soul. A solid soul grants faster learning and spellcasting speed. Strong body. Enhanced physique and greater adaptability to magic. Spells: none. And in the corner, tied with a neat ribbon, was a glowing red gift box. My gold finger? Relief surged through him. In a world where ancient bloodlines hoarded power, even a modest system was better than nothing. Survival, at least, was no longer impossible. The talent surprised him. Excess Soul had to be a perk from Transmigration, his sharp memory and quick comprehension explained. Strong body must have been innate to this life. Taller, stronger than peers, he had once thought it was the result of disciplined exercise. To find it extended into magical adaptability was an unexpected bonus. Still, the real prize was the gift pack. When he focused on it, a flood of information poured into his mind. Newbie gift pack, 3 random full-level spells. May your magical journey be smooth. Ethan's eyes widened. Full-level spells? He knew how deep magic went. Even the simplest incantation, honed to mastery, could rival dangerous curses. Lumos could blind like a flashbang. Colloportus could hold doors like steel, and dental charms could turn fatal if twisted. Full-level spells were anything but a joke. As the ribbon unraveled, 3 beams of golden light erupted. Ethan grinned. Jackpot. European luck never fails. The grin froze. His smile twisted. Visions slammed into his mind. An endless wasteland littered with pale, writhing figures. They screamed, wailed, clawed at the dirt. Green light flashed again and again, and with each strike, bodies collapsed in silence. The air rang with voices. Crucio, agony incarnate. Avada Kedavra, death absolute. Imperio, the chains of domination. By the time the visions faded, Ethan sat trembling on his bed, eyes bloodshot, head throbbing. But in his core, the knowledge was carved deep. He didn't need a wand. He didn't need to speak. The spells were etched into his soul. Spells: Avada Kedavra, 10, Cruciatus Curse, 10, Imperius Curse, 10. Unforgivable curses, all 3. At max level, they were powerful, terrifyingly so. Voldemort's most treasured weapons, now as by default, but also completely unusable. One slip, one witness, and it was a one-way trip to Azkaban. Before he could process the irony, the panel flickered again. New notifications bloomed, falling into darkness. A soul sinking into the abyss. Goal: learn all unforgivable curses 3/3. Reward: enhanced dark magic talent. I am a darkness, not swallowed by darkness. You are the darkness. Goal: max level unforgivables 3/3. Reward: talent, heart of darkness. Unleash dark magic without emotional crutches. The mastermind. The harmless smile hides the deepest shadow. Goal: keep your mastery of unforgivables a secret 3/3. Reward: cloak of subtlety. Magic unobserved cannot be noticed. Ethan's expression stiffened. Are you kidding me? You're railroading me into being a villain. He buried his face in his hands. A ticket to Hogwarts and a ticket straight to Azkaban. A soft hoot broke his despair. The owl perched on his desk flapped impatiently, reminding him of its empty stomach. Ethan sighed. Right reply first. Panic later. July 28th, early morning. Didn't sleep well last night? Yeah. Ethan slumped into the sofa across from his father, Ethan Adrian, who was hidden behind a folded newspaper. His voice was dull, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. The truth was simple. He had barely slept for 2 nights. Ever since receiving his system, Ethan had been grinding the unforgivable curses like a madman. Avada Kedavra, Cruciatus, Imperius, tested over and over again. His unwilling victims? Mice. 100 of them, bought in bulk by the servants at his request. It wasn't pretty, but the results were undeniable. He learned more about magic in 2 days than most wizards did in 2 years. Where others required wands, gestures, incantations, emotion, and raw magic, Ethan needed only the last one. Thanks to the combination of full-level mastery and his Heart of Darkness talent, he no longer relied on emotions to fuel spells. He could kill with a thought. Literally. In 2 days, he had progressed from casting the killing curse with his fingertips to channeling it directly through his eyes. One glare, and anyone could die. Stronger than Voldemort's own killing curse. Faster too. Too bad, he couldn't use it in public without a guaranteed ticket to Azkaban. Still, the training had paid off. 2 new achievements had triggered. Wandless casting. You've cast a spell without a wand. Reward: random spell acquired. Real electric eyes. Your gaze itself shines with power. Reward: random spell acquired. The system's gotcha had rewarded him with 2 new tricks. The Petrification Curse and a spell called Energy Siphoning. The first was straightforward and well-documented. The second, however, was brutal. Detonate an enemy's magic, deal explosive damage, absorb their energy into a shield, and empower your next spell. Efficient. Dangerous. It reminded Ethan of a video game skill, except this version was far deadlier. Unfortunately, unlike the unforgivable curses, these new spells weren't maxed out. They were only level 1, weak and wand-dependent, which meant one thing. Today he needed a wand. The Hogwarts Owl had already confirmed that a professor would arrive this morning to guide him. His panel now looked like this. Name: Ethan Adrian. Age: 11. Bloodline: wizard. Talents: excess soul, strong body, Heart of Darkness. Spells: Avada Kedavra 10, Cruciatus 10, Imperius 10, Energy Siphoning 1, Petrification Curse 1. Philemon lowered his paper, smiling faintly at his exhausted son. If it were me, I'd be too excited to sleep too. Most children dreamed of magic. Even if Ethan usually acted older than his years, it was normal for him to feel restless. I'm not excited. I'm tired from studying, Ethan muttered, half-lidded eyes staring at the ceiling. Philemon chuckled. And what did you figure out? That without a wand, you can't use proper spells. So step 1, get a wand. His father's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to scold his son for being cheeky or admire his bluntness. Before he could reply, a warm voice interrupted from behind. "Breakfast is ready, both of you." Ethan's mother, Nisha, appeared from the kitchen. It was unusual to see her cook. Normally the nannies handled it, but today was a special day. The Adrians were not ordinary aristocrats. Their wealth came from ocean shipping, a business that had exposed them to strange, unexplainable phenomena over the years. Sailors' tales dismissed as drunken fantasies often contained truths only insiders knew. Between whispered warnings and quiet Navy connections, the family had long suspected the wizarding world was real. And now, with Ethan's admission letter, suspicion became certainty. For this, both parents had rushed home early from America. Today, nothing mattered more than meeting Hogwarts envoy. 9 a.m. The Adrian family sat neatly in the parlor, nerves taut. At the sound of the doorbell, Philemon shot to his feet. He had dismissed the servants for the day. Matters of magic were not for outsiders to overhear. He inhaled deeply, straightened his suit, and opened the door. Standing there was a woman in a deep green robe and pointed hat, her posture stern, her square-rimmed glasses glinting in the morning light. She looked to be in her 60s, face serious yet sharp. Professor Minerva McGonagall.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mr. Adrian, I am Minerva McGonagall, the Vice Principal of Hogwarts, the Dean of Gryffindor, and the Professor of Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall introduced herself immediately. As the Vice Principal of Hogwarts, she is also one of the few reliable professors. She is responsible for half of the new students from Muggle families every summer vacation. Professor McGonagall has seen many Muggle families over the years, and has even been pointed at many times. She summarized the following points. Families that do not believe it at all and just think it is a prank will basically ignore the admission notice. Facing such families, Professor McGonagall has to show off her skills when she visits them, such as turning the door into a lion, etc. For those Muggle families who are skeptical and send a reply letter within the specified time according to the rules, Professor McGonagall also follows the rules, confirms the time, and visits them to show off her skills. It can be said that she is very experienced. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. Please come in and sit down. Facing a wizard with extraordinary power, Philemon Adrian did not dare to neglect. Professor McGonagall, although we believe that no one will use this kind of thing to play a prank, can you please prove it? After greeting and inviting Professor McGonagall to take a seat, Nisha could not help but say, although she believed in the existence of magic, as a mother, she must know more about the situation. Of course, this is also one of the purposes of my coming here, to prove the authenticity of the existence of magic, and that little Adrian was indeed admitted to the magic school, and then to take little Mr. Adrian to buy school supplies. Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded, then took out his wand and gently waved it at the fruit plate on the coffee table. In an instant, the fruit plate and the 7 apples in it turned into cats, a total of 8 British Shorthairs, 1 big and 7 small. The cats were not honest after being transformed and jumped off the coffee table one after another. This move really shocked Philemon and Nisha. It was definitely magic that happened right before their eyes. Professor McGonagall, is this Transfiguration? Ethan grabbed a cream-colored kitten and wanted to see if he could find any difference from a real cat. The short and dense fur was very elastic, and the thick body could feel the movement of the muscles. Because Ethan's technique was uncomfortable, it was struggling and meowing. No matter from which aspect, this is a real British Shorthair. Not only does it look the same, but its behavior is also the same. It is completely in line with the habits of a cat, not as dull as Ethan imagined. No wonder there are Gamp's transfiguration laws, the first of which is that food cannot be transformed by transfiguration. After all, The transformed food is exactly the same as the real thing, and it is completely indistinguishable. I can only say that this transfiguration is really awesome. Yes, this is Transfiguration. If you have a talent in this area, you can join my club in the future. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with Ethan's expression. Soon, Ethan sent another inquiry. Professor McGonagall, are these cats under your control? I mean, the one in my hand and the two that are scratching the sofa. After all, it looks like cats would do that. At this time, Professor McGonagall became serious. This little wizard is indeed different. It is the first time for him to encounter such a problem after working as a freshman receptionist for so many years. I immediately replied, "No. Although I can control all their actions, I'm not doing so at the moment. This is all its own instinct." Professor McGonagall, you mean that they have become cats and have the natural reaction of cats? Before you remove the transfiguration, they're cats, right? Yes, that's it. Professor McGonagall was very satisfied with Ethan's answer. With his super high sensitivity to transfiguration, this boy should come to our Gryffindor. Think about what has happened in the past 2 years. The Weasley twins, it was them who brought Gryffindor to the bottom of the valley. Professor McGonagall, did you add the reaction after transformation when you transformed? Ethan asked. No, I didn't add it, but transfiguration is like this. If you want to succeed in perfect transformation, you need clear thinking and deep cognition. Seeing that Ethan had no more questions, Professor McGonagall began to talk with Philemon and Nisha. Showing magic was just the first step. The rest needed to answer a series of questions about Hogwarts, including the learning environment, holiday issues, and communication with family. After all, you can't show off your magic and the other party will hand over the child to you without knowing anything. Who knows if you're using the child for some experiment? That will be a threat. Ethan didn't pay attention to Professor McGonagall's conversation with his parents. He was still immersed in thinking about transfiguration. After all, he knew something about the situation in Hogwarts. Although Professor McGonagall's answer just now was not clear, it could only be regarded as a concept. But the education in the wizarding world is like this. You can't expect professors to crush all the knowledge and feed it to you. If you can understand, think, and do it, you are talented. Otherwise, you are stupid. The professors have no choice but to give up on these students. If you don't do well in the 5th year OWLS exam, you will lose the qualification to continue studying this course. Professor McGonagall's words, combined with Ethan's experience of using black magic in the past 2 days, transfiguration mainly relies on consciousness and magic. This is completely different from black magic that requires negative emotions and the Patronus charm of positive emotions. In your subconscious cognition, the transformed object has what characteristics and what form it is, so it will be what it is after transformation. In other words, as long as you have enough magic power, enough cognition, and enough understanding of transfiguration, not only magical animals, but also mythical creatures can be transformed, and they're still the forms in your consciousness. In this way, the level of transfiguration is really quite high. Soon, Professor McGonagall finished talking to Ethan's parents and turned his attention to Ethan again. Professor McGonagall completed today's pickup mission very smoothly. Compared with the endless strange questions of other parents, this couple mainly asked about the learning environment and the various rules and regulations of Hogwarts. It is normal to not understand transfiguration before you have undergone systematic learning. After entering Hogwarts, you can think about these things. If you still don't understand, you can also come and ask me. Professor McGonagall saw that Ethan was still thinking while petting the cat and immediately comforted him. Okay. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Ethan put down the cat in his hand and responded to Professor McGonagall with a smile. This is the duty of a professor. Professor McGonagall casually moved the wand in his hand, and 8 cats, 1 big and 7 small, floated in the air and turned back into fruit plates and apples, and placed them on the coffee table as before. Even the sofa that was scratched by the cats after the transformation was restored to its original state. After doing all this, Professor McGonagall stood up and said to Ethan, Mr. and Mrs. Adrian, it's time to go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Philemon on the side took out a stack of pounds and sent Professor McGonagall and Ian to the door with Nisha. After talking, they also thought that Professor McGonagall's identity was fine. If he had bad intentions, he wouldn't have told them so much. As for Diagon Alley, in Professor McGonagall's mouth, it's better not to contact Muggles. Forcing contact with the wizarding world will not benefit oneself. Hold my hand now, don't let go. We use magic to reach the outside of Diagon Alley. This process will be a bit uncomfortable. Professor McGonagall said so in the courtyard. Ethan took a deep breath and nodded to Professor McGonagall. Well, I'm ready, Professor McGonagall. As for what will happen next, Ethan already knows. Apparition. Beginners, or those who are not used to it, will feel a lack of oxygen, and their bodies will be squeezed and deformed. Pop, pop. Accompanied by the unique sound of apparition, Ethan and Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared in front of a dirty, shabby, small bar in a London neighborhood. Ethan, who was having some difficulty breathing, took a deep breath to adjust himself. This process was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Are you okay, Mr. Adrian? It's okay. I was a little uncomfortable when I landed just now, but I'm much better now. As he spoke, Ethan had almost recovered. Now it seemed that he was just like that. Seeing that Ethan was indeed fine, Professor McGonagall explained. Apparition is one of the ways wizards travel. It can be learned in the 6th grade, but it requires self-funded learning and needs to be assessed at the Department of Magical Transportation. It is a very dangerous magic. The leaky cauldron, which can only be seen by wizards, is the entrance to Diagon Alley. Remember the address. You need to come alone to get school supplies for the 2nd year. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall led Ethan into the bar. I don't know if it was because of the time or the morning. There were no customers inside, only a hunchbacked man wiping the seats. Seeing someone coming in, the hunchbacked man put down the sackcloth, raised his head, and took a look and said casually, "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. You are here to guide the new students again today." "Good morning, Tom." Professor McGonagall greeted Ethan as he walked inside. Ethan, who was passing by, was a little confused. He had a cleaning spell, but why did he still wipe the table? This man was not a squib and could use magic. Passing through the bar and coming to the backyard, there were only some weeds and trash cans against the wall besides the wall. Stopping in front of the trash can, Professor McGonagall turned his head and said seriously, "Mr. Adrian, please remember my next move. Count 3 bricks up and 2 bricks horizontally." Professor McGonagall tapped the brick 3 times with his wand. In an instant, the bricks on the wall seemed to come alive and began to arrange in a regular pattern until an arch was formed. And the other side of the door was the real magical world, with cobblestone roads, winding streets, crooked houses, and people wearing wizard robes everywhere. Let's go in exchange for gold galleons, which is the currency of wizards. As a guide NPC for so many years, this process is already familiar. After exchanging for gold galleons, buy a wand, then go to the bookstore, clothing store, crucible store, and pet store, and then you can call it a day. Buying the wand first is not because it is close, but because the little wizard is in a hurry. Professor McGonagall can't remember how many times he's been begged to buy a wand first. Soon, under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, Ethan came to the gate of Gringotts. After stepping through the first bronze door, Ethan also saw the warning on the second silver-white door. "Please come in, stranger, but you have to be careful. What will happen if you are greedy? Just asking for it, getting something for nothing. You will definitely be punished most severely. So if you want to rush into our underground vault to take a piece of wealth that does not belong to you, thief, you have been warned. Be careful not to attract treasure, but bad retribution. Aren't goblins the most greedy? After all, their prototype is a race that likes to collect wealth and stir up trouble. Professor McGonagall, how can I help you?" As soon as he entered the hall, a goblin in a suit came to greet him. As the vice principal of Hogwarts, McGonagall also has some status in the British wizarding world, worthy of these goblins' serious treatment, and her wealth is still very attractive to goblins. "Help the freshmen exchange currency," Professor McGonagall said, pointing to Ethan. "Please come here." Following the guidance of the goblin, Ethan and Professor McGonagall soon came to an unmanned counter on the right. £5 for 1 gold galleon, with a maximum of 100 gold galleons. According to Professor McGonagall, if freshmen do not pursue luxury, 100 gold galleons is enough, and there will be some surplus, and there is no place to spend money in Hogwarts. Outside Gringotts, Ethan played with the gold galleons in his hand and looked at Professor McGonagall with some doubts. Professor McGonagall, is there gold in this gold galleon? I don't know about that. The currency of the wizarding world is cast by goblins, and there are also magic processes added to it, such as always shining like new, preventing flying spells and wear and tear. After saying that, Professor McGonagall sighed inwardly. This kid might really go to Ravenclaw because he loves to explore too much. Forget it, let's buy it for free. Ethan made up his mind immediately. Under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, the two walked through Diagon Alley and soon came to the door of a small and shabby store. It looked completely different from Gringotts just now. Don't worry, the craftsmanship of the Ollivander family is trustworthy. For many years, almost all wizards at Hogwarts have purchased wand from their family. Thinking that Ethan was frightened by the old and small store, Professor McGonagall had to explain and then led the way inside. Inside the store, Ethan looked around and saw long and narrow paper boxes almost piled up to the ceiling, which made the store, which was not big to begin with, look even more narrow and cramped. "Good morning." Ollivander, who heard the noise, came from behind the pile of wands with a kind smile on his face. 9.5 inches, fur, dragon heartstring, exquisite and elegant, suitable for wizards with strong willpower and talent for Transfiguration. Minerva, it's like you bought a wand here just yesterday. Ollivander's old habit came back again. As long as the wand was bought from him, he remembered it clearly and habitually recalled this scene. "Good morning, Garrick, that was decades ago." Professor McGonagall showed helplessness on his face. He heard this at least once a year. "The little wizard behind, can you tell me your name? And come forward." After greeting, Ollivander was ready to get down to business. In his opinion, finding a qualified partner for every wand he made by hand is the happiest thing. "Ethan Adrian." After Ethan broke out his name, he stepped forward and came to Ollivander. "What is your dominant hand?" "Right hand, sir." Ethan answered in cooperation and raised his right hand to facilitate the magic ruler to measure on his body. I don't know what the measurement results mean. A wizard who is only 11 years old has a lot of room for growth in the future. After taking a look at the measured data, Ollivander turned and went to the counter at the back. Not long after, he came back with a pile of boxes. Ollivander put down the wand box and looked at Ethan with a serious expression. Every wand is unique. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. "Mr. Adrian, try this one. Apple wood, unicorn hair, 9 inches long, suitable for wizards with lofty ideals and pursuits. Come and try to wave it." Speaking of Ollivander, he handed the wand in his hand to Ethan. Ethan took it in his hand and waved it gently. The next moment, the wand box on the right collapsed with a loud bang, splashing a large amount of dust. Ahem! It seems that this is not the one. Restored to its original state. After taking the wand back from Ethan, Ollivander waved the wand gently, and then the collapsed wand boxes floated up and returned to their previous positions. "It's okay. This is all normal. Try this one." Redwood Dragon's Heartstring, 11.5 inches. This is a wand that can bring good luck, plus the dragon's heartstring. It has powerful power, a great combination. After comforting Ethan, Ollivander immediately handed the next wand to Ethan. Ethan, who took the wand, felt a burning sensation in his palm. As before, waved it twice gently. A ball of red flame suddenly sprayed out from the top of the wand, almost burning Ollivander's white hair. Touching the white hair on his head, Ollivander didn't say much and quickly took the wand from Ethan's hand. Cedarwood, phoenix tail feathers, 10 3/4 inches, suitable for wizards with keen insight. When he handed the wand to Ethan this time, Ollivander obviously took 2 steps back. Bang! The vase next to him, which was unknown how many years old, shattered with a sound. Ollivander cast a skilled repair spell and took out another wand and handed it to Ethan. Boom! Try this one again. Crack! Well, Picky guess, try this one instead. In almost an hour, Ethan tried dozens of wands. Some made a little noise, and some were taken over by Ollivander as unsuitable. But some wands, Ethan felt very smooth, and the magic flowed quickly. In Ethan's perception, the petrification spell and siphon energy that he had learned could be used easily, but Ollivander still thought they were unsuitable. Mr. Adrian, please wait a moment. I know the right wand for you. Ollivander turned and walked towards the warehouse at the back. If it were a normal businessman, he would have started to drive away such a picky customer, but Ollivander would not. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. It was a great sense of accomplishment for him to let picky customers get matching wands. The wands that Ethan just tried were all mainstream in Great Britain, namely unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. These are also the wand core materials that Ollivander likes to use the most. In theory, these three materials meet almost everyone's needs. Unicorn hair can reflect the essence of magic and is not easily disturbed by other magic. It has the characteristics of loyalty and stability, but it is not easy to use black magic. Phoenix tail feathers have a wide range of magic and have a certain degree of initiative, but the wand of phoenix tail feathers is very picky and not easy to be tamed. Dragon heartstring. This is simple and crude. The spell it casts is the most powerful and dazzling, but the disadvantage is that it is easy to succumb to dark magic and is not very stable. In addition to these three wand cores, Ollivander has actually used other materials, which is also to learn from other wand makers to keep himself in line with the world. For example, the tail feathers of thunderbirds, the horns of jackalopes, the hair of ocelots, the hair of vela, the mane of kelpies, the beard of trolls, the tail feathers of the thestrals, the horns of hornwater snakes, etc. Black prickly pear wood, thunderbird tail feathers, 11 2/3 inches of very powerful wand, a wand unique to warriors and also extremely suitable for transfiguration, but this power is difficult to control. Ollivander said as he took out a dark wand from a dusty box and carefully handed it to Ethan. He found that Ethan was particularly suitable for powerful wands. The dragon core string was active and submissive and had a strong desire to perform. The phoenix tail feathers were also similar and were considered to be more cooperative. Only the unicorn hair was the least suitable. Ziz. The moment Ethan held the wand, bright electric currents jumped on Ethan's body, but Ethan himself did not have any uncomfortable reactions. After trying to wave it, Ethan found that the magic power in his body was very smooth when passing through the wand, and at the same time, he had an illusion that the wand was a part of his body. Mr. Ollivander, I feel that this is the one, Ethan said very confidently. After trying so many wands, this one gave Ethan the best feeling. Plus being good at fighting and transfiguration, this attribute is also quite good. This is the wand that suits him. No, not this one. Ollivander shook his head and denied Ethan's conclusion. He has been dealing with wands all his life, from selecting materials to making them, and finally choosing a qualified wizard for them. Years of experience and the wizard's super high perception enable Ollivander to determine the attitude of the wizard and the wand towards each other based on different reactions when the little wizard holds the wand. Just like before, this black prickly pear thunderbird wand also tried its best to express itself when it was held by Ethan, looking forward to being chosen by Ethan. In fact, this is also a good combination. At least the wizard and the wand are satisfied with each other, but Ollivander feels that for Ethan, there is a more suitable wand waiting for him. Okay, Ethan shrugged helplessly and put the black prickly pear wand in his hand into the wand box. I don't know what kind of wand I can choose in the end. Aspen wood, horn of a long-horned water snake, 12.5 inches, a wand for duelists, powerful, and can also warn snake-mouthed people. At the same time, there was another sentence that Ollivander did not say. This is also the most expensive wand in his shop. The price difference between the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts this time is less than 5,000 gold galleons, which he will not do. The precious materials, plus his craftsmanship, are worth the price. For ordinary wands, such as unicorn hair, it is enough to add 10 or 20 gold galleons. After all, Unicorn hair only costs 10 galleons, and then the price is based on the material of the wand body. Dragon heartstring is more expensive, and the price varies according to different dragon species. Phoenix tail feathers are more expensive than dragon heartstrings. Fortunately, there are still some stocks, and the wands made of phoenix tail feathers are also picky and are rarely chosen by wizards. Otherwise, they will have to urge Dumbledore to let the phoenix reborn quickly. Twin wands, Harry and Voldemort, are the same phoenix. Although it is not clear, they should be plucked at the same time. The other wand cores should be different periods of nirvana of the phoenix. Each nirvana represents a new life. Otherwise, there are only 2 phoenixes known in the wizarding world now, which is too few. Either the phoenix tail feather wand is out of print, or all are twins. The number of horned water snakes living in America is rare, and the regeneration cycle of this horn can take more than 10 years to fully mature. In addition, the horned water snake wand is extremely popular in America. After all, the founder of Ilvermorny used the horned water snake wand, which is in a state of being hard to find. Even Ollivander himself spent a lot of effort to get this thing. But this has nothing to do with Ethan. Ollivander's wand shop has cooperated with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic for hundreds of years. It can be said that the 3 parties signed a contract just a few years after the establishment of the Ministry of Magic. This is also for better control of wands. Of course, there are still wand makers in private, but their level is not as good as that of the Ollivander family. Almost all wizards still choose Ollivander. Inside Great Britain, just after taking the popular longhorned water snake wand, before I had time to feel it, I heard Ollivander's regretful voice. This wand is also not the most suitable for you. Ollivander turned his head, not knowing which wand to take. The moment Ethan took it, this popular longhorn water snake wand was no different from the previous black prickly pear Thunderbird wand, so there was no need to look at it. It can only be said that Ethan is too talented in combat or dark magic, and this wand has become a dog that recognizes its master the moment it touches it. Garrick, looking at Ollivander, who was stunned in place after taking back the wand, Professor McGonagall was also a little worried. She didn't know much about the ins and outs of this, but she had never seen such an Ollivander. In the past, no matter how picky the little wizard was, Ollivander could calmly choose a suitable wand for him. If Ethan couldn't get the wand, it would be troublesome. How can he learn magic without a wand? No, it's okay, but Mr. Adrian's talent shocked me. Speaking of this, Ollivander put away all the wand boxes on the counter and bent down to grope for something under the counter. Try this one, you would. Thestral tail feathers, 15 inches. My most successful work for a period of time. To be precise, this is Ollivander's collection. He didn't think that this wand could find a suitable wizard, but now he wants to try. Ethan has an excellent talent, which Ollivander is sure of, and this wand is indeed stronger than other wands in combat and dark magic. In his middle age, Ollivander thought that his skills were high enough and wanted to make the strongest want to prove his authority in the circle of wand makers. The template is naturally the Elder Wand, which is a recognized artifact with a uniform size of 15 inches. It starts with Elder and Thestral feathers, but there are always some flaws. Later, experiments were conducted on Elder and other wand cores, as well as various combinations of Thestral feathers and other wand bodies. After several years, countless efforts and money were spent, and finally failed. The Elder Wand is indeed not something that mortals can make. Although it failed, there are many finished products, and the most perfect one is the Thestral feather wand in front of him. Under the gaze of Ollivander and Professor McGonagall, Ethan bit the bullet and picked up the Thestral feather wand. Although Ollivander did not give any explanation, Ethan still knew that it was used. Voldemort's wand was made of this material, which was suitable for dark magic. The tail feathers of the Thestrals were also evil things. The core of the Elder Wand was made of this material. The magic power in his body seemed to come alive. The moment he touched this wand, the wand he had tried before was easy to use, but it was not as great as the increase brought by this wand. Originally, there was an outlet, which made it easier to control magic power and control the output of magic power through the wand. Now it feels that magic power is no longer rigid, and it can be operated freely according to one's will. In the eyes of Professor McGonagall and Ollivander, dark and deep streams of light spurted out from the tip of the wand and swirled around Ethan's arm. "This is it, Mr. Adrian." Ollivander was very satisfied with this scene. He found a suitable wand for a picky wizard and a suitable wizard for his treasure. As for the so-called talent for dark magic, it was nothing to Ollivander. It was best if nothing happened. If something happened, the Ministry of Magic would take care of it. I was just a wand seller. After paying 7 gold galleons for the wand, Ethan and Professor McGonagall finally left Ollivander's wand shop. Next, under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, Ethan went to Flourish and Blots, Madame Malkin's robe shop, and Partridge's Calder shop. A total of 68 gold galleons and 9 cigs were spent, of which the textbooks of various subjects were the biggest. Freshmen can also bring a pet, owl, toad, mouse. But Ethan refused, so he didn't go to Ella Owl's shop. After all, toads and mice were not interesting to Ethan at all, and as for owls, Hogwarts had them, so he could use some owl rations to get them for free. Lemon sherbet. Professor McGonagall returned to Hogwarts and stepped into the principal's office after finishing the day's affairs. The first thing that caught his eye was an old man with long silver hair, blue eyes, and a long nose. By the way, the nose was a little crooked. There was black tea and several kinds of desserts on the table. It was obviously his afternoon tea time. "Minerva, you came at the right time," Dumbledore said, and he had already poured a cup of black tea for Professor McGonagall and took out a lot of desserts from under the desk. As a lonely old man over 100 years old, there was usually no one to accompany him for afternoon tea. Lonely was completely his normal state. Today, he was in a good mood because he had a companion. "Albus, I have something to tell you." Sitting opposite Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall did not touch the desserts and black tea on the table, but talked about Ethan's various things, from Ethan's home to the wand shop, all narrated. "This year our school will welcome a talented little wizard." After listening patiently, Dumbledore took a sip of the black tea on the table. Except for a few exceptions, such as Harry, Dumbledore treated all other little wizards equally, whether they were muggles or purebloods, with good or bad talents. They were all his students. There was no difference. Ethan's talent did make him pay more attention, but that was all. It's good that you know. After that, Professor McGonagall began to enjoy afternoon tea. Although they valued Ethan's talent, they didn't have any other ideas. Professor McGonagall came just to remind Dumbledore. After all, talented people will always be paid extra attention. After teaching at Hogwarts for so many years, what kind of people have you not seen? Isn't it just a little wizard with a talent for dark magic? We have also taught many members of Azkaban. On the other side, after Ethan returned home, he talked to his parents about Diagon Alley and the situation of wizards. After lunch, he returned to his room. "I just completed several achievements, but haven't had time to check them." The first stop of wizards. Step into the world of wizards. Although it looks narrow, dirty, and backward, it is indeed the world of wizards. Achievement goal. Enter the gathering place of wizards 1/1. Achievement reward. Improve wizard talent. First pot of gold. Golden gold galleons, mine, all mine. Achievement goal. Get 100 gold galleons 1/1. Achievement reward. 100 gold galleons. Wooden stick times magic wand square root. Hold this wooden stick that looks like a small wooden stick. It will accompany you for the rest of your magic career. Achievement goal. Get a magic wand 1/1. Achievement reward. A random magic. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is the ladder of progress, the source of wizard power, and the foundation of wizards. Achievement goal. Get a book that records wizard knowledge 1/1. Achievement reward. Talent focus greatly improves learning efficiency. Take the blame. The first step of making potions is to have a cauldron. Achievement goal. On a cauldron 1/1. Achievement reward. Improved potion talent. I didn't expect it. I got 5 achievements just by going to Diagon Alley. My wizard talent improved. My potion talent improved. My heavy soul talent has already improved my learning efficiency. Now that focus has been improved, I can't leave anyone else a way out. I also have 100 gold galleons and a magic spell. Ethan didn't have any idea of accumulating 10 consecutive draws. He would use it if he got it. As the familiar information flowed into his mind, Ethan also knew about the spell he got this time. It's better than nothing. Disillusionment spell. Hide your body from being discovered. It's a special spell for night tours of Hogwarts. Powerful wizards can see through the disillusionment spell, but Filch certainly can't. It's just that this spell is not considered advanced. It's in the textbook, but I don't know which grade it is from. Next, I will try these magics. Except for the 3 unforgivable spells at the maximum level, I have not tried other magics because I don't have a wand. Invisible without a trace. As the voice fell, Ethan gradually became transparent from his footsteps until he completely disappeared. It was very simple and smooth, but the process was a little slow, disrupting the flow of magic power. Ethan took the initiative to recover from the invisible state. Then he tried a few more times, and the speed of invisibility was getting faster and faster until the spell could be successful during movement. Next is the petrification spell. This requires the white mouse to be used again. Petrification. A blue light shot out from the top of the magic wand, and the moment it hit the white mouse stopped moving and turned gray. But how to remove this thing? Wait until the magic power is naturally consumed. Forget it. Never mind. Throw the petrified mouse aside, and then use the magic of siphoning energy. With a bang, the mouse in the box was blown to pieces. But it didn't form a shield, nor did it strengthen the next spell. After a little thought, Ethan understood what was going on. This mouse has no magic power, and it can't absorb anything at all, so it can only be used as an explosion spell. To fully exert the full effect of siphoning energy, it has to be used on wizards or magical animals. He tried all the magic he knew, and finally the magic in the textbook, and took out the standard spells, elementary. After a rough look, Ethan found that there was not much content in this book, only the illumination spell, the unlocking spell, the repairing spell, the cutting spell, the levitation spell, the flame spell, and the binding spell. After going through the information of these spells in his mind, he felt no pressure. He turned to the page of the cutting spell and read it carefully, and then looked at the repairing spell. Shattered into pieces, restored as before. The vase that had just exploded, as if time had gone back. All the fragments returned to their original positions, and the cracks disappeared. Then Ethan began to learn other magic, and learn them all before dinner. I can only say that magic is much easier to learn than mathematics and physics. There is absolutely no pressure at all. A few days later, Ethan came to the door of the leaky cauldron again. This time, maybe because it was afternoon, the leaky cauldron was bustling compared to the last time. Facing the little wizard who came alone, the pub guests did not pay much attention. This situation happened many times every day. According to Professor McGonagall's instructions, after knocking on the corresponding brick 3 times, the door to the magic world opened again. The moment he saw the trash can, Ethan really wanted to do something. After all, according to the nature of Goldfinger, pranks are likely to be successful. But after thinking for 2 seconds, Ethan gave up the idea. Entering Diagon Alley again, Ethan's goal was clearly flourish and blots. Last time, he bought textbooks for the first grade of Hogwarts with Professor McGonagall, and none of the spells Ethan wanted to learn were included. For example, the Shield Charm, the Traceless Extension Charm, and the Occlumency Charm. Although the Traceless Extension Charm is prohibited from being abused, Hermione clearly used it, and she didn't look through the banned books, so this spell should be common. The reason for the prohibition of abuse is probably promoted by those companies that produce wizard tents and suitcases. After all, who would buy it if they can make it themselves? In addition, there are 2 people who play legilimency in Hogwarts. If they don't know how to perform brain occlumency, Ethan is more or less worried. Dumbledore's character is still somewhat guaranteed. He will not cast this magic on his students, or he will not cast this magic on others without their consent. The reason why he is proficient in this magic is also very simple. Dumbledore was not a good person before Ariana's accident. Like Grindelwald, he is the kind of person who can do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. After this, Dumbledore's life took a turn, He had his own bottom line and returned to Hogwarts to become a professor. If Dumbledore had no bottom line, many things would not have happened. For example, when Hagrid was wrongly accused, Dumbledore was already a professor. At that time, although he was able to determine that Hagrid was not the murderer and try to save Hagrid, but because he could not produce evidence, Hagrid was expelled from school in the end. If legitimacy was used to investigate, Tom would not have been able to escape, and it is unknown whether Voldemort would still be there. In addition, the things that happened to Sirius and Peter Pettigrew later also show that Dumbledore did not use legitimacy. Otherwise, one would not have had the opportunity to betray James Potter, and the other would not have been imprisoned for more than 10 years because of being wrongly accused. Although Dumbledore's risk was almost zero, Snape was different. Although as a professor of potions, he was also serious and responsible for his students and had a certain bottom line, but when it came to Harry's problem, Snape would not care so much. Who knows if he will use legitimacy on you to confirm whether you are a threat because he feels that you're not a good wizard or because he has contact with Harry. After entering Flourish and Blots, he went straight to the area where the teaching books were. Just like the last time Ethan came, a dozen young wizards were buying textbooks here. As the only bookstore in Diagon Alley, it was doing a monopoly business. Intermediate Transfiguration and Advanced Transfiguration Guide were ordered. Standard spells level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 were taken. Ethan's shopping behavior attracted a lot of attention. They had never seen the young wizard buy books like this. Although Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was not very useful, Ethan still took it. Ethan had flipped through the previously purchased Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and found that it was quite interesting to write by Newt Scamander. The key point was that the price was not expensive. Advanced potion making was 9 gold galleons. Wow, this is the most expensive one at present. Sir, you should be a freshman this year. You could buy these books later. They are not needed now. Maybe in 2 years, when the textbooks are updated, you will have to come back. Seeing that there are more and more books in Ethan's cart, the clerk beside him couldn't help but persuade him. After all, this kind of monopoly bookstore does not get commission for selling books. If the little wizard regrets and comes to return the books, he may have to complain. Thank you for reminding me, but these are all what I need to prepare for the preview. Well, maybe you are a natural Ravenclaw. The clerk also stepped aside and stopped meddling. As long as there is a magic wand, there is a way. Walking to the magic area, Ethan felt that the title of the book was quite interesting. This person may have a unique insight into magic. Get it? Major Discoveries in Modern Magic, Guide to Medieval Witchcraft, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Zhou Yu, Research on the Development of Modern Witchcraft, The Rise and Fall of Black Magic, List of Contemporary Famous Magicians. These titles are so attractive. They are not clickbait titles. Finally, in a corner, Ethan found his target on how to close your brain. There's still 6 or 7 copies of this book, but it is already full of dust. It is estimated that no one has touched it for a long time. To be honest, this book is a bit embarrassing. Muggles may not be able to learn it just by reading the book. People with families will not lack this knowledge. If they want to learn, there will be people to teach them, so they will not sell this kind of book. After completing the free mailing service, Ethan had to sigh that this money was not spent. Owl Mail is 1 sickle per book, but free door-to-door delivery is available for purchases of more than 50 gold galleons, and Ethan enjoyed this service. Because he spent 127 gold galleons, Ethan's small treasury was instantly empty. At Florin's ice cream shop, Ethan sat in the rest area at the door of the shop, scooping ice cream with a spoonful, thinking about how to get some gold galleons. Originally thought that 100 gold galleons would be enough, but it turned out that just buying some books cost more than 100. A shadow covered his head, and Ethan, who came to his senses, raised his head. It turned out that someone had come to the table opposite his own. Looking around, the rest area that had a few empty seats just now was almost full now. Only Ethan came alone and occupied a whole table, which was the most empty. The little wizard didn't pay attention to Ethan's reaction at all, or simply ignored Ethan, and put the ice cream on the table, then sat down and started to enjoy it. Waist-length golden curly hair, dark green pupils, delicate face a little familiar. I seem to have seen it in the bookstore just now. After eating the remaining ice cream in 2 bites, Ethan didn't plan to stay any longer. It should be said that the ice cream in Florin's cold drink shop is really delicious, better than the ice cream I have eaten before. Maybe it is made from the milk of some magical animal. After Ethan left, the girl who had a blank expression and was proud just now suddenly turned her head and looked at Ethan. Just now in the bookstore, Ethan's behavior really attracted attention, and she was shopping for textbooks at the side at that time, after hearing the conversation between Ethan and the clerk. The girl also chose the same behavior as Ethan and packed up all the textbooks for the next few years. No, Ethan also only sold some of the textbooks. Nocturn Alley. On the way from Florin's ice cream shop to the leaky cauldron, Ethan accidentally saw a signpost with a bloody hand, facing a gloomy alley. The sign next to it read Nocturn Alley. Standing at the entrance of the alley, Ethan hesitated for only 3 seconds and then resolutely walked inside. It is not easy to get gold galleons by conventional means, but it is not necessarily the case by unconventional means. After all, making money is written in the criminal law. Anyway, I have the ability to use any magic. As long as it is not seen with my own eyes, it will not be noticed by anyone. With this ability, it is perfect to do things outside the rules. This Nocturn Alley is the black market of the wizarding world, specializing in trading some shady magic items. The situation inside is also mixed. There are people who specialize in making money, and there are also people who can't make it in the wizarding world. Of course, there are also many wanted criminals of the Ministry of Magic. It is still risky for underage wizards to go in, but the 3 unforgivable curses at full level made Ethan ignore these threats. After all, they are hiding in Nocturn Alley. How strong can they be? As Ethan moved forward, the road became more and more gloomy. Unlike the sunny Diagon Alley, it seemed that the sun could not reach here, and everything was shrouded in shadows. Moreover, there are 2 closely connected streets and alleys. Diagon Alley is bustling with people, and there are many wizards coming and going in Nocturn Alley, but they're all dead. Only Ethan is different from them. His face is full of curiosity and excitement after simple dress, and he jumps around in front of each stall. Just like those ignorant little wizards, after hearing the legend of Nocturn Alley, they secretly come here to learn from their parents. These are powerful magic props. With them, you'll be invincible in wizard duels. Take a look. The old wizard leaning against the wall, showing his big yellow teeth, promoted his products to Ethan. Ethan looked at the things on the stalls. There were skulls of people or unknown animals, beads and sculptures of unknown meaning, and small bottles of potions without even labels. Obviously, these were not serious things. No, thank you, no, I don't need these. Taking 2 steps back, Ethan waved his hand and hurried forward. Seeing Ethan hurriedly leave, the old wizard sneered twice and did not try to stop him. Although most of the goods on his stalls were fake, if Ethan was willing to spend money here, he could kindly remind him twice. After all, it was close to the intersection. But now, let him be eaten up by those scum. Come and take a look. The latest wizard novels, The Witch and the 7 Fairies, and The Witch and the Werewolf. These are the latest bestsellers. You can't buy them outside. On the stalls full of books, the middle-aged boss with pockmarks on his face recommended his products to the passing wizards with a lingering expression on his face. Seeing the white thighs of the book covers on the stalls shaking constantly, Ethan instantly shifted his gaze and walked forward quickly without looking back, looking like a pure little boy. Just like that, Ethan looked around all the way as if he was interested in everything, but because of his timidity, he walked in without buying anything. He attracted so many eyes along the way. Lost, right? Do you need me to take you out? Finally, these people lost their patience. 3 wizards wearing dirty wizard robes, exuding a sour smell and covering their faces with hoods, blocked Ethan in a corner. Not long after Ethan entered Nocturn Alley, they were observing. There were a few groups of people who were also staring at this big fat sheep, but they were driven away by the 3 brothers. Wizards are also a precious resource, and they're quite valuable when sold to those guys doing experiments. Of course, If the little wizard has a lot of gold gallons at home, it is not impossible for his family to redeem him. Thank you, I know the way. Ethan lowered his head and prepared to go around the wizard in front. But obviously they would not let Ethan do what he wanted. One of them put his hand directly on Ethan's shoulder, leaned down, and whispered in Ethan's ear, "I think you need our help. What do you think? Think about it before you talk." The second hand was on Ethan's shoulder, completely controlling him. With his head lowered, Ethan said in an almost inaudible voice, "I need your help." But in this shadow, none of the three noticed the smile on Ethan's lips. "You want to catch me? And I happen to have the same idea." "That's right. Follow me. I'll take you out," the first wizard said, grabbing Ethan's sleeve and pulling him deeper into Diagon Alley. In their opinion, this little wizard has been captured. This little wizard, who looked like a second-year student at Hogwarts at most, could cast few clear spells. How would he make any waves? The wizards around were also used to this scene, and they all turned a blind eye to it. After walking about 50 meters, Ethan and the three adult wizards stopped. Ethan pulled back his sleeves and asked coldly, "Where are we going?" "We are in the base in Nocturn Alley." "How many people are there in the base?" "One person stay behind." "Take me there." Soon, under the guidance of three wizards, Ethan came to the bottom of a dilapidated two-story building. One person stepped forward and rhythmically knocked on a mossy brick on the right wall with a magic wand. After the knocking, about half a minute later, a voice came from inside. "Dennis, is it you? Well, open the door." The wizard named Dennis stepped forward and replied, "This hut has cast several protective spells. For example, this door has cast a protective magic, and it cannot be opened from the outside unless violence is used. And the moment the door is touched from the outside, the wizard inside will receive an alarm, giving the wizard inside the opportunity to use the door key to leave. Only by knocking on the brick correctly and getting different warnings inside will the guards inside come to confirm the situation and open the door from the inside. Such caution is also because they are not doing any legal business. There are many XXXXX level existences in the smuggling and trafficking of magical animals. There was an accident not long ago, and there is still a wanted order. It is a state of being chased by the Department for the Protection of Magical Creatures at all times. Once caught, a lifetime ticket to Azkaban is inevitable. Did you find a cellar so quickly? The wizard inside was still a little cautious and did not open the door directly. "Kipling, open the door, we caught a lamb." Another wizard also stepped forward and said unceremoniously, "Here it comes." Now, the wizard named Kipling inside no longer doubted it. Catching a lamb means a little wizard, which can fully explain why he came back so quickly. The little wizard is worth at least a few hundred gold galleons, and there is no worry about selling it. It is definitely a hot commodity among dark wizards. It is used to experiment with new potions and spells, which is much more useful than mice or magical animals. To make magic props with cursed properties, magic power and strong negative emotions are needed, so wizards are even more necessary. As the door opened, a middle-aged wizard with a black robe and a big oily head appeared in front of everyone. "This is the lamb you caught today. It's good quality." Kipling looked at Ethan with a happy face. This strong little wizard is always more valuable than a thin one. Creak. The black wizard beside Ethan closed the door immediately after everyone entered. "By the way, how did you, Avada Kedavra?" Kipling hadn't finished speaking when he seemed to hear something he shouldn't have heard, and then his eyes were full of green halos. Before he could react, he fell to the ground silently. Sure enough, you have to shout out to be powerful when you eat a big melon. Ethan took 2 steps forward, ready to see what the situation was of the wizard who died from eating a big melon. Ethan's practice targets before were all mice, and this was the first time he used them on humans. The man's pupils were wide open. His face was full of panic and confusion, and his expression before death was completely frozen on his face. The 3 of them didn't say anything about Ethan killing their companions. After all, from the moment they held Ethan hostage, Ethan secretly cast the Imperius curse, turning them all into his puppets. It cannot be said that they were not cautious but they really did not think that a little wizard could pose any threat without taking out his wand. There is another point. The Imperius Curse is the same as the Cruciatus Curse. It is a silent spell that does not bring any special effects during the casting process. After being hit, you will only feel a blank in your mind. All thoughts and responsibilities will disappear, and then you will only feel extremely happy and joyful. In this process, any order of Ethan will be executed, even if they are asked to commit suicide. Of course, this Imperius Curse can also be resisted. The more it is cast, the higher the resistance. Not to mention whether they have resistance or not. Even if they do, is useless. Ethan's full-level Imperius Curse is not so easy to resist. All these adjustments gave Ethan the opportunity to attack one by one. When they turned their heads and raised their eyes, they were all hit, and no one was alarmed in the process. What's going on with your base, and what are your identities? Before, when they were outside, Ethan didn't ask too much information. Listening to Dennis's story, Ethan also knew the identity of this group of people. They are all members of the international magical animal smuggling organization Thres, which has a clear division of labor and members scattered all over the world. A professional team captures magical animals and then transports them to all parts of the world in boxes cast with the Traceless expansion spell, and finally members like Dennis and his team sell them in various black market taverns and other places. Some time ago, the group responsible for capturing magical animals made a mistake. A collector in America wanted a specimen of the Hesperidian black dragon and commissioned Thres to get a beautiful adult Hesperidian black dragon. This is a big business. After receiving the order, the members responsible for poaching immediately took action and smuggled to the Great British Hesperidian Islands as quickly as possible, but they met Newt Scamander in the Hesperidian Islands Reserve. Although the poachers were numerous, they were no match for Newt Scamander, especially with a suitcase. Of the dozen fully armed wizards, only 5 escaped, and they were seriously injured, with burns, bites, poisoning, and other injuries that were simply horrible to look at. The poachers caught by Newt could not withstand the pressure and confessed during the interrogation of the Ministry of Magic, which also led to the fact that the Threes magical animal smuggling organization was wanted not only in Britain, but also in other countries. And Dennis and his team hid in the base deep in Nocturn Alley and behaved like a human being. For such a long time, they could only shrink in Nocturn Alley and sell some small goods sporadically. Following Dennis' instructions, Ethan came to their most important and only property, a small brown suitcase that looked no different from the suitcases in the Muggle world. At Ethan's signal, Dennis and the others opened the suitcase and got into it with Kipling's body. After making sure there were no accidents, Ethan entered. The area was really large. If football fields were used as the unit of measurement, it was about the area of 3 football fields. It was just a little shabby, with only a small pond, a few large iron cages, a square house made of stone, and the rest was all muddy ground. Under the leadership of Dennis, several people came to the stone house. After seeing the situation inside, Ethan's expression immediately changed. There were all creatures similar to mice inside. They were not big, but each mouse had an anemone-like tumor on its back, which gave people a sense of discomfort, and there were really a lot of mice. At the first glance, Ethan knew what it was. In the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, there is a magical animal native to Britain, the Murtra rat. The magic part is XX. The tumor on the back of the Murtra rat is also a good thing. After pickling and eating, it can enhance resistance to evil spells and bad luck for a period of time. The level of magical animals is divided into 5 categories according to the magic part. X, it is annoying. XX, harmless or tameable. XXX, capable wizards can deal with it. XXXX, dangerous, requires specialized knowledge, and skilled wizards can deal with it. XXXXX, animals known to kill wizards, animals that cannot be domesticated or tamed. Newt, you are F*************** G bullshit. Why do you keep so many Murtra rats? Ethan asked with some curiosity. Although the tumor on the back of this thing has some value, the price is not high. Because there are many and they reproduce quickly, you can grab a lot in the place of origin, and the price cannot be raised at all. These Mortra rats will die soon after the tumors on their backs are removed. While they are still alive, they can be used as food for other animals. Some magical animals only eat live food. This is a really good idea. Mortra rats have strong reproductive capacity and are omnivorous. They eat everything. After the tumor on their backs is removed, the tumor can be sold, and the rats that can't survive can be used as feed directly, completing the waste utilization. Leaving the stone house, it is the Mortra rat farm. What you see is a huge iron cage. No, there's one that is different. It looks like a completely enclosed plastic, but it is unknown what material it is made of. There's a pile of black stuff on the ground inside, which looks like randomly discarded garbage. What is this? Ethan found that he didn't recognize this thing. This is a Voldemort, but it's not in good condition. We haven't found a suitable buyer, and we don't know the Patronus, so we can only keep it locked up like this. It looks like it's starving to death. Dennis explained in a low voice that they didn't dare to leave Nocturn Alley, so naturally they didn't dare to do business in those wizard taverns. It's impossible to sell this Nocturn Alley Voldemort. Who would dare to take it if they don't know the Patronus? Forgive Ethan for his lack of knowledge. Magical animals like Voldemort didn't appear in a movie, and this black thing on the ground doesn't look like a cloak. But it's starving to death, and Ethan can't do anything about it. He doesn't know the Patronus and really doesn't dare to open the cage. This is a flying winged demon, but this one is not yet an adult. Dennis took the initiative to introduce Ethan to the next cage. Before the accident, the members of the Fly family were interested in this winged demon, but the price was not agreed upon during the transaction. The winged demon, Ethan knew, was like a combination of a butterfly and a bat. It was blue-green in color and liked to eat brains. Its venom was very dangerous, but it could erase memory after dilution. I have to say that the winged demon looked pretty. This one is not yet an adult. Maybe it can be tamed. As for the Ministry of Magic saying that XXXXX level can't be tamed, just take it as a fart. Bring some food for the winged demon. Ethan wanted to feed them himself to see if he could develop some feelings for them. After receiving Ethan's order, Dennis came to the Mortra rat farm, skillfully summoned Mortra rat with the flying spell, and then used the spell to cut off the tumor on its back. The whole process was done in one go. After dealing with more than 10 rats in total, Dennis came to Ethan. He pinched the Mortra rat's tail with disgust and threw them one by one into the cage that held the winged demon. The winged demon, which received the food, grabbed the Mortra rat tightly with a pair of claws, and the next moment bit its head and sucked it. 4 or 5 seconds later, the winged demon threw the Mortra rat out of the cage, staring at the ones floating around Dennis. It eats really fast, Ethan thought as he continued to feed it. The winged demon should be able to shrink into a palm-sized shelled egg, so this cage can't hold it, right? Faced with Ethan's doubts, Dennis patiently explained. It's not the cage that trapped it, but the collar on its neck, which limits its ability to change its magic. Nodding to show that he understood, Ethan was ready to continue reading. I don't know what other surprises are waiting for me, but Dennis told me that the cages in the back were all empty. There were some magical animals such as Billy Wig, Moon Beast, and Evil Bird. It's just that they have been sold at a low price during this period. Large and rare magical animals are not easy to sell, but for such small and cheap magical animals, there is still a market in Nocturn Alley. More than 3,700 gold galleons. As expected, all the money earned is written in the criminal law. Among them, only one layer belongs to Dennis and his team, and the rest need to be handed over. However, in the current situation, the entire organization dares not contact each other, let alone hand it over. After all, who knows whether the person who is contacting now is one of their own people or the Ministry of Magic is stinging and enforcing the law. Putting away the gold galleons, Ethan turned his eyes to the panel. When he used the killing curse and fed the winged demon just now, there was a reminder of the achievement. First blood. Killing innocent lives, you can't turn back on the dark road, and you can only go to the end. Achievement goal. Kill the wizard 1/1. Achievement reward. A random magic. Shit shoveler. Hungry, shit shoveler. Shit shoveler, where are you? Your master's belly is hungry. Achievement goal. Feed magical animals 1/1. Achievement reward. Talent animal affinity. Also effective for magical animals. This reward is good. If the effect of animal affinity is used well, its power cannot be underestimated. Someone has proved this before. The magic that was drawn was auxiliary, and the functionality was pretty good. Shadow Stealth, a magic that had never been heard of in the original book. The specific effect was to sneak into the shadow to avoid enemy attacks, and to move quickly in the shadow. Ethan experimented on the spot. In the light, Ethan turned into a dark shadow on the spot, and could move, but the speed was about the same as his body. However, once he came to the shadow that Ethan turned into could shuttle freely in this shadow, and Ethan was in an imperceptible situation during this process. Although there are limitations, in a sense, it can also be regarded as a life-saving skill. After several experiments, Ethan came to the cage of the winged demon again. The winged demon, which had ignored Ethan after eating, now stared at Ethan with a pair of small eyes and approached Ethan. Intuition told Ethan that this winged demon would not hurt him. Slowly putting his hand into the cage, the winged demon that was waiting there squinted its eyes and rubbed its fancy head on Ethan's palm, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Dennis, open the door. Yes. Having been hit by the soul-taking curse, Dennis completely obeyed Ethan's orders unconditionally, without thinking whether the order was reasonable or not. And at the moment when Dennis opened the cage, a blurry black shadow rushed out instantly. It was too close, and Ethan didn't react at all, and the black shadow stuck to Ethan's face. In the vision of Dennis and the other two, they saw that the winged demon was spreading a pair of wings with spikes on the edges, wrapping Ethan's head tightly. This is the standard posture of the winged demon hunting. It rushes to the head of the prey at an extremely fast speed and then pierces the skull of the prey with a pair of sharp fangs, while injecting venom and sucking the brain of the prey. But Ethan did not fall down like the prey that were ripped open by the winged demon. Instead, he struggled to grab the winged demon's body with both hands and pulled it out. Snap! After wasting a lot of effort, the winged demon was finally pulled down by Ethan. Ethan was really scared just now, but fortunately the winged demon didn't show its teeth, just hugged him. Maybe this is its way of expressing love, but this way is unacceptable to most people. The winged demon, held in his hand, was still chirping and trying to get closer to Ethan. After comforting it for a long time, Ethan finally calmed the winged demon and took off the collar from its neck. Now the winged demon has turned into a small chitin ball, and its tail is wrapped around Ethan's arm like a pendant. With this experience, Ethan opened the cage that held the bat. This bat was not as radical as the winged demon. It just rubbed against Ethan's feet, then raised its head and looked at Ethan with two faint lights in its dark and empty head. Ethan remembered that this thing seemed to have been hungry for a long time. He immediately threw the Mortra rat whose brain had just been sucked by the winged demon and the wizard's body that Ethan had eaten to death to the Voldemort. In just a moment, both the body of the Mortra rat and the wizard's body disappeared, leaving only the Voldemort a little thicker. The Voldemort, as if full, slowly moved its body and climbed up along Ethan's feet until it reached the shoulder, then stopped moving, stretched out its body, and fixed itself. From the perspective of others, Ethan was just wearing a black cloak, but he couldn't open his hood, otherwise he would see a pair of dark eyes in the hood. Dennis, bring the Mortra rat feed. Ethan, with the Voldemort behind him and the winged demon hanging on his arm, came to the top of the Mortra rat breeding farm and looked at the Mortra rats that were rushing to him one after another, and his scalp was numb. This animal affinity doesn't seem to be all good. Who made the wizarding world have many disgusting magical animals, such as Hagrid's blasting-tailed Scroots in a later period. If such things stick to me, I will not be able to live. Without thinking about these goosebumps, Ethan directly dumped the feed brought back by Dennis and others in the Mortla rat farm. There are all kinds of things in it, strange pieces of meat and bones, broken shells, corn, potatoes, and so on, and even Ethan saw Mortla rats cut into several pieces. Just feeding a magical animal, an achievement was brushed out. Now there are hundreds of Mortla rats, and brushing another one should not be a problem. For these achievements that can be seen, Ethan always keeps the idea of brushing them as soon as possible. Don't regret when you're not strong enough at the critical moment. Why didn't you brush more achievements at the beginning or cram at the last minute and run to brush them at the last moment? Isn't it here? Master of fantastic beasts. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, I have fed everything. Just ask me questions about them. How? No, what do they eat? I know it clearly. Achievement goal. Feed enough magical animals, 100-100. Achievement reward. Magical animal energy cube. Here it comes, but this energy cube makes Ethan feel like he has seen a little idiot. After accepting the reward, Ethan found that this so-called energy cube is a magic potion. And this energy cube is not a fixed formula, but a large piece of knowledge, as if several books were stuffed into Ethan's brain. Energy cubes made of different materials are suitable for various magical animals of different ages. The main function is to promote development and improve strength and potential. Now the achievement has been cleared, the gold galleons have been earned, and 2 magical animals have been picked up. But what about these 3 wizards and these Murtra rats? The Imperius curse cannot last forever. If you want to control them for a long time, you must reapply it at intervals. Otherwise, when the magic effect disappears, they will regain consciousness. Ethan will go to Hogwarts in a month, and he definitely doesn't want to take them and these Murtra rats with him. Kill them? Let's see what their reaction will be after they wake up. But first, we have to confiscate their wands and some magic props. Waving his hand, Ethan lifted the Imperius curse on several people. The few people who suddenly woke up were still a little at a loss, but the moment they saw Ethan, they took 2 steps back as if they saw a ghost, with horror on their faces. Before Ethan could say anything, Dennis and the other 2 knelt down on the ground in tacit understanding and begged Ethan to let them go. The memory of the period of time under the Imperius curse has not been erased. Whether it is the silent use of the Imperius curse to control the 3 of them, or the wandless spell to kill Kipling, these operations are simply not dared to dream of themselves. But all this was done by a little wizard. Later, he tamed the Voldemort and the winged demon. What can they use to fight? Even if they want to fight, they must have a wand. Now the wand has been confiscated. In addition to kneeling and begging, they can't think of any other way to survive. As for revenge for Spring, everyone is a dark wizard. Can you not be so naive? In this case, you will follow me in the future. After a little thought, Ethan said so. It should be an achievement to have little brothers, although they will not really submit to themselves, and they will most likely run away as soon as they are out of danger. Yes, I am willing. From now on, my lord, I will be your loyal servant. As Dennis and the other 2 knelt and crawled in front of Ethan, and were about to kiss Ethan's shoes to show complete obedience. He also mentioned the names of the 3 and the magic they were good at. Dennisgar, Berkeley Andrew, and Don Jeff, their magic skills were average, a little bit better than normal adult wizards. They knew the 3 unforgivable spells, and the most used one was the killing curse. They were not proficient in the remaining 2, just to the extent of knowing them. They had some knowledge of other dark magics, and knew the conventional spells. Unlike Ethan's idea, Dennis and the other 2 thought that it was actually not bad to follow Ethan. Although he was young, he was strong. In this era, when Voldemort died and Dumbledore was old, Ethan was simply a legend of the next era, and this time would not be too long. It was really an honor for me and others to be able to follow such a wizard, and I might even have a record of myself in the history of magic. Faced with the actions of the 3, Ethan did not refuse. Foundation. A little bit of sand makes a tower. You have finally taken the first step, no longer choosing to fight alone. Achievement goal. Have a subordinate 1/1. Achievement reward. Magic Mark of the Demon. This is the first time I have seen a designated magic reward instead of a random one. As Ethan absorbed and understood the information, he finally understood what this magic was about. Another auxiliary magic. Mark of the Demon. Plant a magic mark on the target. This mark cannot be erased. The marks can sense each other and can sense the exact location of all reporters with the Black Star mark, and summon them to complete the gathering according to the guidance of the mark. This looks like a replica of Voldemort's Dark Mark, and the functions are similar. Raise your head. Yes. Facing Ethan's order, Dennis did not dare to neglect it. But the next second, Dennis's face changed suddenly, and he saw an extra-long magic wand pointing at his head. He still wants to kill me? This was Dennis' first reaction. But he soon gave up the idea, because the other party didn't need a magic wand to kill him. Before he could figure out the meaning of Ethan's move, he felt a gloomy and cold magic flow into his body along his forehead and mixed with the magic in his body until it stopped at the chest. For the other two, Ethan did the same. This magic is called the Mark of the Henchman. No matter where you are, I can find you based on this magic and activate it to guide you to reunite. After doing all this, Ethan explained to the three people, "Master, we will never betray you." "Yes, Master, we are sincere." "Stop. Don't call me Master, just call me Boss." Ethan interrupted the three people's loyalty. The Master is exactly Voldemort's déjà vu. Originally, this so-called Mark of the Henchman was like Voldemort's Dark Mark. If they were allowed to call themselves Master and were good at using dark magic, especially the unforgivable curse, at this stage when Voldemort has not yet resurrected, it might give people the idea that Ethan is Voldemort's reincarnation. Then Ethan began to ask the three people about their next plans and how to deal with their poaching organization. Accepting three younger brothers is to assign tasks to them, not to clean up their asses. If their so-called poaching organization recovers and starts to investigate, Ethan is not afraid, but it will be a bit troublesome. However, the three have already thought about it. They put all the blame on Kipling. It was Kipling who ran away with all the magical creatures and gold galleons when the three went out to find buyers. There is no evidence, and now the entire organization is out of contact. They are sure that the problem is not only in Britain, but also in other places. It is impossible to deal with such a problem in the end, so it can only be left unresolved. They asked Ethan if he needed to quit the organization, but Ethan said no. There's almost 1 month before school starts, and there is nothing to arrange for them to do. It is better to let them stay in the organization. Maybe they will be useful in the future. The main point is to let them go. After everything was arranged, Ethan took out more than 230 gold galleons and left them. As for the remaining 3,500, of course, they were his spoils. Ethan left the Mortar rat and the box with the traceless expansion spell to them, but took away a spare empty box. The space inside the spare box was smaller and empty, but it was enough. When he walked out of the 2-story house, it was already dark. Shadow stealth started. In the shadow of the building, Ethan moved quickly. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Ethan ran out of Nocturn Alley until he found an empty corner in Diagon Alley. Ethan then lifted the magic. When Ethan came out of the leaky cauldron, the driver outside had been waiting anxiously. He had said that he would come out in 2 or 3 hours at most. As a result, it has been more than 5 hours since Ethan went in. September 1st. In the parking lot of King's Cross Station, Ethan was saying goodbye to his parents with a suitcase. This suitcase was just a cover, with some clothes and a box cast with the traceless stretching spell. The box contained a lot of books, as well as potion materials collected during this period, and miscellaneous items such as the fire dragon brain frozen with the freezing spell and the corpse of the Mortar rat. The winged demon and the Voldabat were also carried with him. The winged demon was relatively easy to deal with. Just turn it into a ball and put in Ethan's pocket. This was its dormant form, which existed for camouflage and reduced consumption. It completely lacked the predatory aura that belonged to dangerous magical animals. As long as it was not exposed, outsiders would not know that Ethan had such a thing in his pocket. The fire dragon brain was prepared for it. Under normal circumstances, the winged demon only eats fresh brains of live food, but the fire dragon brain is an exception. It eats this thing very happily even if it is frozen. Moreover, dragon brain is not expensive, cheaper than dragon liver at 16 sickles per ounce. Although this thing contains magic power, it has not been found to have any effect in potions, and the entire wizarding world does not eat brains very much. Voldemort is in trouble. Although this thing looks like a cloak, any wizard with a little knowledge can see what it is. In addition, Its notoriety makes it the kind that cannot be exposed at Hogwarts. For this reason, Ethan also specially made a platinum pendant, which is hollow at the bottom. Ethan cast the Traceless Extension spell on it. Due to its small size, it took a long time to succeed. The space inside is only the size of a room, but it is enough for Voldemort. This extremely small, Traceless Extension spell item is impossible for people to enter because the entrance is too small, but it is just right for Voldemort. With this Traceless Extension necklace as a cover, Voldemort can also be carried by Ethan. Moreover, in the past month, Ethan has become more and more familiar with the Voldemort. He can control it as a cloak as he wants, as long as the Voldemort cooperates. With one action, the Voldemort automatically puts a hood on Ethan, making Ethan's entire face shrouded in a layer of black mist, but it does not affect his vision, which can perfectly hide all of Ethan's images. Not only that, this Voldemort cloak also has super strong magic resistance. Especially for black magic, it can automatically resist some upcoming spells for Ethan. It is definitely the best auxiliary prop. Only the Voldemort is almost untamable. Otherwise, the Voldemort cloak is definitely a popular existence in the wizarding world. In terms of magic, Ethan is not idle either. Especially the brain occlusion is the focus. Of course, this improvement is also obvious. Name: Ethan Adrian. Age: 11. Bloodline: Wizard. Talents: Super Soul. A more powerful soul brings higher learning efficiency and casting speed. Strong body. Improve physical fitness and adaptability to magic through exercise. Heart of Darkness. Improve black magic talent. Use black magic without any emotional assistance. Focus. Greatly improve learning efficiency. Animal Affinity. Also effective for magical animals. Spells: Killing Curse 10, Cruciatus Curse 10, Imperious Curse 10, Occlumency 6, Armor Curse 4, Traceless Extension Curse 4, Siphon Energy 4, Shadow Walk 3, Mark of the Demon 2, Transfiguration 2, Petrification Curse 3, Disillusionment Curse 3, Flying Curse 3, Levitation Curse 2, Illumination Curse 2, Shrinking Curse 2, Flame Curse 2. Walking into the station, Ethan followed the sign to the direction of Platform 9. But as Ethan walked in, he found that the people around him were wearing more and more strange clothes. Wearing a cotton jacket on top and shorts on the bottom, this kind of explosive outfit is not an exception. There are also big men with full beards on their faces, but they wear long skirts and high heels. It's like this every day. You get used to it. Not only will there be children running to ask where Platform 9 3/4 is, but there are also these guys wearing strange clothes. Is there anything special today? I don't know. Does the first day of school count? Listening to the conversation between two station staff members, Ethan rushed over and bumped into a pillar next to them. But the two staff members seemed not to see it and continued to talk about the topic just now. A feeling of squeezing came, and then the vision was widened, but what did he bump into? Looking at the sound, I saw a little girl lying on a pile of gifts. Why is this girl blocking the door? But she still bumped into someone, and Ethan quickly helped her up. He also helped her luggage up. But this guy looks familiar. Big front teeth, it's you. The iconic big front teeth and thick and messy brown hair, Hermione. I have met her once before, so I know her. It turns out that the person who asked the staff where the 9 3/4 station is just now is her. Hermione, who also recognized Ethan, was about to say hello, but when she heard the 3 words big front teeth, her face immediately turned black. This name reminded her of some bad memories. Thank you. After thanking her, Hermione held her luggage and walked forward, not wanting to say anything extra. You still remember this? Ethan shook his head and sighed. It has been about 3 years since the multi-school summer camp. Hermione and Ethan were both there. In the evening activity competition, Hermione was the best until Ethan came on stage. Whether it was memory or logic, these areas Hermione was good were crushed. At the end, Ethan's words, "Don't be sad, at least your front teeth are bigger than mine." The little girl couldn't hold it back at all and cried in front of everyone. But remember it. Ethan, who looked like he didn't care, didn't bother to worry about it. and got on the red steam train with his suitcase. Because they came late, many of the carriages they passed were full. This can't be blamed on Ethan. After all, wizards came directly here with magic, and Ethan had to take a car to travel dozens of kilometers in the morning to get there. After walking all the way to the back half, I found a relatively empty compartment with only a little witch inside. "Excuse me, can I sit in?" The little witch who was reading a book in the compartment looked up and lowered her head again. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." After opening the compartment door, Ethan went in directly, put the suitcase on the shelf, and sat down opposite her. Only then did he realize that this person was the one who sat opposite him when he had ice cream at Florin's ice cream shop last time. "Can we sit in here?" The door was open again, and Hermione appeared again, with thick and unkempt brown hair and big front teeth, followed by a round-faced fat boy who looked a little timid and uneasy. Cassandra didn't even raise her head this time, looking like she didn't care. Ethan could only nod and invite them in. Although the little witch opposite entered the carriage first, according to the rules, anyone has the right to sit in the carriage, and the carriage does not belong to an individual. Looking at Ethan in the carriage, Hermione was a little embarrassed because the meeting just now was not pleasant. But the words were already said, so she could only come in, put away the gifts. Neville sat down next to Ethan, and Hermione sat next to the little witch. Hermione's acquaintance with Neville was also a coincidence. When she asked the staff at the station about platform 9 3/4 and was told that there was no platform, she was a little at a loss. Fortunately, Neville's grandmother brought her in. After entering the platform, Neville was pulled aside by his grandmother to talk about something, while Hermione was still condemning Hogwarts' irresponsibility towards Muggle students at the entrance. After all, who would know how to enter without someone leading the way? But before Hermione left, she was bumped by Ethan, who came from behind. Hermione, who was in a bad mood, walked forward with her luggage and met Neville, who was also saying goodbye to his grandmother. The two found this carriage together. If they had known earlier, they would have walked to the back. The atmosphere was really awkward. Ethan, the little witch, and Hermione were all looking at the magic books in their hands. Only Neville sat timidly aside to reduce his presence. There was no communication throughout the whole process. Neville already regretted following Hermione into this carriage. Even if there were no seats, it would be better to sit on the suitcase in the corridor than to enter this carriage. Your scabby ran out. The quiet of the carriage was broken by Ethan. "What?" Neville turned around and looked at Ethan in a daze, a little at a loss. Even the two little witches opposite raised their heads and looked at Ethan. What the hell was he talking about just now? "Your toad ran out." "Okay." He spoke in dialect and excitement. Ethan took a deep breath, pointed under the table, and repeated it again in words they could understand. Just now, Ethan, who was reading a book, felt something on his shoes. He looked down and found that it was a toad. He felt bad immediately. Sure enough, his animal affinity attracted some bad things. And this thing has a tendency to jump onto Ethan's legs. If he didn't know that this was Neville's pet, Ethan would have kicked it directly. "Ah, Lifu!" Neville shouted in surprise and lowered his head to check the situation. After seeing Lifu squatting on Ethan's feet, Neville immediately leaned down and grabbed him. The toad in Neville's hand was still struggling, desperately wanting Neville's palm. There was no way. Neville could only slam it into his pocket and cover it tightly. Ethan could clearly see the curiosity in Hermione's eyes and the contempt of another little witch. "Why did you bring a toad? Is this popular in the wizarding world?" Hermione finally asked. She wanted to know something about the wizarding world. At present, she only knew about it from books. "No, this is not popular in the wizarding world. He is just an exception." The little witch next to Hermione put down the book to justify the wizarding world. "It has always been only wizards who despise muggles, and this fool cannot be allowed to tarnish the reputation of pure-blood wizards." She had long recognized who this little fat man was. Among the pure-blood families, Neville's reputation was not small, although it was not positive. "Sorry, Lifu is a gift from my uncle when I was 8 years old." Neville recounted his legendary experience, which was the difficult history of awakening magic. He almost died several times, but he succeeded in the end and received the reward of Lifu, the scabby bauble. Hermione was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect the wizard world to be so wild. Are you sure your uncle gave you a toad because he was happy, not because of other emotions? Ethan was a little curious about this. Although this thing is called a toad in Great Britain, toads are not a good choice as pets. Hogwarts can bring owls, toads, and mice to school, but the main function of toads is that part of their body can be used as medicine, and mice are experimental products for spells and potions. Only a very small number of people really keep them as pets, and the reason why they can bring them is because they are not dangerous. The reason why the Weasley family uses mice as pets is because they are poor and can't afford other pets. If they can afford owls, do you think they want mice? Just like Percy, after becoming a prefect, she was rewarded with an owl and gave the mouse to Ronald on the spot. The Weasley family is poor, but the Longbottom family is not. From the memory ball that Neville's grandmother sent him, it can be seen that this is definitely an expensive alchemical product, and it may even be customized for Neville. I think so. I have been stupid since I was a child. Maybe I will be sent back by Hogwarts this time. Neville fell into an emo state. He always felt very inferior and thought that he had no talent at all. Maybe none of the 4 colleges would want him. Hermione looked at Ethan speechlessly, as if to say, "Look at what you have done." And the other little wizard scratched his hair on his forehead. The glory of the pure-blood wizard was about to be defeated by him. Since you have received the admission notice, you will not be sent back. Ethan still comforted him. Of course, this is also the truth. If Neville had not been hit by the forgetfulness spell, he would definitely be an extremely excellent wizard, or the prophecy of the Savior. Not just Harry alone, but a prophecy for 2 people. Without Neville's sword that killed Nagini at the critical moment, Harry would not have won the final victory. It can be said that both of them are indispensable. Really? Neville perked up a little. Of course, have you ever heard of anyone who failed to enroll after receiving an admission letter? Ethan shrugged and said undeniably. The only person Ethan knew who was expelled from Hogwarts was a squib. He did not receive an admission letter, but broke into Hogwarts on the enrollment day and snatched the sorting hat of other young wizards, but was told by the sorting hat that he had no magical talent and could not become a student of Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom. Facing Ethan, Neville solemnly said his name. Over the years, all the other peers he had come into contact with laughed at and despised him, and only a few could give him kind words of comfort. Ethan Adrian. Ethan also reacted. Hermione Granger. Hermione also said with a smile. Cassandra Wallace, the pride of Slytherin in the future. Cassandra raised her head proudly and swore. Are you a senior from Slytherin? Hermione asked hesitantly. She had always thought that everyone present was of the same age, and based on the knowledge she had learned from wizard books this summer, she did not like Slytherin. No, I'm also a freshman this year, but I will definitely go to Slytherin. Cassandra was very sure of this. It turned out to be her, the character in the game, but the eras seemed a little wrong. You were born in a wizard family, so you should have been exposed to magic since childhood. Can you show me how to perform it? Hermione was both looking forward to and afraid of the life in Hogwarts. She has been an excellent student since childhood and has never had any problems in her studies, which has cultivated her strong competitive spirit. The only time she was defeated was at the hands of Ethan. Now Hermione has worked hard to study during this period, and I believe that if she competes again, she will definitely not be worse than Ethan. But in magic, Hermione has no confidence. It is still difficult to learn magic by herself without anyone teaching. In one summer vacation, Hermione only learned 3 spells, namely the illumination spell, the unlocking spell, and the repairing spell. For this reason, she was very worried that she would not be able to keep up with the teaching progress of Hogwarts and be left far behind by those children who grew up in wizard families and become a so-called poor student. Now, since she has the opportunity, she wants to see what level the children who grew up in wizard families are at, so as to make plans for her future study career. Neville stuttered and couldn't speak, not knowing how to answer. He had seen magic and saw it every day, but he really couldn't perform it. Puff! Ethan couldn't help laughing out loud. Hermione followed closely, and Neville was so timid that he couldn't say a word. What are you laughing at? Nothing to laugh at. Ethan spread his hands and put on an innocent look. I'll show you what magic is. Cassandra stood up, although she didn't think much of Neville, and even less of Hermione, a muggle-born wizard, and didn't even want to communicate too much. But in the final analysis, Cassandra was still an 11-year-old child, and it was a common problem to flaunt and show off her strengths to attract the attention of others. Under the gaze of Ethan and the other two, Cassandra elegantly drew out her wand and pointed it in the air. Flames! As the voice fell, the hot orange-red flame gushed out from the tip of the wand, forming a tiny vortex in the air that lasted for a long time. After doing all this, Cassandra looked in the direction of Ethan with some pride. In her opinion, only Ethan could make her take a second look. Ethan should be born of a half-blood wizard. After all, she knew all the pure-blood wizard families in Great Britain. She had never heard of the surname Adrian. In addition, the last time Ethan bought books, he spent more than 100 gold galleons at a time, which did not conform to the characteristics of a muggle family. Eliminating all wrong answers, there is only one result. This is the fire spell. I have tried it many times, but it didn't work. Hermione stood up suddenly, staring at Cassandra's fire spell. Sure enough, the students of the wizard family have far surpassed me in progress. Ignoring the excited Hermione, Cassandra still stared at Ethan and said seriously, "What magic have you learned during this time?" It was because of Ethan that she bought extra textbooks for senior grades and studied hard during this period of time, just to surpass Ethan and become the brightest star in Slytherin and even Hogwarts. I just don't know how talented Ethan is. His diligence and hard work can make her pay a little attention, but if he is not talented, he is not qualified to be her opponent at all. Flame. The same magic came out from Ethan's hands, and even the size of the vortex of flame was the same as Cassandra's. Although Ethan did not study the fire spell in depth during this period, can't he learn it just by looking at it? Coupled with good magic control ability and more powerful magic than ordinary little wizards, Ethan can easily reach this step. Even if the proficiency of the fire spell may not be as high as Cassandra, it can achieve the same effect. Ethan, you could do it too? Hermione widened her eyes, feeling a little incredible. Although she lost to Ethan before, now it is magic, which is a brand new track. She didn't expect that she would lose again. Cassandra's mouth curled up slightly. Only this way is interesting. If Ethan is a mediocre person with no talent, it would be really boring. Immediately, Cassandra swung the magic wand in her hand, and the flame in the air seemed to come alive halfway, turning into a fire snake and rushing towards Ethan, as if to swallow Ethan's flame in one gulp. She wanted to tell Ethan in this way that she was the best one, but reality is often cruel. The moment the two fire spells came into contact, Cassandra's began to collapse. Because they were in the carriage, neither of them dared to expand the fire. In the end, Cassandra could only watch Ethan's flames come to about 30 centimeters in front of her before dissipating. Although the form of expression is flame, it still relies on magic. Now, there is no burning material, and it is not the immortal flame born in the destructive mood of the fiery spell. The final competition is still the operation of the fire spell and magic. Ethan, we're both born as muggles and have never been exposed to magic before. How did you do it? It's not shameful to ask if you don't understand. Hermione can only admit that she can't compare to Ethan in both the wizarding world and the muggle world. We are geniuses, that's it. Ethan said with a face that deserves K. You must have some learning skills. Teach me, please. In order not to be a bad student and to graduate from Hogwarts smoothly, Hermione decided to go all out. It's also a genius to pick the muggle world by yourself. Why can't you do it? Hermione can only tell herself that it's just that no one teaches, and she can't master the learning method of wizards. Wait, you said he was born as a muggle. Cassandra interrupted the conversation between the two and looked at Ethan with some doubt. Yes, I know him. Hermione nodded affirmatively. I lost this competition, but the situation here is not right. I will definitely win next time. As the pride of the family and a genius in other people's mouths, Cassandra does not think that she is inferior to Ethan. If she can let go of the competition, the victory will definitely be hers. Under Hermione's entanglement, Ethan talked about some tricks of performing magic, such as the gestures of waving the wand when chanting spells, how to control the output of magic power, etc. Neville would talk about some things in the wizarding world from time to time, and Ethan and Hermione also had some things they wanted to ask Neville, a local resident of the wizarding world. Cassandra on the side didn't say a word, but still held a book and read it. But from the book that hadn't turned the pages for a long time, it can be seen that her attention was not on the book at the moment. The atmosphere in the car was also getting better. At lunchtime, everyone took out their lunchboxes and bought some food from the salesperson. Everyone was not short of money, and even Hermione still had some gold galleons. Time passed in the idle chat of several people until it got dark. It was just such a short distance, and after sitting in the car for a day, Ethan couldn't chat anymore, and he was a little sleepy looking at the scenery outside the window. It seems that there is a quarrel next door. After a shrill scream, "Well, the fight has started now. Do you want to go and see?" Ethan instantly perked up. It's human nature to watch the fun. It's better not to go, so as not to cause trouble. "What's the trouble?" Ethan said as he walked out of the workshop. "If you didn't go to see the fun, what's the point of such a life?" Cassandra followed Ethan out of the carriage door without saying a word. Hermione followed after a little hesitation. I won't go." Neville sat there motionless. Years of experience told him that he shouldn't go to see the fun, otherwise he might become the fun. When he came to the door of the carriage at the back, he saw 5 people inside, presenting a tense atmosphere. The scream came from a child who looked sorry for the audience, but was quite strong. At this moment, a mouse was hanging on his finger, and its sharp teeth were deeply tightened in his flesh. The child was screaming and waving his hands constantly, trying to shake the mouse off. Except for the unlucky guy who was bitten by a rat, the other people were attracted by Ethan's arrival. "Who are you? Get out!" The platinum-haired boy with a pale face like a kidney deficiency yelled at Ethan and others who came in from outside. He came here to make friends, but was humiliated and now suffered a loss. He didn't want others to see it. His father is the school director, so what's wrong with him being arrogant? Until he saw Cassandra coming in after Ethan, Draco immediately changed his words. "Vor, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other two." At the Pure Blood banquet, the two had met more than once, but it was inevitable that the arrogant Draco would have a dispute with the arrogant Cassandra. When they didn't know magic, Draco was beaten because girls grow up quickly. At the Pure Blood gathering in August this year, Draco wanted to use the magic he had just learned to get back the place, but he was beaten even more miserably. What's more, although Cassandra's family is not one of the 28 clans, it is also a noble pure blood, no worse than his own family. His father is a school director, and his father is a senior official in the Ministry of Magic. He can't suppress the other party in terms of family background, and he can't beat him, which leads to his lack of confidence when facing Cassandra. Draco Malfoy, no matter where you are, you can always cause trouble. Cassandra looked at Malfoy with disdain. He always shows off with his 2 followers, but they are just 3 pieces of trash composed of trash plus 2 trash. Draco couldn't say a word. He really made a fool of himself again. "Ethan, you also come to Hogwarts to study." Unlike Draco, who was ashamed and angry, Harry seemed quite happy when he saw Ethan. Although the relationship between the two could not be said to be very good, they were classmates for 2 years. Moreover, during the 2 years when he was a classmate of Ethan, Daly did not dare to come to the classroom to bully him. In this strange magical world, it is really great to meet acquaintances. "Well, I'm also a freshman at Hogwarts this year." "Who is next to you?" "This is Ronald Weasley, a friend I just met, a child from a wizard family." Harry introduced his new friend readily. "Enough. A mudblood from a muggle family. Crab, teach him a lesson." Draco was rejected by Harry for making friends, just ridiculed by Cassandra, and now ignored by muggle wizards. Draco completely exploded. Harry is the savior of the wizarding world and a celebrity. Cassandra can't afford to offend him. Even the stupid red-haired man is a member of the Weasley family and has Dumbledore's back. Although she looks down on them, she can't let herself control them. But what does this mud-blood have? He has nothing. Bang. Quickly in prison. Everything happened too fast. Draco only saw Crabbe fall to the ground after being hit on the chin by a punch as soon as he stepped forward. Then the mudblood pulled out Crabbe's wand and pointed it at himself and Goyle. Ridiculous. Can you use other people's wands? But Draco suddenly found that he couldn't laugh anymore. Not only that, his whole body couldn't move. You should be thankful that this is the train to Hogwarts. And you're also a freshman at Hogwarts. Ethan came to Malfoy and patted his face, lowered his head, and whispered in his ear. Then, he looked in the direction of Harry. They were looking for trouble with you just now, right? Now the three of them are handed over to you. You can deal with them as you like. They can't move. Leave it to me. I will treat them well. And what kind of magic did you just use? It's so cool. Ronald kicked Draco and said excitedly. Since his father's generation, he has been at odds with the Malfoy family. Now Draco is blessed to fall into his hands. And the magic just now, if I can learn it, it would be great. Compare with that, what my two brothers taught me was just a bunch of nonsense, which made me look bad in front of Harry. The imprisonment spell is in the textbook. Didn't you read it? Hearing this, Harry and Ronald looked at each other and shook their heads together. Should we read textbooks during the holidays? The two who got the answer from each other quickly put this question behind them and started beating the Malfoy trio. Under Harry's guidance, Ronald knew where to hit more painfully, and it would not be discovered. This is all blood experience. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will help you get to school. The announcement of the upcoming station began to echo on the train. The station is almost here. Ethan waved the wand in his hand, touching the imprisonment spell of the Malfoy trio, and then put the wand in Crabbe's pocket intimately. After all, the wand is innocent. The liberated Malfoy trio didn't dare to say a word and trotted out in shame. After a few more pleasantries, Ethan led his men to retreat. After all, they had to go back to the carriage to change into wizard robes. On the way back to the carriage, Hermione kept complaining that she shouldn't have come and that she had caused trouble before entering Hogwarts. Cassandra looked at Ethan's back without saying a word and was still thinking about how she would solve the problem if she put herself in Ethan's position just now. It's not difficult to hammer those 3 pieces of trash, but it won't be that fast. Although I know the imprisonment spell, can I release it so efficiently in the first time with someone else's wand? The train slowed down and stopped with a whistle. The little wizards pushed and shoved towards the side door and came to a small dark platform. Ethan, who had just got off the train, felt a chill. The Scottish Highlands in September had already entered autumn, and the night temperature had already dropped to single digits. Keep warm. He quickly cast a warming spell on himself, and Ethan felt a little more comfortable. The warming spell, a practical little magic, has the effect of keeping warm, as its name suggests. It seems to be in the 3rd grade textbook. Keep warm. Naturally, he would not forget Hermione and others, and Ethan cast one for them in turn. Thank you. After Cassandra whispered a thank you, she separated from Ethan and his group and went in another direction. Like Draco, she also has her own pureblood friends, or it is more reliable to say that followers. But today, in order to enjoy a compartment alone, she did not stay with them. Unfortunately, she didn't get her wish. She didn't get a private compartment. Instead, she had to listen to the chattering for hours in a full box. It felt good. Now that she got off the train, she naturally had to return to the pureblood camp. She was the pride of the future Slytherin. First-year students, come over here and watch your feet. A giant over 3 meters tall, wide and fat, came over with an oil lamp. Although he looked honest, he still scared many freshmen back. Giant human hybrid, Hagrid. Ethan was curious about how his parents did it. Pure-blooded giants were taller than Hagrid, at least 4 meters tall, while normal human men were about 1.78 meters tall. His father seemed particularly thin. A small horse pulling a big cart, a toothpick stirring a big vat. TSK. The old students went to the other half, and the freshmen followed Hagrid. This road is not easy to walk. The path is narrow, steep, and slippery. It is pitch black on both sides. Only the light from Hagrid's lantern in front leads the way. At the end of the path is a dark lake, and on the hillside on the opposite bank stands a towering castle with sharp spires and windows flickering under the starry sky. Each boat cannot have more than 4 people. Ethan, Hermione, Neville, and an unknown little witch got on the same boat. Hannah Abbott, after introducing herself, I know that this is the famous Iron Hat King. However, as they get closer to the castle in front, Hermione and Neville feel more and more depressed. Hermione is so nervous that her palms are sweating. I wonder if I could be assigned to Gryffindor. Thanks to Dumbledore's influence and the publicity of a number of wizard novel magazines, wizards who don't know the situation all regard Gryffindor as the greatest college. The same is true for Hermione. However, she had no idea whether she could enter Gryffindor. My grandmother wants me to go to Gryffindor. My whole family is Gryffindor, but I don't know if I can get in. Neville was also quite discouraged. Courage. He didn't seem to have much to do with this word. If he could get into Hufflepuff, it would be great, but his grandmother expected him to get into Gryffindor. As for me, I want to go to Hufflepuff. Hannah Abbott smiled easily. Although her family hadn't told her what the sorting ceremony was like, they said that she would most likely go to Hufflepuff. The reason for choosing Hufflepuff was also very simple. First of all, most of her family members were Hufflepuffs. She grew up listening to Hufflepuff stories since she was a child, and she had already taken over the family tavern in the future. The Hufflepuff dormitory was closest to the kitchen and had the best relationship with the house elves. She could also learn a few tricks to add 2 specialties to the tavern in the future. Ethan, what about you? The 3 of them said their goals. Only Ethan remained silent. Hermione asked curiously. As a fellow from the Muggle world, and a more talented guy than her, she wanted to hear Ethan's choice. Except for Slytherin, which cannot be admitted due to bloodline, the other 3 houses are all fine, and each has its own characteristics. Slytherin is generally for pure blood, and some half-bloods with good talents and ambitions can also enter, but those born in a completely Muggle family seem to be unable to enter. Of the remaining 3, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are both good choices. To be honest, I don't really want to enter Gryffindor. They are noisy and not as united as Hufflepuff, and the atmosphere is even worse than Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw can learn better, and they have their own exclusive library. As we all know, since Voldemort, the library of Hogwarts has been collected by Dumbledore. Now, it is a broken version of a library. Ravenclaw believes in wisdom and has a greedy and predatory nature for knowledge. Their exclusive library will not let Dumbledore mess around. You're saying nothing. Hermione was helpless in the face of Ethan's answer. As for you, Ravenclaw is actually the most suitable for you. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. This is their slogan. Ethan tried to change the plot. To be honest, it was normal for Hermione to go to Gryffindor and be the target of exclusion before she became friends with Harry and Ronald. In a school where people like pranks, wizard chess, Quidditch, etc., but don't like to study, suddenly a good student came, and she likes to preach. Who would play with her? Especially this good student doesn't give us homework to copy, which is even more repulsive. I've thought about Ravenclaw, but I still think Gryffindor is better. Hermione still insisted on her point of view. The greatest wizards come from Gryffindor, so Gryffindor is naturally the best. This is similar to the Muggle world. If the school has enough celebrities and is famous enough, it can prove that the school is getting better and better. As they chatted, the boat passed the steep cliffs to the west and the curtains of ivy, and finally stopped at a pier. After landing, the people climbed through a tunnel in the rock and arrived at an open and wet meadow under the shadow of the towering castle. After Hagrid counted the number of people, he stepped onto a stone staircase, raised his huge fist, and knocked 3 times on the castle gate. The gate opened immediately, and Professor McGonagall, who had met before, walked out slowly. "Here are the first-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said seriously. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take over next." Professor McGonagall politely returned to the camp, and then led the young wizards into the 1,000-year-old castle of Hogwarts, everything around nervously. The sorting was about to start, and most people were not in a relaxed mood. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall looked at everyone and said seriously, "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you go to the auditorium and take your seats, you must first confirm which college you will enter. In a few minutes, The sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students of the school. When it is ready, I will come and pick you up. During this period, please keep quiet." After speaking, Professor McGonagall walked towards the direction of the auditorium. Until she left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Professor McGonagall's serious face put a lot of pressure on everyone. How can they accurately sort us into which college? Ethan heard that this was Harry's voice. Maybe we need to pass some kind of test. I heard from my brother that this test is very harmful to our bodies. Ronald showed off in front of Harry again. It's just that his memory is not very good. The twins have deceived him countless times, but Ronald still believes the twins' lies. With Harry and Ronald taking the lead, the urgency of the crowd was raised. One by one, they began to talk about the gossip they knew. Some said they would duel with trolls, and some said they would perform magic on the spot. There was also a group of purebloods who firmly believed that as long as they had noble blood and excellent talents, they would definitely be assigned to Slytherin. What is that? A panicked voice that overwhelmed the whole audience sounded, attracting everyone's attention. The scene immediately became silent, and no one dared to act rashly. They saw more than 20 pearly white, translucent ghosts suddenly jumped out of the wall. Ethan watched the ghosts' every move. He had been to Diagon Alley and Nocturn Alley many times during this period, but he had never seen a ghost once. This time he had a chance, so Ethan naturally had to observe carefully. I just don't know what the difference is between Voldemort's current state and these ghosts, or whether the method of making Horcruxes refers to the birth of ghosts. The only thing that can be confirmed is that these ghosts have no entity, but I don't know whether they can use magic. Facing Dementors, which are also considered as magical animals without entity, which side is more powerful? Can ordinary spells or dark magic work on these ghosts? The more Ethan thought about it, the more he wanted to get a ghost to do experiments. "Move forward now," a sharp voice sounded. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. With the arrival of Professor McGonagall, these ghosts disappeared through the opposite wall. After organizing the formation, a group of young wizards followed Professor McGonagall out of the room, through the entrance hall, and then through a double door into the luxurious auditorium. At this time, students from other grades were sitting around 4 long tables according to their different colleges. Above the tables were thousands of candles floating in the air, which illuminated the entire auditorium. On the stage at the top of the auditorium, there was another long table, which was the seat for the professors. Sitting in the center was Dumbledore, wearing a luxurious dark blue robe, a flowing silver-white long hair with a small wizard hat, and a very well-trimmed long beard, and of course a long and crooked nose. Ethan and others were brought here by Professor McGonagall and lined up in a row, facing the 4 college students in front. After arranging all this, Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year freshman. On the stool was a pointed wizard hat, which was patched, worn, and dirty, and had a sense of history. Suddenly, the hat twisted, and a wide crack appeared on the edge of the hat, like a big mouth, and then it began to sing its annual self-entertainment with some strange melody. "You may think I am not beautiful." After 7 or 8 minutes, the Sorting Hat finally completed its annual self-entertainment program and received applause from the audience, not because of how well it sang, but because everyone cooperated. Now, I call whose name, who will immediately come forward to put on the hat and sit on the stool to wait for the sorting. Professor McGonagall took out the parchment and said to the little wizards, "The real show is finally here." Hannah Abbott, a ruddy-faced girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the queue. It was Hannah, who had just been on the same boat with Ethan and others. Obviously, she was super nervous at the moment. Put on the hat, and it took only a moment to hear the result. Hufflepuff. Ethan could clearly see that Hannah's nervous cheeks relaxed, and, at the same time, the people at the table on the right really applauded and cheered for Hannah's arrival. Susan Bones. Similarly, the result came out soon. Hufflepuff. Susan, who got the result, was not disappointed and ran to Hannah and sat down happily. And the Badgers of Hufflepuff were even more excited, clapping desperately. With the arrival of 2 consecutive freshmen, The Hufflepuff family will continue its past glory this year and become the college with the most freshmen. As freshmen came forward one after another, the long tables of the 4 colleges below burst into amazing enthusiasm. Hermione Granger. Hearing her name, Hermione almost ran to the stool and hurriedly put the hat on her head. This time it took a little longer, but it was not to the point of being embarrassed. Gryffindor. After all, she went to Gryffindor. What happened next was no different from what Ethan remembered. Neville went to Gryffindor and Draco went to Slytherin. The atmosphere on the scene reached its peak when Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. The cheers of the little lions almost overturned the roof of this 1,000-year-old castle. Cassandra Whalley. The slender girl with golden curly hair walked out of the remaining team with graceful steps. Just when the hat just touched Cassandra's head, the Sorting Hat screamed, "Slytherin!" Now was the turn of the little snakes to cheer. This time it was not the perfunctory applause as before, but they were really changing their cheers. Ethan Adrian. The whole team was empty, and now only Ethan was left. He walked forward with a nonchalant look on his face, put on the hat, and sat on the stool, ready to start his own sorting. Although he knew the unforgivable curse and had used the killing curse to harvest people's lives, he should be sent to Azkaban. But the Sorting Hat obviously did not read the memory to sort the wizards, but because it gathered the ideas of the 4 founders of the time, it sorted the wizards to the colleges that suited them. In this process, we can indeed understand some of the little wizards' ideas and their shining points, but that's all. For this, Ethan has undergone special training, that is, the transfer of thoughts, which is the most basic ability of brain occlusion. You have magic power far beyond your peers, extremely high talent for dark magic, and some ambitions, and you are greedy enough. You are really a good seedling. Sakura should be very happy to see you, but your ambition is a bit strange, but the other things are in line with it. I'm not a pure blood, not even a half-blood. Can I enter Slytherin? Ethan asked with some curiosity. Of course it is possible, but in the past few hundred years, everyone has misunderstood the concept of Slytherin. The Slytherin of the past was ambitious, shrewd, valued honor, judged the situation, protected themselves, and victory was supreme. The regretful voice of the Sorting Hat sounded in Ethan's mind. It knew that the wizards had misunderstood, but could not change it. Because this impression has been fixed, some wizards with this trait are unwilling to go to Slytherin, because it is already a gathering place for ambitious purebloods. These people often have nothing but ambition, but they just choose Slytherin. Although the Sorting Hat has the power to sort the houses, it cannot act completely on its own. It still has to consider the ideas of some young wizards, which is one of the reasons for the current situation. Actually, Azkaban is more suitable for you. I heard Dumbledore say that it is a gathering place for dark wizards and the cradle of dark magic. You will definitely achieve great success there. It's a pity that Azkaban is not included in Hogwarts. Some regretful voices sounded in Ethan's mind. Azkaban is a prison. Ethan was a little helpless. What's wrong with the prison? I once communicated with a professor of defense against the dark arts who returned to Hogwarts from Azkaban. He said that everyone there is talented and speaks well. I believe you will like it there too. The Sorting Hat was a little unconvinced. How could Ethan deny its judgment? The only pity is that Azkaban is not a Hogwarts school. I have heard Dumbledore sigh more than once that Azkaban has become a Hogwarts advanced class. So which school should I go to? I'll be with you for quite a while. Ethan didn't want to talk about Azkaban. What if those thoughts that can't be exposed are exposed? Why are you in a hurry? Sorting is a big deal and can't be rushed. The Sorting Hat's unhappy voice came. Okay, you continue. This is almost there, and he also has courage and adventurous spirit. Gryffindor is also quite suitable. Although the chivalry spirit is not very suitable, there is no perfect match these days. It's almost enough. Ravenclaw is not bad either, smart and wise, and very thirsty for knowledge. Boy, if you want to go to that school, talk to your hat. The nagging voice of the Sorting Hat sounded in Ethan's mind. Where is Hufflepuff? I have a good impression of this college. Hufflepuff? Integrity, loyalty, hard work, honesty. Which one do you meet? Wouldn't it be a disaster for them if I let you in? No, absolutely not. The Sorting Hat rejected it on the spot. Although it had to refer to the little wizard's ideas, it couldn't be too outrageous. Ravenclaw. Before Ethan could say anything else, the Sorting Hat announced the result loudly and left Ethan a message. Your ambition could be perfectly realized in Ravenclaw. According to the aesthetics of wizards, that is the college with the most beauties. Warm applause sounded from the direction of Ravenclaw. Ethan's arrival made them particularly excited. This is a hat embarrassment, and it lasted for more than 10 minutes. And every hat embarrassment is not an ordinary wizard, such as the current Hogwarts Vice Principal Professor McGonagall. Arriving at the long table of Ravenclaw, Ethan greeted the seniors and classmates one by one. As expected, there are many girls in Ravenclaw, and many of them are beautiful. The Sorting Hat never deceived me. As Ethan stepped down, the sorting ceremony was completely over. Professor McGonagall put away the Sorting Hat and the four-legged stool and sat down next to Dumbledore. Now it was Dumbledore's turn. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and opened his arms. It seemed that nothing made him happier than seeing the students gathered together. Welcome. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot, crybaby, scum, Carrie. Thank you, everyone. After he sat down again, everyone applauded and cheered. I don't know if they were applauding for Dumbledore or for the upcoming feast. Today's dinner can be said to be the most sumptuous in Hogwarts in a year, with roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled and baked potatoes, fried potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire puddings. At this moment, even the picky little wizard can find his favorite food. Not to mention that from Ethan's picky eyes, these foods taste really good. Ethan was almost done eating and started chatting with a pretty senior schoolmate next to him. Senior Clearwater, what has Dumbledore just said about idiots? Crybabies. Dregs. Twist. What exactly does that mean? It should be what each school thinks of other schools. Idiots. It means that our Ravenclaw wizards think they are the smartest, and students from other schools are idiots. Crybabies. It means that Gryffindor students think they are the most courageous, and students from other schools are cowards and like to cry babies. Dregs. Slytherin students think that they, the excellent purebloods, are the mainstream upper class in the wizarding world, and students from other schools are scraps and dregs. Twist. Hufflepuff students think they are loyal, upright, and united, while students from other schools are awkward and disunited. After thinking for a while, Penelope expressed her understanding. Penelope Clearwater, born in a Muggle family, is in the 5th grade this year. Thanks to her excellent grades and good management skills, she was just elected as the prefect this summer and is responsible for the reception of new students this year. In Ethan's eyes, Penelope is a good senior with brown hair, blue eyes, delicate face, and charming figure. Compared with flat girls like Cassandra and Hermione, Penelope is much more attractive. Oh, now that everyone is full, I want to say a few more words to everyone. After putting away all the uneaten food, Dumbledore stood up and faced the audience and used magic to expand his voice to the whole audience. At the beginning of the semester, I want to give you a few points of attention. First-year students, please note that no students are allowed to enter the forest area on the school grounds. Of course, some of us old students should also remember this. Dumbledore deliberately glanced at Gryffindor. Since the two little guys entered the school, this school has been noisy. Also, the administrator, Mr. Filch, also asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridor during class breaks. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Any students who are interested in joining the college representative team should contact Ms. Hooch. After hearing this news, the scene instantly became noisy. Many students talked about how good their skills were and how it was unjust for the Quidditch team not to let them join. It can be seen that Quidditch is very popular in Hogwarts. Finally, I must tell everyone that if you don't want to encounter an accident or a painful death, please don't enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Ethan shook his head. Dumbledore started to set a trap for Voldemort. It was clear that there was something in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. If there was no such sentence last year, it would also indicate that it was not there before. At the same time, this news attracted more than just Voldemort. For those adventurous little wizards in Gryffindor, this is an adventure paradise, especially the twin brothers. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together. Dumbledore said loudly. The smiles of other teachers seemed to freeze. As Dumbledore waved his wand, a golden ribbon floated in the air, twisting and coiling like a snake above the dining table, forming lines of text. Everyone chooses a tune they like. Ready, sing. So all the teachers and students stood up and sang loudly. The good school song was led astray by someone, not someone else, but the twin brothers again, because they chose Funeral March. Freshmen, follow me. I will take you to the dormitory. Penelope stood up and gathered the newly enrolled young eagles. In fact, there were only 10 of them. Every year, Ravenclaw is the college with the fewest students, and this year is no exception. Walking out of the auditorium, through the long corridor to the West Tower, and then there's a long spiral staircase which looks steep and long, as if it is endless. Well, it is very Ravenclaw-like. Or it can be said that the dormitories of the 4 colleges have their own characteristics. Eagles fight in the sky. Lions overlook the territory. Venomous snakes lie dark and humid, and honey badgers live underground. At the end of the spiral staircase, there is a wooden door without a handle. There is nothing on it except an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker inlaid on it. Unlike other colleges, we Ravenclaws can only enter if we answer the questions raised by this bronze door knocker correctly. Who among you will come and try? Penelope looked at the freshmen. Everyone looked at each other, and no one took the lead. Although those who can be assigned to Ravenclaw are all smart people, including smart ones, such as Lockhart, they will not easily put themselves in a potentially embarrassing situation without fully understanding the situation. Ethan, do you want to try? After looking around, Penelope looked at the little wizard who had just chatted with her happily, and even called her by name. According to the characteristics of the hat, Ethan is likely to be the best little wizard among the 4 colleges this year. No problem. Ethan stepped forward and wanted to try the water. How can you not go out at night when you come to Hogwarts? And you must open the door after the night tour. It is impossible to wait for other little eagles to answer and then follow them in light during the day. Knock on the door 3 times with the knocker, and it will ask a question. Ethan did as he was told. Suitable for proving the existence of a thing. A mysterious and magnetic voice sounded. Use it. Ethan replied affirmatively. Good answer. The knocker gave Ethan an affirmative answer and opened the door of the lounge. Penelope looked at Ethan with great appreciation. She had only seen Ethan among the freshmen who could answer the door ring question so quickly and accurately. Last year, the group of freshmen found the correct answer after thinking for a long time and trying and failing several times. Walking into the Ravenclaw common room, the interior presents a circular layout as a whole, with dark blue carpets on the floor, a dome with stars on the ceiling, elegant round windows on the wall, blue and bronze silk hanging, and a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in the middle of the lounge. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the books. Bookshelves are neatly arranged on the walls around, and 80% of the shelves are filled with books. Some of these precious books were collected by students of Ravenclaw and chose to stay here after graduation, and some were donated by graduates and the contributions of the deans of all generations. After all the little wizards entered, Penelope stepped forward again and delivered the annual customary speech. First of all, welcome to Ravenclaw. It mainly talked about the glory of Ravenclaw, the glory of the college, and their own pursuits. In the previous life, Ethan had been full of all kinds of chicken soup and had no special feelings, but the little wizards on the side were quite excited. After the speech, Penelope also breathed a sigh of relief. Everything went smoothly today, and before leaving, he set a rule of Hogwarts, which is universal. Boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory, but girls can enter the boys' dormitory. Ravenclaw's dormitory is a standard 4-person room. Bronze curtains hang above the 4 four-poster beds, and there are sky blue decorations around. Like the common room, the main colors are blue and bronze. Through the window of the room, you can clearly see the mountains and wilderness in the distance. as well as the Quidditch field below. There are 10 freshmen in Ravenclaw this year, and the boys just fill one dormitory. Terry Boot, who seems to have been sorted quite early, is a slightly thin black-haired boy who talks a lot. Michael Corner, who is tall and thin with brown hair, is more silent. Jean Croft, who is a little fat with blonde hair and likes to laugh. After putting away the luggage and washing up, Ethan climbed into bed. We definitely can't go out at night today. The stairs in Hogwarts will move, and we are not familiar with the road. It is a problem whether we can come back after going out. Before this summer, I couldn't imagine that there would be such a day that I would be a wizard. My parents are ordinary people. My father works in a bank, and my mother is a full-time housewife. When I received the admission letter, I thought it was a prank. But fortunately, Professor Sprout came to explain everything. Otherwise, I might not be able to come to Hogwarts. Terry Boot leaned on the bed and said to the two of them excitedly. He was excited to enter the magical world for the first time. As for me, I don't know if I am half-blood. My mother's wizard was also born to muggles. She said that after graduating from Hogwarts, she returned to the muggle world. My father is just an ordinary person. It's just that before receiving the admission letter, my mother never revealed her identity as a wizard. The moment she said it, my father was scared. Also, my mother originally studied at Hufflepuff, and I thought I would go to Hufflepuff too. Michael Corner was not so excited. On the contrary, he was a little worried. I learned from my mother that it is not easy for muggle-born wizards to find jobs after graduating from Hogwarts. And even if they find jobs, they are not good positions, so not many muggle wizards can stay in a wizarding world. For example, his mother has not used a wand for more than 10 years. That day, in order to prove that she was a wizard, his mother searched for a wand at home and finally found it in the innermost utility room. My parents are both wizards. My mother graduated from Slytherin and my father graduated from Gryffindor. Now, they both work in the Ministry of Magic. My father said that it was my mother who chased her first. Before I came in, they were still discussing whether I would go to Gryffindor or Slytherin. I didn't expect. Jean Croft, listening to him, Ethan always felt that this was a standard template of a protagonist from a wizard family, especially if he had some talent. My situation is the same as Terry's. My family is ordinary people. Professor McGonagall came to answer the admission. Ethan also briefly talked about his situation. By the way, Ethan, you spent more than 10 minutes on the sorting today. I heard from the seniors next to you that it was a joke. How did you do it? Terry was a little curious about this. He learned from others that this was a very remarkable thing. I didn't do anything. It was just that the sorting hat was struggling with which house I should go to. Ethan would naturally not say that the sorting hat was telling him about Azkaban. The sorting hat is so confused that it must be suitable for multiple houses. You must be very good. No wonder the seniors are so excited. Terry sighed. He had just put on the hat for only 2 or 3 seconds, and it was confirmed. However, it was not bad to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Next, the four of them talked about many topics from Diagon Alley, Gringotts, choosing wands, holiday life, to today's Hogwarts Express. But most of the time it was Terry who talked, and Ethan, Michael, and Jean occasionally echoed a few words. But not long after, the dormitory gradually became quiet. At first, Michael fell asleep, and then Jean stopped moving. Terry couldn't stand it anymore, and after saying goodnight to Ethan, he also fell asleep, rushed to the station early in the morning, and then took the train for more than 10 hours. Now that he was full, he was prone to sleepiness. It was good to be able to hold on until now. Ethan was staring at his panel at this moment. Since entering Hogwarts, he has completed a total of 2 achievements. Hogwarts. Hogwarts, 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 please teach us knowledge. Whether we are bald old men or children with broken knees, our minds can accept some interesting mistakes because our brains are empty, full of air, dead flies, and trivialities. Teach us some valuable knowledge. Give us back what we have forgotten. You just need to work hard and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until it turns into dung. Achievement goal: arrive at Hogwarts, January 1st. Achievement reward: random talent. Ravenclaw. We come from the lakeside. We are wise and knowledgeable. We love to study. We are different from ordinary people. We are far-sighted. We never give up. We are Ravenclaw. Achievement goal. Join Ravenclaw Academy 1/1. Achievement reward. Thinking ability, spell talent, alchemy talent are improved. This reward is a bit generous. The talent ability is definitely better than the reward of magic. And the reward for joining Ravenclaw can only be said to be great. Ethan already has a double learning talent improvement, as well as bonus wizard talent, double black magic talent, and potion talent. Now he has gained improvements in thinking ability, spell talent, and alchemy talent. I can only say that this buff is too thick. This random talent is also good. Flame Affinity improves the control and power of fire magic. The deeper the understanding of fire magic, the greater the improvement. This world does not divide any elemental magic, but there are magic involving various elements. There are relatively many fire ones, such as the Fierce Fire spell, Fire Escape Protection, and Fire God opening the way. Ethan was most impressed by Grindelwald's gas stove, which is really powerful and gorgeous. The next day, just after 7 o'clock, Ethan woke up early from his sleep. This has become a habit. Taking out the schedule that was delivered with the gift yesterday, Ethan found that the courses at Hogwarts were arranged quite easily. There are 8 courses: Charms, Transfiguration, Potions, Herbology, Defense against the Dark Arts, Flying, History of Magic, and Astronomy. Flying, History of Magic, and Astronomy are all 1 class per week, and the rest are 2 classes per week. Each class is 1 hour long, and there is a half-hour break between the next class. Except for the 2 consecutive classes during Potions, other classes are separated. Class time is from 9 to 11:30 in the morning and from 1:30 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The astronomy class is on Wednesday night. The 4 colleges all have classes together. There are only about 70 freshmen in total, and 1 classroom can accommodate them completely. Besides, if they were separated, there would be only 1 professor for each subject, but he would have to teach 7 grades, and there would be 2 groups of 14 classes. Many professors also have other duties, such as the dean. As the dean, he would have to deal with some affairs of his own college. When teaching, he would have to prepare lessons, correct homework, and prepare for exams. If you count it this way, the professors would not be able to survive. Even cattle and horses cannot be used like this. There is only 1 Transfiguration class this morning, which started at 9 o'clock. It was still early. The other 3 were still sleeping soundly, and Ethan did not wake them up. He washed up and left the dormitory. "Senior, good morning." When he came to the common room, Ethan saw Penelope at a glance. Of course, in addition to her, there were also several seniors, each holding a book and reading. They were all really diligent. "Morning, Ethan. Are you used to living in Ravenclaw's dormitory?" Penelope raised her head and greeted Ethan with a smile. "It feels okay. I don't like beds." Ethan sat down next to Penelope and saw the book, Standard Spells V, in her hand. "It's 7:30. Let's go and have breakfast with senior sister." Penelope stood up and stretched, revealing her perfect curves. She is really well developed at the age of 16 and has no lack of nutrition. Senior sister got up early to read books. Following Penelope, Ethan asked curiously, "Getting up at 6 o'clock to read books is not too early." Then he added, "This year there will be O, W, L, and S exams. I also want to get O in all subjects. I can't do it without being serious." "Senior sister, it should be no problem. Being able to be a prefect is enough to prove their excellence, especially the prefect of Ravenclaw. A mere exam will definitely not be difficult for them. O, W, L, and S exams are ordinary wizard level exams, which are held in the 5th year and are directly related to the study of subsequent courses. There's also an N, E, W, T, S exam in the 7th grade, which is a senior wizard exam. The results of this exam are directly related to the development after graduation. Only those who get high scores can become core members of the Ministry of Magic. This is indeed not very difficult. But forget it. I won't talk about it." Penelope lost interest after saying this. If it was just the exam, she would definitely be among the top students in her class, but it would not work when it comes to other aspects. So she can only improve her evaluation as much as possible to add more opportunities for herself after graduation. Ethan also knew what she wanted to say, but it was better to pretend that he didn't know. The class solidification of wizards is indeed too serious, much more serious than that of muggles. Soon, the two came to the auditorium. Whether it was a meeting, a meal, or a holiday celebration, they all came to this auditorium. The breakfast was just so, far less rich than last night. Milk, oatmeal, boiled potatoes, bread, ham, eggs, bacon. Take it yourself. There are a total of 142 staircases in Hogwarts. Some stairs will change. For example, you only want to go to the 3rd floor, but you arrive at the 5th floor. It is not uncommon for new wizards to be late because of this problem. It's still early now. I'll take you for a walk. After wiping her mouth elegantly, Penelope said to Ethan, "Okay, thank you, senior sister." Of course, Ethan would not refuse such a good thing. After all, it's easy to travel at night if you are familiar with the roads of Hogwarts. There is no good without reason in this world. Penelope is so enthusiastic because of Ethan's idiocy. She wants to make as many connections as possible. However, she found that Ethan is not only handsome, but also speaks well and is quite pleasant to get along with. He is just a little younger, so he is more sincere and treats him as a friend. Among the 3 idiocies in this world, the dead Peter Pettigrew has obtained the first-class badge of the Merlin Knights. The remaining 2 are even more amazing. One is Professor McGonagall, and the other is Professor Flitwick. Some news says that Flitwick is also idiocy. He couldn't decide between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and finally went to Ravenclaw, which is exactly the opposite of Professor McGonagall. Ethan, who has the same talent, may also be able to reach the same level as them. A professor of a college has a very high status in the wizarding world. Who among the graduates of this college doesn't buy them a little face? And the reason why Penelope is like this is that there is a bad precedent in the past. Penelope, who was born as a muggle wizard, had a senior who took good care of her when she entered school. She was also born as a muggle. After graduating 2 years ago, she was rejected by the Ministry of Magic from many interviews. Various large magic industries were unwilling to accept her. Finally, after working as a temporary worker in Hogsmeade Village for 3 months, she chose to leave the wizarding world. This summer vacation, Penelope also visited this senior and found that she was not living well in the muggle world and became a cashier in a bakery. Now she's almost 20 years old, has not even finished junior high school, has no skills, can't use magic, and can't find a good job at all. However, the senior has adapted to the life of muggles and started a relationship. But Penelope doesn't want to return to the muggle world like this senior. She wants to change her fate. Don't walk along the wall on this staircase. Otherwise, the floor it will reach is completely random. And this, you can't run on the stairs. If you run, it will be out of place, and sometimes there will be a gap for people to fall. Okay, these are the moving stairs. Do you remember them? Remember, please help me, senior. It's no exaggeration to say that Ethan's memory is now photographic, and there is no pressure to remember the rules of these stairs. Well, it's almost time for class. I have to rush to the spell class now. Looking at the back of the senior who left in a hurry, Ethan turned around and went to the Transfiguration classroom. As a class leader, Penelope is responsible for taking care of the freshmen, but there is no need to do this. Ethan also knows the reason for this, but she doesn't hate it. There's a reward for every effort, and she just invested in advance. Besides, who can refuse the initiative of a big wave senior? On the 2nd floor of Hogwarts, Ethan walked into the Transfiguration classroom. The first thing that caught his eye was the tabby cat lying on the podium. There was a circle of patterns around the eyes of the tabby cat, just like the glasses worn by Professor McGonagall. Ethan didn't dare to look at it anymore and hurried into the classroom. Several of his roommates were sitting and chatting. Seeing Ethan's arrival, they hurriedly greeted him. "Ethan, we didn't see you after we woke up. Where have you been for so long?" Getting familiar with the environment of Hogwarts with the senior, Ethan sat down directly next to Michael and didn't hide anything about it. "Senior Penelope?" Terry guessed the answer at a glance. Judging from the situation yesterday, Senior Penelope treated Ethan and other freshman Ravenclaw students differently. "Yeah, you are so lucky." Terry was a little envious. It was almost time for class. All the Ravenclaws had arrived, and Ethan was the last one. Looking around, the classroom is almost full. It seems that there are still a few people missing from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. His eyes collided with Cassandra, but she turned her head away the next moment. Ethan found that Cassandra was sitting alone in the Slytherin group and did not choose to sit with others. Hermione had a desk mate, and the two were still chatting. Now, they seemed to be harmonious. It should be her roommate. After observing Ethan chatting with his roommate in the classroom, he suddenly noticed that a little wizard's movements were a little weird. There's fun again. Ethan immediately sat up straight and looked towards the podium without blinking. A little witch from Hufflepuff was approaching the podium cautiously, with her hands in her pockets, as if holding something. Ethan remembered that her name seemed to be Crossan Pullman. On the side of the podium, in order not to alarm the tabby cat, Crossan slowly took out the things in her pocket, dried fish. Carrying snacks with her, she is worthy of being called Hufflepuff. Holding the dried fish in one hand, she slowly approached the tabby cat, and the other hand was suspended in the air, ready to stroke the tabby cat when it was eating. She had a main C*** N cat with catkin blood at home, which she had raised since childhood. If it were not for Hogwarts, where only owls, mice, and toads could be brought to school, she would definitely bring her own cat. She had not stroked a cat for 2 days, and the addiction had long been gone. Now that she saw a very cool cat, how could she miss it? If she could use the food she brought with her to lure it back to Hufflepuff, she could raise a cat openly. After all, it was not brought by herself, but a native cat of Hogwarts. Just when the dried fish was about 20 centimeters away from the cat's mouth, a group of Hufflepuff students walked in from outside the door. One of the girls quickly stepped forward, grabbed Crossan's hand, and dragged her back. Just now, she was telling her friends on the way that Professor McGonagall might turn to a cat to test us, but she was just a step late, and this friend she just met yesterday almost fell into the trap. When she was about 9 years old, her sister enrolled in Gryffindor College of Hogwarts. At her request, she wrote some interesting stories about Hogwarts for herself, and she mentioned this incident. A group of little witches from Hufflepuff before the first Transfiguration class surrounded Professor McGonagall's cat and wanted to touch it, and she was scared to death. Ethan could clearly see that the tabby cat glanced at the little witch. It was obvious that the old cat lady was really fishing for law enforcement, and the little witch ruined Professor McGonagall's good deeds. Soon, the bell for class rang, but Professor McGonagall still did not appear. Although there was no teacher, no one dared to play and fight in the classroom, because Professor McGonagall left a serious and rigid impression on the little wizards yesterday. If you dare to make trouble in her class, you will obviously not get a good result. About 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall still hadn't arrived. Some of the young wizards couldn't sit still and started to whisper. Everyone was guessing why Professor McGonagall was late. Ethan even heard a few young wizards talking about whether Professor McGonagall forgot to attend class because of a date. Ethan was shocked to hear this. They were so bold to guess. It wasn't until the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open that the scene quieted down. Ronald and Harry made a brilliant appearance. The two looked around the classroom nervously at first, and when they found that Professor McGonagall hadn't arrived, they were obviously relieved. If they weren't caught, they wouldn't be late. Ronald even said to Harry excitedly, "Can you imagine how ugly old McGonagall would look if he knew we were late?" Ethan, who heard all this clearly, just wanted to say one sentence: "What a trick! No matter how old a woman is, she doesn't like to hear the word old." As expected, as Ronald finished speaking, the tabby cat in the lecture jumped down from the stage, and his body began to twist and deform. Before landing, he had already turned into Professor McGonagall. Ronald, who had just smiled because Professor McGonagall had not arrived, froze immediately. Although Professor McGonagall looked unhappy, he finally achieved his goal. In the first Transfiguration class for freshmen every year, Professor McGonagall would use the Animagus form to fish for law enforcement. The goal was to highlight the power of Transfiguration, attract the interest of young wizards, and shock them. "That's amazing," Ronald complimented, hoping to avoid punishment. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps turning Mr. Potter and Lee into a pocket watch would be more effective." Maybe you will know the meaning of being on time. Apparently, Professor McGonagall still had a grudge against the phrase, Old McGonagall. We are lost. Harry was a little worried about being late for the first class, and the one who was his own dean, so he quickly explained. Then turn it into a map. After all, Professor McGonagall didn't make it too difficult for the two. You don't need a map to find your seat. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and complex magic you will learn in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes swept all the little wizards present. If anyone dares to be naughty in my class, I will ask him to leave and never come back. The little wizards sat upright and did not dare to breathe. Even the Slytherins were not on good terms with Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall looked at the performance of the little wizards below with satisfaction, and then tapped the podium with a wand in his hand, turning it into a pig. The pig also circled the classroom, and finally returned to its original position and restored its appearance as a podium. This operation caused a burst of exclamations from the little wizards below. As a veteran professor for many years, McGonagall knows how to pull the emotions of students. Then Professor McGonagall waved his wand, and the next moment the empty blackboard was filled with the basic theory of transfiguration and various precautions. Unlike other magic, transfiguration has no fixed spells and formulas. Of course, beginners can use quick transfiguration as a spell to assist in casting. Relying on the understanding of the essence of magic through your own huge mental power, based on magic, the things in your mind can be transformed into the real world, changing the properties and structure of objects, and it must be something you have sufficient knowledge of. Professor McGonagall pointed at the knowledge points on the blackboard with his wand and explained to the young wizards. However, transfiguration cannot produce food, let alone eat the food produced by transfiguration. Secondly, it cannot change the quantity. A feather pen cannot produce 2 pigeons. Finally, transfiguration is not something out of nothing. It must have a certain medium. After Professor McGonagall finished explaining, the young wizards took out their feather pens and took notes. Although Ethan knew all this knowledge, he still recorded it. After the explanation, it was time for practice. Professor McGonagall gave each young wizard a match. The next topic was to turn the match into a needle. Professor McGonagall did not intend to let these little wizards complete this learning in one class. This is a long process, but once completed, transfiguration will be considered as an entry. The transformation between still objects is the simplest, especially between objects of the same small size and simple. I want you to become a needle, not a charcoal. Calm down and focus. No matter how much you poke the match with your wand, it will not change. Professor McGonagall kept walking in the classroom corridor, correcting the mistakes of the little wizards. Especially on Hufflepuff's side, Professor McGonagall stayed for a particularly long time. Ethan, how did you do it? Michael looked at the match in front of Ethan, which was constantly changing in 3 sizes after it turned into a needle, and exclaimed. The two sitting in front also turned their heads. Their matches had not changed at all, but Ethan had succeeded. The gap was too big. At this moment, everyone wanted to hear what tricks Ethan had. The more specific the image of a needle in your mind is, the easier it will be to succeed. Also, control your magic power, don't light the match, and finally read what Professor McGonagall wrote on the blackboard before trying again. I actually practiced transfiguration during the summer vacation, so I succeeded so quickly. As long as you understand what Professor McGonagall said, even if you can't turn into a needle directly, it's still no problem to change. But it's really hard to say how to change specifically. Mr. Adrian, a very good transfiguration. Professor McGonagall walked to Ethan's side, looked at the scene in front of him, and said with great satisfaction, When I first visited him, I felt that Ethan had a high talent for transfiguration, but it was a pity that he still didn't come to Gryffindor. Because of Mr. Adrian's excellent transfiguration spell, Ravenclaw gets 5 points. Picking up the needle that Ethan had transformed, Professor McGonagall announced in public. In an instant, the eyes of the whole classroom turned to Ethan, and the little eagles of Ravenclaw were particularly excited, and applause broke out. It's him again. Yesterday's had embarrassment, today's transfiguration class, a mudblood. Why is he always the one who steals the show? Draco Malfoy, looked at Ethan fiercely, but didn't dare to show it. After all, he really couldn't beat Ethan. He didn't dare to tell his father. If he said that he was beaten by a mudblood, such a shameful thing would be unspeakable. He didn't dare to tell the senior students of Slytherin. If they knew, the Malfoy family might be ridiculed for 2.5 years. Cassandra and Hermione increased the speed of waving their wands. They both wanted to compete with Ethan today, especially Cassandra. She lost the fire spell competition on the train yesterday, but she was fighting in the Transfiguration class today, overwhelmed Ethan's idea of winning glory for Slytherin. "Thank you, Professor." Ethan smiled and thanked. Just now, at the moment when Professor McGonagall added points, another achievement was completed. Points, slave. Points, constantly rising points. I can give everything for higher points. Achievement goal. Add points to the school once, 1-to-1. Achievement reward. Transfiguration talent improvement. This reward is really necessary. Maybe it's the points added in the Transfiguration class, so it's the Transfiguration talent. One class lasted only an hour, not long. When the class was about to end, there was a cry from Slytherin. "Professor McGonagall, we Slytherins also succeeded." This was the voice of a little wizard who was a little excited. He was looking in the direction of Cassandra, and he was quite excited. If you didn't know him, you would think he succeeded. Although he didn't win the first place, he also beat Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall walked over and smiled. She didn't expect that 2 little wizards would succeed in the first class. She didn't have any prejudice against Slytherin, but it was a pity that there was no one in her own academy who was not successful. After showing the silver-white needle, she announced, "Ms. Volley also succeeded. Slytherin added 2 points." But Cassandra was not very happy. "Professor McGonagall, do you have time to answer a few questions for me?" After class, Ethan ran towards Professor McGonagall. Compared to spells, Ethan's progress in Transfiguration this summer was much slower, and he was always stuck at the second step, which was a transformation of still life in animals. "Of course." Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile. Before entering Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said that Ethan could ask her if he had any questions he didn't understand. This was, of course, no joke, even though Ethan had not entered Gryffindor College. "Come with me first, let's talk in the office." She took Ethan away with her. In her opinion, Ethan's level was not at the same level as these little wizards, and the questions he asked were definitely not what should be taught at this stage. For these little wizards who couldn't even master the basics, knowing more advanced knowledge was completely useless. They would only think more and still fail to transform. Volume, really too volume. The moment Ethan approached Professor McGonagall, Cassandra's eyes were fixed on Ethan. I didn't expect that after Ethan had completed a small goal of Transfiguration, he would still go to the professor for extra lessons. He didn't give others a chance to live. Such a person deserves to die. From the first time I saw Ethan, I knew that this person was a hard worker, and he also took me with him. After all, that normal little wizard would buy all the textbooks until graduation before entering school. He couldn't get ahead. He couldn't get ahead at all. I don't know if this person is studying during his sleep time, and he is studying hard at the cost of his life. Cassandra felt depressed when she thought of this, but she soon cheered up and strode out of the classroom. There were no classes in the morning, so she went to the library. Thanks to the completion of Transfiguration, she and Ethan had no homework. She was the pride of Slytherin, and she couldn't just give up. And Hermione looked down at her match that had changed in material, that is, the iron match, and then looked at Ethan following Professor McGonagall and Cassandra, who was leaving. He immediately put the iron match in his pocket and walked quickly to the Gryffindor dormitory. He must succeed in transformation today. The other little wizards didn't think so much. The main theme of the British Academy is happy education. They were still discussing how to write homework. The wizarding world also has homework. When the class was about to end, Professor McGonagall assigned a 1-foot, just over 30 centimeters, Transfiguration paper to be handed in the next Transfiguration class. "Professor McGonagall, let me show you first." In the office, Ethan took out a button and turned into a small and exquisite beetle at the moment when the wand pointed at the button. From the appearance, Ethan's transformed beetle is no different from the real beetle. Whether it is the 8 legs below, the pattern on the back shell, or the antennae on the top of the head, these are impeccable, but it just won't move. According to the theory in intermediate transfiguration, Ethan did not succeed no matter what. Still life to still life to animal, animal to animal, transformation of fantastic beasts and spells, and finally mythical creatures. These are the stages that Ethan thinks. Knowing that the upper limit of transfiguration is extremely high, Ethan initially focused on transfiguration except for occlumency, but the progress was limited to the basic transfiguration guide, which is the first stage. It's not that he didn't ask the 3 people in Nocturn Alley, but the 3 of them didn't understand it themselves. There was no choice but to put transfiguration aside and focus on spells. Very good transfiguration, better than I was back then. Professor McGonagall took the beetle in his hand and observed it, saying that it was invisible, but it was only 1 step away. It's still a little bit of cognition. When performing transfiguration, it doesn't become a living thing, the living thing you imagine, but it is a living thing. This requires, although Professor McGonagall's words were a bit vague, Ethan still understood some of it. This is still related to consciousness. Transfiguration in subjective consciousness, thinking that it is oneself who gives it transformation and life, often can only have its form. Only subconsciously, deep in the heart, it is already recognized that this is the creature that one wants to transform. Can it be successful? But will it really not make oneself schizophrenic? Then Ethan took out the intermediate transfiguration. Ethan wrote down all the problems he encountered at the beginning, and he also had his own opinions in many places. Professor McGonagall saw this and took it directly, while flipping through it and answering the questions above. It is well written, with his own opinions, although there are still some problems. So, you put it here first, and when I have time, I will help you answer it, and I will leave a small note in it. It is definitely impossible to explain all at once. Later, she will go to teach the little wizards in the 3rd grade, so now she can only choose this method. And her Transfiguration Club was established for wizards who have participated in the O.W.L.S. exams after the 5th grade, have excellent Transfiguration scores, and are interested in it. Ethan is only in the 1st grade, and it is not suitable even if he has high talent. Hogwarts has not had a master of Transfiguration since herself, and she is very much looking forward to Ethan becoming the next one, so she will not be stingy with her knowledge. Thank you, Professor. Ethan was overjoyed, and this would take up a lot of personal time. I took a look, and some of your ideas are very novel, which I have never considered before, which is also good for me. I also recommend that you subscribe to the Transfiguration Today magazine, 5 gold galleons a year, which will be helpful to you. Without systematic learning, the sudden inspiration is often very bold and novel. Although there are many problems, it also gives Professor McGonagall a new direction for thinking. After asking a few more questions that he couldn't figure out, Ethan stood up and said goodbye when the class was almost about to start. When leaving the office, Ethan was very satisfied. Just some of the questions that Professor McGonagall had just answered were at least enough for his transfiguration to continue to move forward. Ravenclaw Common Room. Ethan ignored the gazes of his roommates Terry and the other 2 and walked straight to another direction. Senior, can I sit here? Ethan held the book, Alternative Spells of Transfiguration, in his hand and came to the sofa and smiled at a quiet girl with black hair and black eyes who was reading a book. Generally, when there are no classes, the young wizards of Ravenclaw like to read in the library or the common room, so there are not many empty seats in the common room. If Ethan has to choose between roommates and seniors, it is naturally better to sit with the senior. There is only one Asian in the whole Hogwarts, and she is completely different from the one in the movie, with a fresh and elegant beauty. Ah, you sit. The senior immediately moved aside to leave more space for Ethan. Qiu Zhang still knew Ethan, a had embarrassment assigned to Ravenclaw. Ethan didn't rush to talk, and began to look through the books in his hand, which he had just found from the internal library of Ravenclaw. Being able to publish a book and pass it down, it can prove that he has his own understanding of Transfiguration and that someone agrees with his views. On the other side, Terry, Michael, and Jean were worrying about the parchment. The Transfiguration paper was due this Wednesday. Although in class, after listening to Ethan's explanation, the The 3 matches changed without turning into charcoal, but the 3 of them had not yet figured out how to write the paper. They just wanted Ethan to come over and listen to his opinion. Maybe they could get some clues. Unexpectedly, this guy went to flirt with the senior again. Now the 3 of them have seen Ethan's true nature. Don't you do your homework? Xiao Zhang closed the book and put it down, pointing to the little wizards on the side, and asked Ethan curiously. Ravenclaw students never leave homework overnight, usually finish it on the same day, which is completely opposite to Gryffindor. Actually, I don't really need to write, because I have completed today's Transfiguration task. Ethan smiled slightly and gave an answer that Xiao Zhang did not expect. She is a sophomore who has just been promoted this year. Last year, no one in her class could complete the transformation of a matchstick in the first class. She knows how difficult it is. For her, it was the second week, that is, the third class, when she perfectly turned the matchstick into a needle. Her progress is quite fast. She is worthy of being called Hat Embarrassment. Even the sorting hat is entangled with this little wizard. This talent is really high. Senior sister is planning to adulterate the selection of the Quidditch Academy team. Ethan also saw the book Flying with the Artillery Team in Xiao Zhang's hand. Just by looking at the title, he knew that it was related to Quidditch. Well, the Quidditch selection will start in a few days. I don't know if I can be selected. Now I want to learn more Quidditch skills. Xiao Zhang nodded. She likes Quidditch very much, and her goal is to be a seeker. If it's the senior, it's definitely okay. Ethan said with certainty. In the original book, Xiao Zhang was a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. I hope so, Xiao Zhang. The senior stretched out her right hand with a smile on her face. Ethan Adrian. The 3 roommates who kept an eye on Ethan looked at this scene and couldn't help shaking their heads. They started chatting so quickly. Is the senior so easy to flirt with? They all began to suspect that Ethan had entered Ravenclaw. They heard from the senior that as a hat, he had the characteristics of multiple colleges. Among Ravenclaw and other colleges, the reason why Ethan came to Ravenclaw might be because the seniors in Ravenclaw were of the highest quality. This is recognized by all Hogwarts. After all, which college received more love letters than Ravenclaw? The afternoon class was History of Magic. After the public execution in the Transfiguration class in the morning, Harry and Ronald were finally not late. Because before Ethan came, the 2 of them had already had a fight with Draco Malfoy. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, they might have fought. Because of Ethan's intervention, at this point in time, the grudge between them was even greater than in the original book. Before sitting down, Ethan also greeted Hermione and Cassandra. Cassandra nodded in response. Among all the Hogwarts classmates, only Ethan could be her opponent, which led to her treating Ethan differently from others. If other people greeted her, they would probably be ignored by her. Hermione responded with a puffed face. She remembered that when she got up early this morning to eat breakfast, Ethan and the female head of Ravenclaw were talking and laughing together, and at noon, they were replaced by an Asian girl. Obviously, I came first. As a result, every time we met, I was either said to have big front teeth or big front teeth. The bell rang, and a ghost who looked very old floated in. Finally, I know why the History of Magic is the most boring course. Cuthbert Binns' voice is so deep that it seems like hypnosis. He doesn't ask questions and doesn't care what the students are doing. He just reads the textbook. Less than 10 minutes into the class, at least 1/3 of the students have already laid down. The rest are either whispering or playing wizard chess games with their desk mates on parchment. Anyway, few people listen to the class seriously. History is very interesting, not to mention the fantasy history of wizards. For example, the process and adventures of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the major events of Hogwarts in the past 1,000 years, the development of the wizarding world, the impact of the anti-witch movement in the Middle Ages on wizards, etc. It's just that Cuthbert Binns made the history of magic boring. Ethan also lay on the table with his eyes closed to rest, preparing for tonight's night tour. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the little wizards in the same dormitory had fallen asleep. Ethan gently tapped the pillow with his wand to change it into his own appearance, so that even if someone got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, they would not notice anything. Then he took out his suitcase that had been cast with the traceless expansion spell and shrunk it with the shrinking spell and put it in his pocket. Silently. Traceless. After using 2 spells, Ethan opened the door of the dormitory and walked directly to the common room. As expected, the common room was empty at this moment. After leaving the common room, today's night tour was mostly successful. Night tour is an old tradition of Hogwarts. The learning career of wizards who have not been on a night tour is incomplete. The school is also deliberately indulgent in this regard. If it really wants to ban it, it can be said that Dumbledore's eyes are all over the campus. Those moving armor, moving paintings, and even Peeves and ghosts can provide him with convenience. Once this happens, who else can go on night tour? So the little wizards who can understand this all know that the rule of Hogwarts is that only if you are caught, it is considered a violation. But this also explains why so many Hogwarts graduates go to Azkaban for further study. If you don't follow the rules during school, it's not a violation if you don't get caught. And after graduation, this habit will naturally continue. But if you're not good at learning and are caught, you need to go to Azkaban for further study. Walking on the spiral staircase, Ethan's goal at this moment is also very clear: the room of requirement. Ethan also remembers the location, which is on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opposite the tapestry, where the troll hit the silly Barnabas with a stick. Normally, it is invisible and it won't come out, but as long as you concentrate on thinking about the place you need and walk through that wall 3 times, a very smooth door will appear on the wall, and then you will enter the room of requirement. The only trouble is that the principal's office is also on the 8th floor, and Dumbledore sometimes uses the room of requirement as a toilet. If he were to encounter it, it would be troublesome. Ethan didn't think his magic could escape his eyes, even if he used shadow stealth. He actually got the achievement. Just as Ethan walked out of the tower belonging to Ravenclaw, the achievement prompt came again. Sure enough, there are surprises everywhere. Rules. Rules? What rules? My rules are the rules. Achievement goal: violation of Hogwarts school rules, 1-to-1. Achievement reward: improved physical fitness, increased upper limit. In an instant, Ethan felt like he was electrocuted. His whole body was numb and trembling. If he hadn't been holding on to the wall, he would have fallen down. This feeling came and went quickly. Ethan, who recovered, had an illusion that he could kill a cow with 1 punch. At the same time, Ethan also felt that his magic power had increased significantly. This is also related to Ethan's talent, strong body. Through exercise, physical fitness is improved while improving the adaptability of magic power. That is, magic power. Now, directly improving physical fitness will indirectly improve magic power, but I don't know where the upper limit is and whether I can compete with Hagrid in the future. Hey, you two again. Just as he stepped on the stairs to the 2nd floor, Ethan heard a sharp and rampant voice. George, Fred, where's the dung egg you promised me last semester? No one could deceive Peeves. Meow. A cat meowed upstairs, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. It was obviously Filch who heard the noise and rushed over. Adrian, don't stand there. Follow us and run. Ethan stood there without moving, but 2 little wizards who looked the same ran towards Ethan quickly and directly pointed out Ethan's location, with a black-skinned fat man chasing behind them. Ethan was confused. No, my disillusionment charm is fake. This thing smiled with its mouth wide open, floating in the air without touching the ground. Ethan knows some information about Peeves. It is not a ghost, but can have a physical body and touch objects. It was born with Hogwarts Castle and is born to play pranks. Peeves, all petrified. With a flick of the wand, Peeves immediately turned gray and fell from midair, and then Ethan quickly followed the Weasley brothers. Not long after, the 2 brothers opened a secret door and motioned Ethan to follow. After removing the disillusionment spell, Ethan was sandwiched between them. After entering, he found that the passage was narrow and dark. The Weasley in front used the illumination spell. After walking a long distance, he finally left the passage and successfully arrived at an abandoned classroom. I am George Weasley, and this is my brother Fred Weasley. Adrian, we know you. My brother told me that on the Hogwarts Express, you helped him teach Malfoy a lesson, and your petrification spell, just now, was quite handsome. A Weasley put his arm around Ethan's shoulders, looking quite enthusiastic. Although the Malfoys and the Weasleys are relatives, they are extremely hostile to each other, and they also know that the other side is backed by Voldemort and Dumbledore. For this reason, Lucius Malfoy would make things difficult for Arthur Weasley whenever he had the chance, and embarrassed him many times, and Draco also laughed at their family. Those who helped Ronald deal with Malfoy were their friends. That's why they reminded Ethan to run away. Ethan Adrian, nice to meet you. But how did you see through my disillusionment spell? My own spell level should not be so bad. It was actually seen through by a third-year wizard. This is it. It can clearly show every wizard in Hogwarts. Look at Filch, who is looking around like a headless fly, and we have already reached the 5th floor. Fred took out a piece of parchment and pointed it to Ethan. At this moment, the names of the 4 people were together. This was found in Filch's office last school year. While telling them a lot of Hogwarts secret passages, it also provided great help for night tours. Looking at the names of Prongs, Moony, Wormtail, and Padfoot, it is indeed the Marauders map, but I didn't expect them to get it so early. The original book seems to have appeared in the 3rd grade. We think you shouldn't be sorted in a Ravenclaw, but Gryffindor. Really, I've never seen that little wizard go out at night, right after school. Even we dared to do so a month later. The twins talked back and forth. When they saw Ethan's name appearing in the hall, they couldn't believe their eyes. Ravenclaw's little eagle actually went out at night, just after school started. I even suspected that there was something wrong with the sorting hat. This performance was definitely a standard Gryffindor too bold. Since getting the Marauders map, according to observation, the Gryffindor Night Tour team is the largest. Not counting the 2 brothers and Lee Jordan, who was occasionally pulled out, the other students are not quiet. The second is the Slytherin students. Their traces can be found from time to time. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are almost gone except for a few exceptions. Actually, the sorting hat also said that I have the spirit of Gryffindor, but after thinking about it, I still chose Ravenclaw. Okay, you're a hat shy. You can't judge with common sense, but we still think you should come a Gryffindor. George said undeniably. A little wizard who likes night outings and beats Slytherin. It would be a waste of talent if he didn't come to Gryffindor. You can't say that. There are many little witches in Ravenclaw, and they are beautiful. You should admit this. Ethan gave the 2 of them a look that could only be understood. Pa, damn it. Why didn't I think of this before? I should have let George go to Ravenclaw. His intelligence can prove that I am smart. Fred slapped his forehead fiercely. Some of his classmates are already in love, but the object is also Gryffindor. Some have confessed to the little witches in Ravenclaw, but were rejected with the reason of, you are too stupid. Why not you go? Fred looked at George. Although it is important to find a girlfriend in the future, Gryffindor is still the best college in his heart. I'm your brother. You should listen to me. Fred patted George's shoulder and said solemnly, you were just born a little earlier than me. Okay, you 2 are both born Gryffindors. You can't go to Ravenclaw. Ethan interrupted the 2. He didn't want to see them playing tricks now. You're right. We are born Gryffindors. The brothers said at the same time, the argument just now was just a joke. Just now you said that the disillusionment charm is useless. Filch should not have this map. Ethan still didn't quite understand. The disillusionment charm was related to his night travel plan. Although shadow stealth is also useful, Ethan also has the ability to not be seen and not be discovered to cast spells, but coming out of the shadows will inevitably be seen by portraits and so on. You know, they're all alive, and it will be troublesome if he tells Dumbledore. Normally, it's okay to go out at night. As long as you don't get caught on the spot, Dumbledore will just laugh it off. But if you use a magic that he hasn't seen before, and it's a young wizard who has just entered school, this is a big problem. No one will believe you if you say you invented it. Even Snape invented the spell several years after he entered school. That's why Ethan uses the disillusionment charm to go out at night. Last year, one of our Gryffindors was caught using the disillusionment charm. He heard that he was discovered by a cat. Mrs. Norris has Catkin's blood and super keen intuition. George explained. I see. Ethan knew that Catkins are keenly sensed. In the original book, Hermione's cat Crookshanks also has Catkin's blood. He can sense that Scabbers, who is a mouse in the eyes of normal people, is not a good thing, but he didn't expect that he could rely on intuition to sense the disillusionment charm. Filch has gone to the first floor. We can go out. Fred took a look at the Marauders map and confirmed Filch's location. Amazing alchemical work. The one who made this is a genius. Ethan also had to sigh. Although it is just a Marauders map, it uses a lot of spells and alchemical knowledge. It is true that each generation in the wizarding world is inferior to the previous one. Snape invented several spells when he was a student, including the powerful black magic of the God of Sharpness. Except for Lupin, the werewolf, all the 4 members of the Marauders are illegal animagus, and they completed it during school. Having animagus means that they have a very high understanding of Transfiguration. Being able to make a Marauders map can also prove their ability in spells and alchemy. Look at the young wizards now, who can complete animagus or invent spells during school. They know how to disarm you every day. I don't know if it has something to do with Dumbledore confiscating many books in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. This is indeed an amazing alchemical prop. I really want to meet them. Fred and I are also learning alchemy. We will definitely make better and more popular alchemical props in the future. Fred also nodded in agreement. Yes, our ideal is to open a Weasley magic trick shop and fill our joke shop with our invented products. Do you know Zonko's joke shop and jumping and playing magic joke shop? They're the most popular shops in Hogsmeade Village and Diagon Alley respectively. And our ideal is to open a joke shop that surpasses them. George's eyes were full of yearning. The 2 brothers had this idea when they first entered Zonko's joke shop, and they have been saving money to prepare for opening a shop in the future, but there are too many brothers in the family, resulting in no pocket money, and they have not saved much until now. I believe you can definitely open the best joke product store. For other people's dreams, Ethan will not belittle. Besides, the Weasley brothers did achieve this in the future. Although they were funded by Harry, the core of opening a shop is still the product. Their Weasley Wizard Wheezes was really popular, and even the Ministry of Magic would purchase products later. The talents of these 2 brothers are beyond doubt. The production of these joke products involves potions, alchemy, and spells. It is not easy to integrate them. If the 2 of them put their thoughts into practice, they would not have such a tragic ending. We are going to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor today. There must be something there. Ethan, are you the same as us? After chatting for a while, George got down to business. They don't go out for a night tour every day. Today, they really can't stand the temptation of Dumbledore's last words yesterday. It's just like Roger's words before his death. Do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I'll put all my treasures there. It's the same attraction to pirates. Dumbledore's words have the same effect on these Gryffindor little lions who have the so-called adventurous spirit and are proud of it. No, my goal is the 8th floor. Ethan has nothing to hide. With the Marauders map, they can clearly see where they are, although the Room of Requirement is not in it. And people who enter the Room of Requirement will not be displayed by the Marauders map, but the place where they disappeared last can definitely be seen. The 8th floor? The room opposite the tapestry where the troll hit Barnabas with his club? George asked in surprise. Apart from the principal's office, that was the only room he could think of on the 8th floor. But that room was not easy to find. They had seen Dumbledore disappear in front of that wall through the Marauders map, and some house elves would disappear there, and then suddenly appear again, and they were curious about it, so they found it. Well, that's it, you know. Ethan was shocked. The twins also knew it? In the original book, it seemed that Dobby told Harry. He worked at Hogwarts and heard it from other house elves. He didn't expect it to be discovered so early. We use that place as a base for product research and development. Ethan, how did you know it? The twins looked at each other. The secret base was discovered. They thought no little wizard would know this location. This room is really useful. If you want to make potions or alchemy, it can provide a place, but it can't directly provide gold galleons, which makes them a little regretful. I found it in an old textbook full of notes, and it mentioned such a room. The words came out of his mouth casually. Anyway, the Room of Requirement is a semi-public secret in Hogwarts, and there are not a few students who know it in the past 1,000 years. On the opposite side of the tapestry where the Troll Club hit Barnabas. As long as you concentrate on your needs and walk through that wall 3 times, a very smooth door will appear on the wall. Just go in. Since Ethan knew it, the twins did not hide it and told him about their experience of entering. Okay, I understand. Ethan nodded to confirm. Are you going to the corridor on the 4th floor with us now? Or going directly to the 8th floor? Leaving the abandoned classroom, Fred asked. Dumbledore said that there might be life-threatening situations there. The Mirror of Ariste should still be in Dumbledore's office, and the Philosopher's Stone should not be there, but the 3-headed dog must be there. The 3-headed dog is a dangerous magical animal of XXXXX level. Ordinary adult wizards are just snacks in front of it, and underage wizards are just there to deliver food. Is this old man Dumbledore really not afraid of any accidents? I don't know what the 3-headed dog is in the XXXXX level, but it takes 100 adult wizards to subdue the poison sac panther. Even if this 3-headed dog is not as good, it will take at least more than 10 adult wizards to kill it. In the original book, Snape was bitten on one thigh. It may be because he didn't want to kill Fluffy, or he was careless and was attacked by Fluffy, but it can be seen that this thing is not easy to deal with. Fred retorted, I don't think Dumbledore will really allow anything life-threatening to appear in Hogwarts. At most, it is a difficulty in the adventure process. George agreed. Yes, we have been to the Forbidden Forest several times, but we didn't encounter any danger. It seems that Hagrid has had a lot of headaches since the twin brothers entered Hogwarts. This spirit of seeking death is really awesome. There are definitely many dangerous animals in the Forbidden Forest, including several of the XXXXX level, especially after Hagrid moved in. You are just lucky if you haven't been bitten to pieces. I'm curious to go with you guys. It's already said so much. If I don't go now, I'm afraid I'll really be crying. Following George and Fred, they are more familiar with Hogwarts. It wasn't long before they came to the right side of the 4th floor. After a while of groping, Fred confirmed that the locked door was behind the location Dumbledore said. It's here, open it. George picked up the wand and cast an unlocking spell. There was no lock in the whole Hogwarts that he didn't dare to open. Ethan's eyelids were twitching, but he still reminded, wait, go in slowly. It's right to be careful. George turned around and spread his hands. Ethan, are you so cautious? After that, he walked in first, and Fred beside him followed closely. This was really reckless. Should I say he is worthy of being a Gryffindor? As soon as Ethan came in, he found that George and Fred in front of him were motionless, and their bodies were still shaking. Tilting his head, Ethan saw a 3-headed dog lying in front of him sleeping, drooling all over the ground along the 3 dog heads. Just like in the movie, this thing is so ugly, not at all like the legendary 3-headed dog of hell. Ethan suspected that this thing was a cross between a 3-headed dog and a cane corso. The dog head was too much like a cane corso. Fred trembled and whispered, This is Fluffy. I didn't expect it to be here. Do you know it? I know it, but it shouldn't know me, Fred said, motioning everyone to get out quickly. Because the 3-headed dog had begun to raise its head, it was obvious that Ethan and others had still alarmed it. The 2 brothers who had entered the Forbidden Forest many times had of course seen this big guy, but they had only seen it when the 3-headed dog was not so big and followed Hagrid. Later, Hagrid asked them to keep it a secret, and for this reason, Hagrid took them around the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Forest. Ethan, you go out first. The name is wrong, the protagonist of the previous book. George took out his wand and signaled Ethan to go first. After all, they were seniors in the 3rd grade and could resist to some extent, because in just a short while, the 3-headed dog had completely stood up, at least 4 meters tall, with its head touching the ceiling, 3 mouths drooling and open wide. The whole body was tense, obviously a sign of a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Ethan, how did you do that? Fred and George looked at Ethan, who was rubbing the dog's head. Their eyes almost popped out in surprise. Just now, the 3-headed dog pounced on them, and George and Fred's barrier spell and repel spell did not bring any hindrance to the 3-headed dog at all, just when the 2 sighed that their lives were over. But they found that things were not as they thought. The three-headed dog directly turned into a licking dog and prepared to lick Ethan with its tongue that was almost the size of a person, but was severely rejected by Ethan. It was too smelly, and Ethan didn't want to be contaminated with this kind of saliva. I've been liked by animals since I was a child. I didn't expect that I could make magical animals like this when I came to the wizarding world. As he said this, Ethan rubbed the dog's head hard again, causing the three-headed dog to purr with joy. It's incredible. If we didn't know that Hagrid's dog was raised by you, we would have thought that you raised it. That's right. If Hagrid knew that his dog was kidnapped by you one day, I wonder if he would cry out loud. He really loves this three-headed dog. Seeing that the three-headed dog was tamed by Ethan, George and Fred stopped shaking and even joked. I can't afford to raise this big guy. Ethan scratched Fluffy's chin and replied, You can tell how much it eats by looking at its size. This is Hogwarts, not the Muggle world. If it were the Muggle world, Ethan would naturally have no pressure to raise it. But in Hogwarts, Ethan would have no choice, unless he went to the Forbidden Forest to hunt. The rations in their own place are all from Voldemort's and winged demons. They don't eat much, and a meal can last a long time. Did the Sorting Hat say that Ethan can still enter Hufflepuff? Maybe you will become the next Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and a legendary wizard. The brothers have heard a lot about the legend of Newt Scamander. Where there are precious magical animals, there's his figure. As long as he shows up, there is no magical animal that he can't handle. A suitcase can destroy a city. He is a man who is banned from entering by the Ministry of Magic of many countries. Ethan's ability to handle the three-headed dog is really like Scamander. Maybe Ethan is better than Scamander in this aspect. Hufflepuff. I'm very optimistic about this college. Ethan laughed and was ready to fool around. He had a connection with all three colleges, but he was missing Hufflepuff. By the way, what is this? George looked around and found that there was a movable door panel where the three-headed dog was lying before, and he was ready to go over to check it out immediately. Roar! The three-headed dog, which was lying obediently, suddenly raised its head and roared at George. Although he felt that Ethan was very kind and wanted to get close to him, Lu Wei still did not forget his mission. It was really too painful for the old man to beat the dog. As long as he dared to show his teeth, he would be beaten. Those 2 weeks were not a dog's life. He was still a baby who had just grown up. By the way, he also set a few rules for himself. The little wizard could not be hurt, but only scared. The big wizard must be bitten and not let go when he saw him. No one could enter the door below. For these rules, Lu Wei did not dare to violate them at all. George, who had just taken 2 steps, froze in place. When he slowly turned his head and saw that Lu Wei did not pounce on him, he was relieved. I won't go in. I'll be back soon. As George said this, he raised his hands and stepped back step by step. Fluvia should be following Dumbledore's orders to guard the things below. If we go down, it might turn hostile. Ethan looked at the 2 of them seriously. He hoped that they would stop here. If the 2 of them insisted on exploring the situation, they might attract Voldemort's attention, which would not be a good thing. We're not going down, and we're not curious about what is inside, really, Fred said with a wry smile. They just knew how dangerous the magical beast of XXXXX level was. Their magic had no effect at all. If they annoyed it, it might really be fed to the dog. Ethan shook his head helplessly. It was obvious that he was not sincere. It was worthy of being a Gryffindor. Ethan, since today's exploration has no results, why don't we withdraw? It was too stressful to be with Fluvia. They didn't want to stay here at all. Well, let's go. Lu Wei, I'll see you next time. After saying hello to Lu Wei, the 3 turned around and left. The moment they closed the door, Ethan clearly heard George and Fred sighing with relief. Ethan, it's a good thing you're here today. Otherwise, George and I would be in trouble. Walking in the long and narrow corridor, Fred recalled the scenes just now, and he really walked through the gates of hell. If he had listened to Ethan at the beginning and checked the situation before going in, it wouldn't be like this. Being brave is not reckless. Don't put yourself in danger. Ethan looked at Fred and said seriously, the twins' ending was not good. One lost an ear, and the other lost his life, which made many fans feel a little sad. I hope what happened today can remind them and make them more vigilant in the future. We know, if Fred is so reckless again in the future, I will kick his *** hard. George hugged Fred and said to Ethan with a smile, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was the first to rush in. That's how it should be, Ethan said with a smile. Ethan, this is for you. Fred took out a piece of parchment from his pocket, which was the Marauders' map. This is the guarantee for your night tour. Ethan did not take it, but asked curiously, This thing is very useful in Hogwarts. Fred said confidently, We dare say that there are few people who are more familiar with Hogwarts than us. We know all the secret passages and paths. Even if we don't have it now, Filch can't catch us. And aren't you going to the 8th floor? You will definitely need it later. The password was in the abandoned classroom before. You saw us use. I solemnly swear that I am not doing anything bad. Having said this, Ethan didn't pretend and directly accepted the Marauders' map. After separating from Fred and George, Ethan came to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle alone, opposite the tapestry of the troll hitting Barnabas. He walked back and forth 3 times in front of this wall and silently said in his heart, I need a place to hide things. Just when Ethan stopped, a smooth door appeared on the wall out of thin air. Without any hesitation, Ethan flashed and got in. As Ethan entered, the door began to become shallow and then disappeared without a trace. From the outside, it was quiet here, as if nothing had happened. And Ethan, who entered, found that this place was particularly large and messy, like a utility room with all kinds of things. After a simple tour, Ethan realized that he might have made a lot of money this time. In the past 1,000 years of Hogwarts, I don't know how many students have hidden things here. It is undeniable that there are a lot of waste here, but there are also a lot of valuables. I just don't know why they didn't take away their collections. On the bookshelf beside the wall, Ethan found thousands of books scattered on the ground, some neatly stacked and some scattered on the ground. Under the protection of magic, they did not decay. It is very likely that they were hidden by the students of Ravenclaw. Ethan also had some guesses as to why they were hidden. Ravenclaw literally means the claws of ravens, which means greedy plunderers, and implicitly means the extreme thirst for knowledge. They often do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, which can be seen from the 2 graduates Quirrell and Lockhart. One dedicated himself to Voldemort for knowledge and power, and the other plundered others' knowledge for honor and money. And these books can basically be said to be either banned books or those obtained by irregular means, which are extremely valuable. Open the box with the Traceless Expansion spell, and use the Flying spell to collect the books one by one. If you want to organize them, you can only wait until you have time. Next, it was Ethan's treasure hunt time. There were strange alchemical props that he couldn't understand, ornaments that were not sure whether they were pure gold or gold-plated, and jewelry made of gold galleons and silver sickles. There was even more than one potion counter with a lot of bottles and jars filled with things. Those things soaked in unknown liquids were not sure whether they had expired. In addition, Ethan also found dozens of flying brooms. Except for the latest models, there were all kinds of other ones. I just don't know if there are wizards in the wizarding world who collect these antiques. Quidditch became popular in Ireland in the 14th century, and flying brooms would have been earlier. Crash. Because of the noise caused by Ethan, a series of small things suddenly jumped out from a small mountain of old tables, chairs, and benches. Iron blue skin, about 8 inches tall, flying in the air and emitting extremely harsh chirping sounds. Ethan recognized this thing, a Cornish elf, a naughty little thing that likes to play pranks. I just don't know who hid this thing here, and what have they eaten for so long? Why haven't they starved to death? Ethan originally didn't intend to pay attention, but this thing is too noisy. It's time for a snack. He took out the eggs that the winged demon had shrunk into from his pocket and threw them directly into the air. With a sharp whistle, the winged demon restored its original posture and left a trail of afterimages in the air. Now these Cornish elves screamed and hid everywhere as if they had encountered a natural enemy. But it was all in vain when they encountered the winged demon that crushed it in terms of size, strength, and speed. From time to time, the bodies of Cornish elves fell from the air, and even those Cornish elves that drilled into the gaps were knocked away by the winged demon in a savage manner and rushed over to eat its brain. Ethan didn't want to waste these bodies, so he summoned the bats from the pendant to devour them. Finally, after feeding them a few energy cubes, he put them away. The main material of the energy cubes eaten by the winged demon is dragon blood, while the main material of the Voldemort is the bones of the Thestrals, so that during this period of time, both their status and size have been greatly improved. Without the interference of the Cornish elves, Ethan continued to collect the goods and put the ones he liked into the box. Until he stopped at a table, the box under the hemp rope should be filled with the crown of Ravenclaw. Ethan still remembered this scene. Opening the box, there was a gorgeous crown made of gold, like an eagle with spread wings, with a dim gem inlaid in the middle, lying in it, which was also the symbol of Ravenclaw College. Legend has it that because Rowena Ravenclaw cast a spell on it, wearing it can increase wisdom, but Ethan dare not try it now. Voldemort made this thing into a Horcrux, although it will not affect the person holding it. But who knows if there will be any accidents after wearing it. After all, this is already an extremely evil black magic prop. Ethan was not ready to destroy the Horcruxes now. When they were destroyed, Voldemort would sense it, especially since he was in Hogwarts now. When the diadem was destroyed, Voldemort almost went crazy. At that time, he only had Nagini as a Horcrux, so he put it in his sleeve and carefully protected it. I have collected most of the things I am interested in. The remaining things are some wild boar statues, old crucibles, broken tables, chairs, and benches. He kept his eyes on the panel. Since entering the room of requirement, he has been blinking. Wishes are granted. Please make a wish. I will satisfy you, but everything has a price. Are you ready? Achievement goal. Enter the room of requirement 1/1. Achievement reward. A random ancient magic. Thief. That shameless guy put down my baby. Achievement goal. Steal an item 1/1. Achievement reward. A random magic. Thief saint. Don't go without courtesy. Don't be greedy without money. But you are the opposite. Achievement goal. Steal items without being discovered by anyone 100 out of 100. Achievement reward. A random black magic. Complete 3 achievements in one go, plus the one for the night tour. Today is 4 achievements. It's only been 2 days since I came to Hogwarts, and there are so many things to do. As Ethan received the information, he also understood the role of these 3 magics. The first is the ancient magic, the magic of the early Middle Ages when the Baltic coast was ravaged by Vikings. Mjolnir. The ability is simple and crude, using a lightning hammer to hit the opponent, with a wide range, large area, and strong power, but it consumes a lot of magic power. When receiving the message, I also gained some use of ancient magic words, that is, runes. The remaining 2 magics are not so satisfactory. Marking appears, it can be ignited on an object and burn into the desired shape, used as a mark or attack. The germination spell is a curse-type spell that is cast silently, but requires a part of the opponent's body tissue, such as hair or skin fragments. After casting, a tumor will grow on the opponent's body. The tumor will absorb magic power and grow at an extremely fast speed until it drains the wizard dry. Ethan, get up. Terry looked at Ethan, who was still lying in bed today, a little confused. You got up early yesterday to flirt with the senior, but not today? Got it. Ethan replied dazedly, and then opened his eyes with difficulty. It was already past 5 o'clock when I returned to the dormitory today, and it was only 8 o'clock now. It was impossible to rest well in such a short time. It would be better not to sleep. I'm even more sleepy now after sleeping for such a short time. What did you do last night? Jean looked at Ethan, who was listless, and asked curiously. Nothing, insomnia. Ethan made up a random excuse. He couldn't say that he went on a night tour, stole the collection accumulated by Hogwarts students for thousands of years, and finally went to the potion classroom to get a textbook of advanced potion making. Ethan had this book, but Snape's book had many of his own revisions to the textbook content, and also recorded several black magic. At that time, I thought that since I had already taken so many things, Snape wouldn't be a big deal, so I went there for some reason, which was considered to be a chance for Harry. The class later is Defense Against the Dark Arts. I heard from the senior that the teacher of this class changes every year. Some of them have problems before they finish teaching for a year. I don't know if it's true. Ethan went to wash up, and Terry and a few others chatted on the side. He was a talkative and outgoing person. He talked with a more talkative senior for a long time yesterday and learned a lot of gossip. It's true. I also heard that a mysterious person cursed the defense against the dark arts department. Jean nodded and confirmed Terry's statement. He was from a wizard family and lived in a wizard gathering place, so he knew some of the news. In that case, I don't know why Professor Quirrell would be so desperate to teach defense against the dark arts. He was originally teaching Muggle studies. This was also what the senior told Terry, and the senior looked regretful at the time. Quirrell is also from Ravenclaw. Although Muggle Studies is an elective course and not many people take it, Quirrell teaches well and is quite popular among Ravenclaws. Quirrell's class. Ethan, who came back from washing up, shook his head. This thing is a complete waste of time. Quirrell's level is still there, but he can't teach and can't teach. It feels like Dumbledore is crazy. None of the professors he found for the defense against the dark arts class is normal. Even if Lupin taught something, he is a werewolf and is destined to not teach for long. The importance of this course is even higher than that of potions and herbology, and it is on par with Transfiguration and Charms. It is completely about the ability of wizards to protect themselves, especially for those half-blood or Muggle-born wizards. In fact, the defense against the dark arts class can be stopped, and another course can be opened called self-defense or something, so that the reputation of the defense against the dark arts professor being a consumable can be eliminated and a normal professor can be recruited. Dumbledore should take the blame for the defense against the dark arts professors who were either disabled or disabled because of this, and the young wizards who didn't learn any skills. After all, he's the headmaster. Are you waiting for me to have breakfast together? Following his roommates to the common room, Ethan saw Penelope at a glance and immediately greeted her with a smile. There were more people in the common room at this time than at 7 o'clock yesterday morning, but most of them were seniors, that is, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. Although the young Ravenclaw wizards in the lower grades were studious, they were not so studious. Only young wizards facing 2 exams could do so under pressure. Yes, I was waiting for you, and I waited for a long time, but you didn't seem to wake up yet. Penelope didn't show any shyness or retreat, but stepped forward to look at Ethan. Tell me what you did last night. I'm the class leader of Ravenclaw, responsible for supervising you. If I catch you doing something bad, on the spiral staircase, Penelope acted like a stern female senior. You really have insomnia. What bad things can I do? Ethan spread his hands and acted innocent. Okay, don't let me catch you. Penelope threatened with gritted teeth. The 3 roommates were hanging behind and whispering, not daring to come forward at all. Penelope was the class leader, and she was usually serious. They didn't dare to talk and laugh with her like Ethan. After breakfast in the hall, Penelope also had to go to the ancient magic class. Although she didn't choose all subjects like Hermione, it was almost the same. Only divination and arithmetic divination, 2 subjects that she was completely uninterested in and had no help, chose to give up, so her courses were quite full. Do you smell anything? Garlic. I smell garlic, and it's very strong. At the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Terry said to Jean with a look of certainty. His family still likes to eat garlic, but they won't make the house smell so much garlic. Walking into the classroom, Ethan could clearly see some classmates who had already arrived, and their faces were quite ugly at the moment. Bubble head protection. Ethan pointed his wand at his head, and immediately a big bubble wrapped Ethan's head, looking like a fish tank on Ethan's head. This is comfortable, and Ethan also understands the happiness of the celestial dragons. The bubblehead spell, a simple and practical little spell, Ethan learned it when flipping through a book. It was originally used to go into the water, but can also isolate the surrounding dirty air. However, for people with bad breath, the air in this bubble will become unsuitable for breathing after 30 minutes. Give me one. Michael, who usually doesn't talk much, couldn't hold it anymore and asked Ethan directly. Ethan naturally would not refuse and cast a head bubble spell on each of them. Soon, Hufflepuff's little badger and Gryffindor's little lions could not stand it anymore and lined up to let Ethan cast a head bubble spell on them. Later, the Slytherins also came over. This class lasted for an hour, and they did not want to endure such a long event. And they found a reason for themselves. This was not that we Slytherins were asking for help from the outer courtyard, but for the sake of being in the group. Students from other colleges were wearing goldfish bowls on their heads to class, but we Slytherins did not. Doesn't this make us look very different? Cassandra came to Ethan with a visibly depressed face. She did not expect that she would lose again before class. This was a spell for the 4th grade. What on earth did he learn? Fortunately, the head bubble spell was just a simple regular spell that did not consume much magic power. Moreover, after using it so many times, Ethan could cast it silently. When the bell rang, Quirrell was obviously shocked when he came to the classroom. What was going on? Even if I have some smell here, you guys shouldn't. But he was still that idiot after all. He said nothing and just picked up the textbook and started reading. There was no communication or explanation throughout the whole process. Even if a student raised his hand to ask a question, he ignored it. Ethan directly put Dark Power Self-Defense Guide on the table, covered his head, and started to rest. Anyway, Quirrell's class is a waste of time. You read from the textbook. What I need you for? You might as well read it yourself when you have time. Clean it up. As soon as he left the defense against the dark arts classroom, Ethan cast a cleaning spell on himself. Having stayed in the room full of garlic for so long, it had already been marinated. This not only cleans the surface stains, but also removes the smell. After casting a spell on a few roommates and familiar little wizards, Ethan left. It was time for get out of class to end, so he could go back to the dormitory to change clothes or find seniors to cast spells. Next was the spell class, which was on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. The first thing that caught his eye when he entered the spell class classroom was the front window, where a lot of books were stacked in a staircase shape. As for the reason, those who understand it all know it. The content of this class is the illumination spell. After Professor Flitwick explained and introduced it on the desk, he let the little wizards practice it by themselves. This is the most basic spell. It can be said that as long as it is a squib, it can be quickly mastered. Those who want to experiment with magic after getting the textbooks often choose the illumination spell first. With the fluorescent flickering coming and going, the classroom was like a lamp with different brightness, and some of them were unstable and flickered. Of course, there were also some who had no reaction at all. After all, not every little wizard would look at the textbook in advance or have talent. Faced with this situation, it was not easy for Professor Flitwick to add points. Could be that all 4 colleges would add points. After all, including Hufflepuff, there were some who succeeded in one try, and Ravenclaw had the most. This was considered to give Professor Flitwick some face. Think about what I just said. Don't panic. Keep steady. Professor Flitwick ran back and forth with his short legs below, reminding the little wizards one by one. Thanks to his reminder, more and more little wizards were able to successfully release the complete lighting spell. Ethan also knew why Professor Flitwick had such a good reputation in Hogwarts. He was serious, responsible, and patient. He would not be as cold-faced as Professor McGonagall, and he would not be like Snape, who seemed to owe him money. Read the spell correctly and articulate it clearly. Don't panic. Try again. Ethan saw Professor Flitwick stop in front of a little Gryffindor wizard. Upon closer inspection, it was Seamus. Ethan immediately felt that something bad was going to happen. If this guy had a panel, he would definitely see that he had the talent Explosion Mastery. There was a chance of explosion when using any spell, and the power of the explosion spell was increased when using it. Lumos! Seamus took a deep breath and raised the wand in his hand high, as if he was raising a magic wand. It's on, it's on. Neville, who was sitting in front of Seamus, shouted excitedly. The two of them were the type of brothers who had no reaction just now. Now that Seamus has succeeded, will he be the next one? Don't get excited. Control your magic and try harder. Professor Flitwick warned immediately when he saw that the magic was about to go out. Seamus nodded seriously and raised the wand in his hand. In an instant, the light on the wand lit up quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it was a 5-watt bulb at the beginning, it would have soared to at least 80 now. Ethan immediately felt bad. Close your eyes, he shouted to the little eagles around him, and they immediately closed their eyes, turned around, and lowered their heads in one go. Just after Ethan made the move, the dazzling light enveloped the entire classroom, and the roar of the explosion continued to echo in the classroom. Although the noise and flash brought by this sudden explosion did not last long, the effect was indeed very impressive. At least now, the whole classroom is in chaos, with screaming and pushing little wizards everywhere. When Professor Flitwick was teaching Seamus just now, many students were watching their situation, wanted to learn some experience from it, so that when the strong light burst out, they were directly covered in their faces and their eyes were blinded. Although the other little wizards were better, they also felt extremely uncomfortable in their eyes and ears in the strong light and explosion. In the center of the explosion, several little wizards from Gryffindor had black faces and their hair curled up like they were burned by fire. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick could only stand under the table because of his height and was not affected by the explosion, but he was also blinded by the strong light and his ears were temporarily deaf. What happened? Terry, whose vision was a little blurred, had a blank face and didn't know what happened. He was just chatting with Jean. When he heard Ethan shouting to close his eyes, he saw Jean close his eyes, and he also followed him urgently. Seamus Finnegan's magic exploded. Ethan explained helplessly. This was completely a low-profile version of the flash bomb. If the noise was harsher and the flash was stronger, it would be more authentic. After all, flash bombs can not only blind people, but also make people nearby dizzy. Everyone, sit down in your seats. Don't panic. You will recover soon. Professor Flitwick used magic to float himself in the air and then used the amplification spell to loudly project the sound to the entire classroom. He knew deeply what the consequences would be if the eyes could not see and there was chaos. There's been a teaching accident, and he can't expand this accident. As a dual champion, I really lost my face this time. I didn't react. I'm really old. Ethan could clearly see that Professor Flitwick closed his eyes tightly, and there were 2 lines of tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Obviously, he was not having a good time at the moment. Seeing this, Ethan could only go with a few classmates who listened to Ethan in time, and some lucky ones to comfort the panicked students, press those who were running around in their seats, and help those who fell up. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were the worst hit this time. Cassandra was fine, but Hermione was lying on the table. Obviously, she was hit. After almost 10 minutes, the sequelae of the super-strong lighting spell slowly subsided, and everyone regained some sight. After such an accident, Professor Flitwick naturally couldn't continue teaching, and could only let the students take a break. And remember the name of Seamus Finnegan deeply. Only Ethan knew that this was just the beginning of Seamus' explosive career. During the Battle of Hogwarts, facing the invasion of the Death Eaters, Neville wanted to blow up the bridge, and Professor McGonagall asked him to discuss it with Seamus Finnegan. It can be seen from this that in his 7 years at Hogwarts, how many explosions Seamus caused in total, and what a deep impression he left on these professors. Due to a teaching accident in the spells class, the afternoon flying class was cancelled. Although Seamus's flashing spell had almost worn off, some young wizards still felt that everything they saw was blurry, so it was naturally not suitable for flying classes. This also allowed the first-year wizards to rest this afternoon. After lunch, Ethan came to the long table of Gryffindor, greeted the twins, and sat down next to Hermione. Why do you come to my place when you don't go to find your senior sister? Swallowing the food in her mouth, Hermione glanced at Ethan and said unhappily, "Why should I go to find my senior sister?" Ethan was a little confused. What did Hermione say? This, isn't it? Haven't you been eating with your senior sister these 2 days? And talking and laughing. Hermione reacted and seemed to have said something wrong, but she could only say so. I'm from Ravenclaw Academy. Is there anything wrong with eating with Ravenclaw students? Ethan immediately retorted. It didn't matter in front of his roommate, but he couldn't ruin his image in the little witch's heart. No problem. Hermione was a little lacking in confidence. She wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. Then why did you make me cry and lose face when we just met? Thinking of this, Hermione was unhappy. She was talking and laughing happily with her senior, but she made herself cry when it came to her. I want to tell you that there are people who are better than you. You can't be too proud. Will you study harder and become better in the future? Ethan preached to her with a look of doing it for your own good. That's right. Hermione thought about it, and it was true, but she quickly asked, "Why do you call me Big Front Teeth again?" Big front teeth are her lifelong pain. As a dentist's daughter, she still cares about teeth, but her front teeth are bigger than most people, which makes her very reluctant to be mentioned. Just tell me if your front teeth are big. I say this so that you can remember me. Remember? Is it true that you can't forget it after seeing it once? After a while of questions, Hermione fell into a state of contemplation and laughed from time to time. Ethan has already talked with Harry and Ronald, mainly Ronald. Ethan, don't you know? Scabbers is my family. This is 3 coups a day. You have to think about it. The first wand is 7 galleons, and an owl is 20 gold galleons. Don't you want it? Ethan, who knows Ronald's weakness, continues to seduce Ronald. The Weasley family has too many children and basically no pocket money. The older ones and the only daughter Ginny are fine. They have new wands, books, and wizard robes, but Ronald, the youngest son, has everything old. Do you think he doesn't want these? Scabbers has lived in my house for 10 years, and now he sleeps in the same bed with me. I regard him as my younger brother. Do you still care about this? I've already said that I won't cause any harm to Scabbers. I'll give you the same thing as you gave me. This is like a free sickle. Ethan looked incredulous, as if he had misunderstood Ronald. Ethan, you misunderstood. Scabbers is my brother. Get the price. Ronald looked at Ethan with a look of grief. Finally, the deal was reached. Ethan successfully rented Scabbers for 2 gold galleons a week, which is 34 sickles a week. Ronald was very satisfied with this. 2 gold galleons. At the age of 11, he couldn't save 2 gold galleons even if he lived frugally. As soon as the deal was reached, Ronald personally went to the Gryffindor dormitory to catch Scabbers and handed him to Ethan, fearing that Ethan would regret it. The rats were in the shop in Diagon Alley. 1 gold galleon could fill a cage. They were not magical animals. They were just used for experiments or as live food. Only Hogwarts didn't sell it, so he got a bargain. That's it. I'll return Scabbers to you next week. Ethan carried Peter Pettigrew in a cage, said hello to a few people, and prepared to retreat. Ethan, be careful. Although I don't know what experiment you want to use Scabbers for, it has lived for 10 years and is very old. Don't toss it too hard. Before leaving, Ronald also reminded him specifically. Ronald cares about Scabbers, which is his own thing, but it was just given to him by Percy, and the two sides don't have much deep feelings at all. What is this little bit of affection in front of 2 gold galleons? If it can be added a little more, let alone Scabbers, even if it is for himself to do experiments. On the other side, Ethan directly carried Scabbers to the 8th floor and entered the room of requirement. The moment he entered the room of requirement, Scabbers struggled very impatiently and frantically in the cage. He already knew where this place was, and there would definitely be no good things next. When Ronald handed him to Ethan, he felt something was wrong, but what else could a mouse do besides running and biting people? The fate was doomed when he was put into the cage. After dumping Banban out of the cage, Ethan cast a spell casually. Crucio. Although there are other magics that can remove the Animagus form, they are not as convenient and quick as the Cruciatus Curse. The mouse, which was originally quite energetic and looking for an escape route, fell down suddenly, rolling on the ground and wailing. It never thought that a first-year wizard would know the unforgivable curse, dare to use it openly, and be so cruel to use it on a little mouse. Is it because I can't keep up with the times? Are young wizards so fierce these days? You can bear it. Ethan sneered, and then threw another Cruciatus Curse. This time, the mouse was foaming at the mouth, but the effect was also on him. The severe pain made him almost faint, and he could no longer maintain the Animagus form. The rat's body began to twist, and eventually turned into a short, fat, and bald middle-aged man with small eyes, gray hair, a pointed nose, and dirty clothes. He really looked like a fat rat that had turned into a spirit. But his condition was not very good at the moment. He lay on the ground half dead, struggling for a long time, but couldn't get up. What do you want to do? Peter sat up after regaining some strength, his voice trembling. Peter was sure that he had only met Ethan once, on the Hogwarts Express, but he seemed to know him. Why was that? Peter was a little confused. Even his mother didn't know that he was an illegal Argus. Now only Sirius and Lupin knew that they were still alive. Could it be them? I haven't heard of Sirius's release from prison recently, so it must be Lupin. But he is a werewolf. Peter thought a lot at once. I'm just asking for a favor, Ethan said with a smile. Peter Pettigrew, although he doesn't look good, he's not very courageous, and his animagus form is not impressive, but his strength is still good. Compared with the 4 headmasters of Hogwarts, he is definitely not as good, but he is also a strong man at the bottom. It can be said that none of the 4 marauders are weak. Even though Sirius has been imprisoned for more than 10 years, Peter has been a rat for more than 10 years, and Lupin has been wandering for more than 10 years. Once they start fighting, they are still very capable. They're all elites in their respective camps, but all 4 of them died in the end, and they were all related to Harry, and Snape, the enemy of the 4, was also dead. I don't know if they will fight again down there. Is this how you ask for help? Peter panted and stared at Ethan cautiously. He couldn't see through the little wizard in front of him. He was more skilled in using the Cruciatus Curse than himself, and he could cast spells without a wand. Until now, he hadn't even taken out his wand. God, this was a little wizard who entered school with Ronald. Then how do you want me to ask you? Ethan looked at Peter with cold eyes. What do you want me to do? As long as you say it, I will do it. For the safety of his life, Peter could only admit defeat. Even if he had a wand in his hand, he probably couldn't beat this little wizard who could cast the unforgivable curse without a wand, not to mention that he didn't have a wand now. He was very timid. It was his own request that he was assigned to Gryffindor. He wanted to be brave. He joined James and others to bully others because he didn't want to be the one being bullied. He joined Voldemort because Voldemort was powerful at that time and had a greater chance of winning. He made this choice for his own safety. Now, with his life threatened, he could also join without hesitation. Do you know the fiery curse? This was one of Ethan's goals today. He wanted to learn a long time ago, but the 3 idiots in Nocturn Alley didn't know it. The fiery curse is definitely one of the strongest black magics. The released fiery fire can continuously burn all objects that can be burned, including invisible objects, that is, souls. It can also mimic the form of some monsters. It cannot be extinguished by water unless the 10,000 curses are used. The only disadvantage is that it is extremely difficult to control. If you're not careful, it is easy to be backfired. But Ethan now has the talent of fire affinity, so naturally there is no such problem. It can be said that if you want to become stronger, the fiery curse is one of the most suitable magics at this moment. Yes, Peter Pettigrew nodded decisively. When he secretly joined Voldemort, he collected a lot of black magic and practiced it in private. The fiery spell was one of them. However, he didn't dare to use it after it was released once and almost burned himself to death because it was difficult to control. What about the Fire Guard? Grindelwald's gas stove magic is also very powerful and suitable for Ethan. In the description, it almost destroyed Paris, and it made all the Aurors helpless. This shows its power. It burned without Nicholas Flamel. It's just that it is blue in the movie, but it is actually black. In the movie, it is to distinguish it from the black background. No, Peter didn't dare to lie to Ethan. He had heard of the Fire Guard, but he really didn't collect it. Then write down your understanding of Transfiguration, your experience of transforming into an animagus, and the spells, alchemy, and potions you know. This is the real reason why Ethan captured Peter. He wanted the knowledge in his mind. There are only 7 animagus in the open in this era, including Professor McGonagall. The only known illegal animagus are Rita Skeeter's beetle, Sirius's black dog, Peter's mouse, and James's death. There must be others, but not many. In any case, this is definitely a high-end skill. Professor McGonagall will definitely not teach it in the next few years. At least she will consider it after the 5th year when she has a high enough level. This magic is too risky. Once the transformation fails, it is irreversible. Peter is definitely not as good as McGonagall in other experience of Transfiguration, but in terms of animagus, maybe this trio knows more thoroughly than Professor McGonagall. Otherwise, it is impossible for all 3 brothers to succeed. Moreover, with the relationship between the four people at that time, they would not hide anything from each other. If one person knew it, he would definitely tell others. All. Peter felt a headache. He knew a lot of things. How long would it take to write it? All. Bang. Ethan snapped his fingers, and Peter's eyes immediately became dull. It would be safer to use the Imperius curse now, which would not affect his memory and prevent him from tripping Ethan up during the writing process. The desk, paper, and quill were all ready. At Ethan's request, Peter quickly sat on the table and wrote furiously. The Imperius curse. Ethan had experimented with it during the summer vacation. Can last up to 148 hours, or 7 days. For Peter, he only needs to come back and cast it once every few days. After squeezing out the value, Ethan will abide by his agreement with Ronald and return it to him. After all, in addition to the gold finger, the familiarity of the plot is also a big advantage for the time traveler. Without Peter, who knows when and how Voldemort will choose to resurrect, and the final impact is completely unknown. Friday morning was potions class. No one dared to be late for this class, and everyone arrived early, especially the little lions of Gryffindor, who looked miserable as if their mother had died. But Ethan didn't care, since he was a Ravenclaw and had no grudge against Snape. Bang! The class was about to start, and the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open. Professor Snape walked in from the door, and because he walked too fast, the black cloak behind him fluttered and made a whoosh sound. No wonder he was called the Old Bat, and he looked like one. Like most professors, the first thing Professor Snape did was to call the roll, except for a pause on Harry's name. He was as cold as a robot. The low voice, combined with the dark basement and the specimens soaked in bottles and jars around, made the atmosphere of the whole classroom extremely depressing. Except for the sound of here, the little wizards didn't dare to breathe during the whole process. You are here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of preparing this potion. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the simmering crucible with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You will not truly understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, which makes people excited and confused. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing. That is, you are not the kind of idiots I often meet. The extremely infectious opening remarks infinitely raised the level of the potion. Even the Philosopher's Stone cannot prevent death. It can only extend life, but the body will be extremely fragile under the decay of time, let alone saving the dead. In the end, Snape is painting a pie in the sky. Scanning the wizards below, Snape's eyes were fixed in one direction. I would like to reiterate that there may be someone in Hogwarts who is so confident that he can skip my class because of his fame. The more he spoke, the more murderous Snape's eyes became. Ronald, who was sitting next to Harry, was stunned at this moment. He had already sensed the problem. Harry was still writing his own things, but he didn't dare to move. Snape walked in front of Harry and looked down at him. "Mr. Potter." Harry shuddered when he heard his name suddenly, and hurriedly raised his head to see Snape's eyes without any emotion. And Harry had an illusion that Snape seemed to dig out his eyes. "Mr. Potter, a celebrity of the new generation. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion?" This is definitely one of the most hidden hints representing Snape's confession. The flower language of daffodils is love, and the flower language of wormwood is pain. Love and pain are self-evident. Snape's love is Lily, which means that Snape is extremely distressed by Lily's death. Ethan watched this scene with interest. Snape confessed to Lily's son, but her son didn't understand at all. And this content is not for the first grade, but from a 6th grade textbook, and it is specially prepared for Harry. Seeing Harry shook his head, Snape snorted coldly. "You don't know?" Hermione, who was sitting not far from Harry, raised her hand high. In the past, she was suppressed by Ethan and Cassandra in class. Now she finally found an opportunity, and she was unwilling to let it go. She had previewed all this knowledge in advance. But Snape's eyes were not on her at all. He only had Harry in his eyes. Then let's change the question. If I ask you to find me a piece of fecal stone, where would you find it? Here it comes again. Fecal stones are detoxifying. The link above is how to solve my pain. I don't know, sir. Hermione raised her hands and trembled, but Snape still ignored it. What is the difference between aconitum naviculatum and aconitum camigasum? There are several flower languages of wolfsbane, one of which is to live for love. There are too many private affairs mixed in. I don't know. Harry was very unhappy at the moment. When he first met in the hall, he felt that Snape didn't like him. Now he was even more certain of this. He was deliberately looking for trouble, and immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her?" At this moment, Hermione stood up with her hands raised to answer the question. "Sit down," Snape shouted angrily. He didn't need people who acted on their own in his class. Suddenly, Snape turned his head and stared at Ethan. "Mr. Adrian, answer my question just now. My father didn't steal your wife. Why is he targeting me?" According to Snape's character, even if the students from the outer courtyard answered correctly, they would not get extra points. It was a thankless task, but Ethan still stood up reluctantly. Narcissus root powder and wormwood extract can be used together to make life and death water. Fecal stones can be found in the stomach of goats and have a strong detoxification effect. Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum camigasminoides are a kind of plant, collectively known as aconitum. The answer is correct, but I want to tell you, if you look at me like that again, I will knock your eyes out. Sit down now. Also, Mr. Potter, because of your ignorance, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. Snape's eyes, without any emotion, scanned the two of them. Ethan sat down with an unhappy look on his face. It was wrong to watch the fun. Who made you mix in too many private things? And it was discovered. You deserve to lose your wife and be bullied. Harry's eyes were also flashing with anger, but Snape didn't care about it all. After glancing around, he said coldly, "Why didn't you write down the answer just now?" At this moment, Ethan felt a pair of eyes staring at him, and he looked over and saw that it was Hermione. Isn't he thinking that he stole her chance? Ethan could only spread his hands helplessly. He didn't want to do it, and except for Slytherin students, other students would not get extra points if they answered correctly, but they would still get deducted points. Unless Harry was a girl, then he would get extra points even if he answered incorrectly. Aren't honesty and courage reasons? As long as Snape wanted, he could find them. It's a pity that Harry was a boy, and he looked like James. Are you two flirting in class? Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, 5 points each. Snape, who had a view of the entire classroom, naturally saw all this. He couldn't stand the interaction between men and women, and it was in his CLA. What we need to make today is a potion for treating boils, which has nothing to do with the question Snape asked just now. Work in pairs. The required materials and steps are all written on the blackboard. The steps are a little different from the textbook, but the whole process doesn't feel difficult. During the summer vacation, Ethan also read a lot of books on potions, but he only made energy cubes, which was a necessity. He didn't try other potions. First of all, the materials are more diverse, time-consuming, and more importantly, they are useless. Ethan and Michael work in pairs, with clear division of labor. Ethan handles snake fangs and porcupine quills, while Michael is assigned slugs with tentacles and dry nettles. Add 6 venomous snake quills to the mortar and grind them into very fine powder with a pestle. Cut the porcupine quills into segments of about 3 centimeters. These steps are written on the blackboard. Ethan completes them in an orderly manner, and Michael has no problem. Professor Snape drags his black cloak and walks back and forth in the classroom corridor. He is responsible for the young wizards here. Danger may occur in the process of brewing potions. One careless mistake will lead to teaching accidents. Everything that happened in Flitwick's spells class a few days ago is still vivid in his mind. He doesn't want to be the next one. Finn Fletchley, is your brain suitable for the same model as the troll? Let go of your hands. Porcupine quills don't need to be ground into powder. Zabini, did you not bring your brain to class? Or did you not bring your eyes? It clearly says that slugs should be steamed, not burned. It could be said that wherever Snape goes, chaos occurs. It is really because of Snape's reputation, the low pressure he carries, and the scolding he does all the way. No young wizard is not nervous wherever he goes. In this case, mistakes are increasing. I originally thought that you are not all mediocre. There will always be one or two decent guys. I didn't expect that you're all fools and idiots. After a circle, Snape returned to the stage with a dark face. After a pause, he added, "You can be said to be the worst class I have ever taught." Ethan almost collapsed. It seems that not only teachers in the Muggle world like to say this, but also in the wizarding world. Now all the materials that need to be processed have been processed and have been boiled. Most of this process was done by Michael, and Ethan was just assisting on the side. It can be seen that he is quite talented in potions. On the other side, Snape, who returned to the students and patrolled back and forth, had walked to the position of Cassandra and her group. Looking at the pink smoke, the potion changed from turbid to azure blue, and his face looked better. He immediately lowered his head, fanned the smell above the potion with his hand, and sniffed it. Charming smell of rotten eggs. Slytherin, add 20 points. The moment he stood up, Professor Snape announced to everyone. Looking at Ethan over there, he could clearly see Cassandra's provocative eyes. Ethan knew Cassandra's intentions when they met on the Hogwarts Express. He was very proud and wanted to be the first in everything, but he was also very arrogant. If Ethan wanted to make this potion to treat boils, he would definitely be faster than now. It was really not difficult. Although Michael's steps were correct, he was too cautious, which slowed him down a bit. But it didn't matter. He was almost done. ZZ. Bang. Right behind Snape, a teaching accident still happened. Neville and Seamus were in the same group. Due to a mistake in the steps, the potion liquid boiled and splashed, and even the crucible was burned and deformed, and finally Neville overturned it in a panic. The first to bear the brunt were Neville himself and Professor Snape, who was facing away in the aisle next to him. Snape had never expected such a step. Not only did he make a mistake, but he also overturned the crucible. The classroom was also in chaos. Because the wrongly brewed potion was extremely corrosive, the surrounding young wizards had to stand on stools, and Neville was covered with red and swollen boils because he was drenched by the potion. He had already screamed in pain. Professor Snape's legs were also soaked by the liquid medicine, but he couldn't show it at the moment. He endured the pain and used his wand to clean the liquid medicine on the ground, and then roared at Neville. "Idiot! I think you probably put the porcupine quills in without taking the crucible off the fire, right?" Neville was crying so hard that he couldn't speak, and even a boil had grown on his face. An accident happened, and the culprit was so miserable that Professor Snape couldn't say anything more or punish him. He could only let his partner Seamus send him to the school hospital. In fact, Snape should be thankful that Neville got the steps wrong and brought this disaster forward. If Seamus had come, it wouldn't be a problem. The crucible might have exploded, and everyone in the classroom would have suffered. In the end, Snape blamed Harry for not reminding Neville, and Gryffindor was deducted 5 points. Harry gritted his teeth as he listened to all this, but dared not refute. However, his prejudice against Snape grew stronger. Ethan was not affected. After all, he was still a little far away. He moved the crucible away from the flame, extinguished the alcohol lamp, added the porcupine quills, and stirred it clockwise for 5 times. As pink smoke rose, Ethan's work was also completed. At the same time, Ethan completed another achievement. Potion. The liquid that makes people excited and confused is definitely a potion. Achievement goal. Make a potion 1. Achievement reward. Random potion formula. The energy cubes I made before were not potions. Obviously, a crucible was also used. And this time, it was a collaboration between 2 people, not done independently. Does it count? The extracted potion formula was quite satisfactory to Ethan. Bafe Brain Refresher. A potion that can increase brain power. Ethan remembered that the effect in the game was to sort out a wrong option in class. But in the real world, increasing brain power means increasing thinking ability, learning ability, memory, etc. During the continuous process, whether it is the casting speed or the ability to learn new spells, there will be a significant improvement. Even if the effect is over, the things you learned and understood during this period are still yours. It can be said to be a very effective potion. The formula is also extremely simple and cheap. Oil and frog brains are enough. Walking out of the potion classroom, Harry was like an eggplant hit by frost, wilting. "Ethan, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." Harry felt very embarrassed. Professor Snape was targeting him, but because he couldn't answer, Ethan was targeted. Fortunately, Ethan answered, so no points were deducted. It was just that the little thing between Ethan and Hermione later was deducted, and Harry didn't know if it was his fault. This has nothing to do with you. It's Snape's own problem. There's another saying that is hard to say. This is called the son paying for the father's debt. Who made your father steal someone's childhood sweetheart, and also used the magic invented by Snape to hang Snape himself in public, and exposed his hairy legs and underwear, which can be said to be the shame of his life. I don't know why, when I first met Snape, he was not kind to me, especially today, as if he wanted to dig out my eyes. Harry fell into the emo state and couldn't extricate himself. The professors of all subjects were kind to him, except for this Snape. You can actually go back and ask your aunt about this matter. Ethan made a suggestion. Snape is the freak in the mouth of Harry's Aunt Petunia. Of course, this was when Snape was young, and they definitely didn't meet each other later, but Petunia must know what Snape thinks of Lily. Why would you ask my aunt? Harry couldn't figure it out. His aunt was just an ordinary person, and Snape was a professor at the magic school. The two were from two different worlds and had no intersection at all. Since you said that Snape had bad intentions towards you when you first met, then you must not know each other, and he doesn't know you, but he has a grudge against you. Then think about it. Who is this grudge against? Ethan continued to guide, and really wanted to know what would happen after Harry knew about Snape in advance. Anyway, this kind of thing is just a small episode and has no impact on the overall situation. With my parents, after thinking about it, Harry could only come to this conclusion. It can be confirmed that his parents are wizards, and they also left him a huge inheritance. If his parents were still alive, they would be about the same age as Snape, and they might even be classmates. If there was hatred, it would be very likely. Is it true? You can ask them when you go back during the holidays. It's just a matter of one sentence. People who know the situation in Hogwarts will definitely not tell Harry. Apart from his aunt, Harry has no other choice. You know, my relationship with my aunt is not good. She won't tell me. Harry shook his head. Since he was a child, his aunt's family made him live in the storage room, wear shabby clothes, and do all kinds of housework. They were indifferent to the bullying of his cousin Daly. Do you really think so? Harry nodded without hesitation after hearing this. This is the fact. They just don't like him. Harry is young now and doesn't understand a lot, but he will probably understand it later. First of all, you're not your aunt's son. Why should she raise you? Did your family give you money? It takes a lot of money to raise you. Ethan directly pointed out the most realistic problem. Harry, who grew up in the Muggle world, knew some laws, and there was also the issue of orphanages. It is not that his aunt has no rules to raise a nephew. Harry's father is from the wizarding world and has no property in the Muggle world. There is no benefit at all. Even in the Muggle world, there are many cases of people plotting their relatives' property and letting children fend for themselves. Harry has his own room, eats with his family, and can go to the zoo with them, which means that they will not leave Harry behind when they go out to play. This is many times better than an orphanage. Harry's aunt can be said to be a positive representative here, but they are not good to me. Harry has listened to some of it, but for so many years, his uncle's family treated him and Daly differently, which made him difficult to let go for a while. You have talents that they don't have. This is jealousy. You may bring disaster to the family. This is fear. It's strange that they can treat you well under this emotion, but they still care about you and raise you at risk. This should be the case in Ethan's understanding. When Penny was young, her sister showed wizard talent. She was quite envious and wrote to Dumbledore to enroll, but was rejected. At that time, she was quite jealous of Lily, but she still sent Lily to the train station to go to school, which shows that she still has deep feelings for her sister. Later, both parties had families. Knowing that his sister and brother-in-law were dead, Perry knew that the wizarding world was far less safe than the Muggle world. Also, his sister's family had obviously offended people in the wizarding world. If their enemies knew about adopting their children, it would also be a safety hazard, especially after he was exposed to the magic world. The family was not threatened to adopt Harry, but because they learned from a letter that their sister's family had died, Harry had her sister's magic, and Harry, who was still a baby, was already at their doorstep, so they finally decided to adopt him. What should I do? Harry scratched his head and asked in distress. He was a little overwhelmed. His aunt actually cared about him, which simply overturned his previous cognition. Explain clearly, and occasionally send some small gifts back, such as chocolate frogs. Anyway, you are not short of money, but don't do anything related to magic. They can't get in touch with it. Okay, I'll go back and think about it. By the way, Ethan, do you want to go to Hagrid's house this afternoon with me? It's the giant who led us to the station. Okay, I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I'll go with you. Ethan agreed immediately. This is a great opportunity to see the hidden rich family in Hogwarts. In the afternoon, at almost 3 o'clock, Ethan met Harry Ronald in the lobby and prepared to visit Hagrid together. Crossing the grass, they came to the edge of the Black Lake and walked a little further to Hagrid's cabin. There was a crossbow and a pair of rubber shoes in front of the door. This is it. Hagrid said that he only has one house here. I'll go knock on the door. Arriving at the door, Harry turned around and said to Ethan and Ronald, "Dong, dong, dong." Along with Harry's knocking, Ethan and others clearly heard the sound of objects falling and low dog barking from inside the house. Then a deafening voice came, "Back off, yeah, back off." After waiting for a while, the door finally opened, and Hagrid walked out from inside, with messy hair, tangled beard, looking sloppy, and a black hound collar in his hand. "Back off, on." As he spoke, he pulled the black dog aside, making way for Ethan and the others. After entering, he realized that there was only one room inside, with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, boiling water in a copper kettle in the brazier, and a large bed in the corner, with bedding made of rags. In addition to these, there was also a white blanket, which looked gray and inconspicuous, but it was made of unicorn hair, and there were some colorful feathers, which should be those of the silent bird and the evil bird if I was not mistaken. As for those huge fangs, Ethan could not see them. Sure enough, he was a hidden rich man in Hogwarts, with a rich family background. In the future, if he got the magical animals that Hagrid was interested in, he could exchange them with Hagrid. "You're welcome. Sit anywhere," Hagrid said, and then let Fawn go. But as soon as the dog was let go, it pounced at Ethan's feet, whimpering like a pleaser. "This is Ronald Weasley. This is Ethan Adrian." Harry introduced the two to Hagrid. After all, they didn't know each other yet. Hagrid, who was preparing to entertain, turned around and looked at Ronald's red hair and freckled face, and said with a headache, "I've spent almost half of my life to drive the twin brothers of the Weasley family out of the Forbidden Forest. Really, God knows how much more work he has done since the twins came to school." Ronald's face turned red, and he didn't know what to say. He really knew his twin brother very well. He was definitely the #1 troublemaker. Luckily, Hagrid only mentioned it once and didn't mention it again. Soon, Hagrid prepared the entertainment, rock cakes, and hot tea. Harry and Ronald tried their best to bite off some crumbs from the rock cakes, but they still acted like they loved it very much. Although Ethan's physical fitness has been strengthened and his teeth have been strengthened accordingly, he still doesn't want to try the taste of this rock cake. He immediately broke off a piece and secretly fed it to Yaya at his feet. I don't know if Yaya has grown up eating rock cakes. Anyway, it is quite adapted to eating, and it tastes good. "Take it when you're done. I still have a lot of rock cakes. You're welcome." When Hagrid found that Ethan was almost finished with the rock cake in his hand, he greeted Ethan very happily. "No, I'll be full after eating one." Ethan shook his head and refused. Harry and Ronald on the side naturally knew what was going on, but Yaya didn't go to their side, so even if he wanted to feed the dog, he couldn't. "By the way, Hagrid, do you know where to find frogs? Today, I just got the recipe for the Bafe Brain Refresher, but frog brains are not easy to get, and there will be no frog dishes on the Hogwarts table. Otherwise, they can cooperate with the cafeteria." Ethan didn't find this in Snape's potion classroom. Ethan, who was trapped in Hogwarts for a while, really didn't know where to find this thing except the Forbidden Forest. As for frogs, there are a lot of them by the pond in the east, but they should be hiding now, unless you dig them out. Hagrid pointed in a direction and said to Ethan, without any intention of hiding anything. Although I didn't know Ethan before, he must be his friend to be introduced by Harry, and Harry's friends are his friends. Is that so? Then, Hagrid, are there any frogs for sale in Hogsmeade? If they're all near the pond, a flying spell can be used to get them, but it is impossible for Ethan to dig frogs now. It is too troublesome, so this road is blocked. There are definitely frogs for sale in Diagon Alley or Nocturn Alley, but unless the boxes are transported here using the traceless expansion spell, how much can be bought with owls alone, and it is probably not as expensive as the postage. And those three idiots dare not leave Nocturn Alley even though they are wanted, otherwise they could transport the frogs to Hogsmeade and give them to me. There are some in Bruce's pet shop, and some of the little things like to eat mice and frogs. Hagrid seemed to remember something and added immediately, you can only go to Hogsmeade in the 3rd grade. You can't go now, so you can't sneak away. If you want frogs, I can bring them back for you. Okay, if I need it, I will ask you for help. Ethan skipped this topic. If Hagrid brings them, the number will not be too large at a time. After all, a large backlog is prone to death. The fresh frog brains needed to make the Bafe Brain Refresher must not have died for more than an hour. As long as he knew there were frogs in the store, he could clear out the frogs in the store by using the box of the Traceless Expansion spell once. Ethan planned to use the Bafe Brain Refresher not only for himself, but also to sell it for money. Sales would definitely not be a problem, especially for students in grades 5, 6, and 7. Hagrid, is Snape targeting me related to my parents? Harry remembered that Hagrid had been a key keeper at Hogwarts for many years and was friends with his parents. Maybe he knew about this. Isn't Snape like this to all students, especially when facing Gryffindor? Hagrid avoided Harry's eyes and spoke intermittently. It can only be said that he really doesn't lie. Harry saw that Hagrid was unwilling to say more, so he had to give up. It would be the same when he went back to ask his aunt. However, this also made Harry more certain that something must have happened between Snape and his parents. Then, when Harry saw the news about the robbery of Gringotts on July 31st in the Daily Prophet, he asked Hagrid some questions. Hagrid's deliberate avoidance became more obvious, and he tried to block Harry's mouth with rock biscuits. On the way back, the three of them had their pockets full of rock biscuits. Since Hagrid was too enthusiastic, the three of them couldn't refuse. But after Harry left Hagrid's hut, he had more questions in his mind. He had to think about Snape and his aunt's family, and now there was the package in Gringotts. He had always suspected that the robber of Gringotts was going to steal the package that Hagrid had taken in advance. After 10 o'clock in the evening, Ethan appeared in the room of requirement on time and got more than 10 pieces of parchment for Peter. These were all written by him today. The main writing in the past 2 days was about Transfiguration and alchemy, and now he is writing about spells and potions. The principle and use of the Fiendfire Curse are what Peter wrote today. At this rate, Peter's brain will be drained out by tomorrow. After asking for a room to practice magic, Ethan walked into it. There were several large targets inside, which were specially used for testing magic. In addition, there was only a set of tables and chairs for resting as a rest area. In the rest area, Ethan read Peter's records about the Fiendfire Curse and his experience of successfully performing it. When learning the Fiendfire Curse, you don't need a spell, but you have to remember the specific magic route and release this magic power. The most important thing is to have the emotion of destroying everything in your heart. Release the inner desire for destruction and transform it into a substantial flame to burn everything. Emotion is the most important thing. If the emotion is not strong enough, it cannot be released successfully. However, due to the strong desire for destruction, the fiery curse is extremely difficult to control and can easily hurt himself. Ethan ended up with this. He cannot use it when his emotions are not strong enough, but it is extremely difficult to control it when his emotions are too strong, so the usage rate is not very high. But Ethan does not have this worry. First of all, according to the ability of the talent Heart of Darkness, while improving the black magic talent, the use of black magic does not require any emotional assistance. In other words, As long as he masters the magic operation mode of the fiery curse, Ethan can release the fiery curse whenever he wants. And the talent, Flame Affinity, gives Ethan the natural control over fire magic, and the two together are simply perfect. But for the first time, Ethan still needs to use emotional assistance to find the feeling of release, and then remove this step when he finds the feeling. Start running according to the magic route written by Peter on the parchment, and then condense the emotions of destruction and destruction into flames. Soon, a wisp of heart-pounding red flame floated out from the top of the wand and expanded rapidly. Although there were not many combustibles around, Ethan's magic power was the best fuel. The flames continued to spray out until the surrounding tables, chairs, targets, etc. were burned into a sea of fire. In this process, Ethan also constantly controlled the direction of the flames, and finally turned it into a fire tornado that revolved around him. If Ethan could pay attention to the panel at this moment, he would see that in just a moment, the proficiency level of the fiery curse had jumped to 3. It can only be said that the multiple learning talents, black magic talents, wizard talents, spell talents, thinking ability improvements, plus the increase in the talent of Heart of Fire, are too terrifying. As the flames became more and more vigorous, Ethan not only did not feel that he was about to lose control, but on the contrary, he became more and more handy. Until Ethan completely cut off the supply of magic power, the fire stopped expanding, but Ethan still had control. Gradually, the fire tornado began to separate, turning into creatures such as fire phoenixes and fire dragons, and let these creatures run around the entire transformation site. During this process, Ethan had a lot of fun. Is this a magical transformation? After a little thought, Ethan felt that it was not. After all, the transformation of magic is to perfectly change its essence, not just to have a form. Now, this is just the characteristic of the fiery curse. The transformed appearance is a fire phoenix or a fire dragon, and the components are still fiery fire, without the slightest ability of a fire dragon or a fire phoenix. Mjolnir. There is a thunderous sound in my ears, and the thunder hammer with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell down. The fire phoenix in the air was directly smashed into sparks all over the sky. These sparks did not extinguish, but fell on the ground. And with Ethan's thought, these sparks quickly gathered to form a giant wolf formed by flames running on the ground. Sure enough, even in the face of powerful magic attacks, the fiery fire could not be extinguished. It still had to wait until the magic power was exhausted. Ethan guessed that the reason why the end of all curses could deal with magic like the fiery curse and fire escape was that it was essentially a spell that used one's own magic to eliminate magic, using magic to fight magic. The stop of curses was like this. Ethan had already learned this magic, which was used to cancel the casting of some other spells and could also be used to resist the spells sent by the opponent. The end of all curses was an upgraded version of the stop of curses. As he became more and more proficient in the operation of the fiery curse, Ethan gradually walked to the side of the fiery curse, and his intuition told Ethan that he would not be hurt by the fiery curse. Trusting his intuition, Ethan put his hand into the body of the fire dragon composed of fiery flames and could feel the temperature rise, but there was indeed no damage. Not only that, even the wizard robe was intact. How stupid it would be to be hurt by your own magic. But when Ethan wanted to control the fiery flames to dissipate, he found that he still couldn't do it. The magic power in the flames had not been consumed, and he couldn't make it dissipate directly. Maybe when the fiery flames reached the full level, he could control it freely. Fortunately, it was not released outside. Otherwise, if there were too many flammable materials, all the spells would not be over, and who knows how big the burn would be. After consuming most of it, Ethan left the room of requirement. When observing the panel, he found that the fiery spell had reached level 6, which was the fastest upgraded magic. If you want your dream to come true, what do you need to do first? Wake up. As Ethan answered, the door of the common room opened. Where have you been? Walking back to the dormitory, Ethan suddenly heard a deep voice behind him, which vaguely revealed a hint of resentment. Suddenly, Ethan felt goosebumps. Who is this? Just now, I was only concerned about returning to the dormitory and didn't pay attention at all. Besides, no one would be in the common room at this time. Senior sister, please don't scare me. Turning around to see who it was, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Who scared you? I'm such a big person here, can't you see? Tell me, where did you go in the middle of the night? Penelope came to Ethan with her arms folded. This week, she felt that Ethan was not right. He got up late in the morning and looked like he didn't sleep well. On the first day, he said that he didn't recognize his bed. It was impossible for him to have insomnia. In order to find out, she deliberately came here to wait today, which meant that it was not good to run to the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night. Otherwise, she would have to go in and check. Night run. Ethan looked Penelope in the eyes and said with a firm face, Night run? It's almost 3 o'clock now. You told me that you went for a night run at this time. Do you think I have no brains? Just say you went on a date with that little witch. Senior sister may be able to cover for you. Penelope was so angry that her chest was about to grow, and her wizard robe rose and fell. It's late, senior sister. It's time to go to bed. Staying up late is the natural enemy of women. Ethan felt a headache. He was actually blocked today. Except for the first day, Ethan went out at about 10 o'clock and came back at 1 or 2 o'clock. Today, he thought he could get up later because he wanted to rest, so he came back late and didn't expect to be blocked. Stop talking nonsense and tell me honestly why you didn't come home at night. I'm the class leader. Penelope pointed to the class leader badge on her chest that rose and fell. Why are you meeting in the middle of the night? You're going to practice magic. Ethan had no choice but to tell the truth. What happened in the middle of the night was not a date. It was a hookup. In Hogwarts, the little witches Ethan knew, except for Penelope in front of him, it was illegal to attack anyone else. Practicing magic in the middle of the night? Penelope looked at Ethan doubtfully. In Hogwarts, there is actually no special place for practicing magic. It is not allowed to cast spells in the corridor. The open space outside the castle is allowed, but it is not necessary because most magic is quiet and can be practiced in the dormitory. Well, if you want to go, I can take you to the common room at 10 o'clock tonight. There is nothing to hide about the room of requirement, as long as it is not known to everyone. Ethan only used it to practice magic, and it wasn't just for one room. Okay, at 10 p.m., the senior will be waiting for you here. Penelope smiled sweetly at Ethan, and then walked into the passage back to the girls' dormitory. She had to go back to catch up on her sleep. Ethan sighed when he returned to the dormitory. The senior seemed to be a green tea, but there was nothing wrong with green tea. Sleep, sleep. I have an appointment with the Weasley twin brothers in the afternoon to go to Hogsmeade. Afternoon, 2:30, in the dark and narrow secret passage. Ethan and his group walked for almost an hour. The passage changed from stone walls to mud, and some water seeped down from time to time. This is a passage below the one-eyed witch, and the exit is in the basement of Honeyduke's store. It's in front. Fred, who was leading the way with the lighting spell in front, turned to Ethan and reminded him. Soon, Fred pushed open the cover above a secret passage, and Ethan and George followed him out. It was a place to store sundries. After using the cleaning spell to clean the dirt on his body, Ethan followed the twin brothers and soon came to the Honeyduke's candy store. They were quite familiar with this place. A scent of fudge came to him. The smell was indeed a bit tempting, but Ethan didn't really want to eat it. The cakes and candies here were too sweet. The only thing that felt good was the ice cream he had eaten in Diagon Alley last time. Entering the front hall, where candy was sold, Ethan and others were not in a hurry to leave. Fred and his friends still had a shop here. In addition to the more common toffees, nougat, BB multi-flavor beans, and chocolate frogs, they also bought jelly slugs, cockroach piles, ice mice, toad-shaped cream mints, sour lollipops that can burn a hole in your tongue, and exploding candies. The reason they bought so much was not to eat, but to be a middleman. Even if you're in the 3rd grade or above, you have to be organized by the school and have your parents' consent to come to Hogsmeade Village. You can't come a few times a year. The products of Honeyduke's candy store are very popular among young wizards, so there is no worry about not being able to sell them. Of course, it is definitely not okay to be too expensive. In their words, it is not okay to make a lot of money, but it is okay to make some pocket money. Ethan finally understood why in a family like Weasley, who basically has no pocket money. The two of them still had money to gamble on the Quidditch Century Cup. It turned out that they really made money. Then Ethan followed the two to Zonko's joke shop. This time, the two did not go shopping spree. They bought 5 big dung eggs and left. According to them, 4 of them were for their own use. If Slytherin did something naughty again in the next Quidditch match, they would throw 2 of them on their long table and 2 on the door of their common room. The other one was promised to be given to Peeves, the one that was petrified by Ethan last time. At that time, Peeves was petrified for almost 3 days before it was released. Since Ethan was in a state of disillusionment at that time, Peeves could not see and could only target the twins. In order to appease it, the twins promised to take the dung egg to it as soon as possible. Afterwards, Ethan followed the twins to the 3 broomsticks to drink butterbeer. This felt like a drink without much alcohol. It tasted good, and Ethan bought some. Moreover, the owner of the 3 broomsticks was a widow in her 40s who still had charm. So when Ethan and his friends went there, it was quite lively and full of middle-aged and elderly wizards. Then it was Bruce's pet shop. The twins knew the boss, too. With their introduction, Ethan bought all the frogs in the shop as live feed, spending 15 gold galleons. I don't know the exact number, but there are thousands of them, all of which were placed in the oversized fish tank that Ethan prepared in advance in the box with the Traceless expansion spell. This Traceless expansion spell box was not taken from Dennis and his friends, but was made by Ethan himself later. The area is a little smaller than Ethan's 4-person dormitory. After all, learning is the first priority. The fish tank was also transformed by Transfiguration, and the enhancement spell was also released, which can last for half a month. The last oil is even simpler. It is sold in the grocery store. It is a special oil for potions. Ravenclaw dormitory. Ethan looked at his 3 sons with a doting face and said slowly, "I'll give you a chance to make money. Do you want it?" Bafe brain wake-up agent. This Ethan did not plan to make by himself. Although the whole process of making the potion is not troublesome, it takes a lot of time. Ethan is unwilling to spend his time on this. He is not Snape, a greasy middle-aged man who plans to live with potions for the rest of his life since Lily's death. A chance to make money? Terry took a step back and asked carefully. Although Ethan's eyes were incomprehensible, he was definitely not well-intentioned, and making money made him have bad ideas. Although this country is very open, he has no such idea at all, and he is only 11 years old. What about you two? Ignoring Terry, who had the wrong idea, Ethan turned his head to look at Michael and Jean. Speaking of talent and potions, Michael is the strongest among the 3, and Jean and Terry are both average. Who doesn't want a chance to make money? Right, Jean said affirmatively, holding Michael's shoulders. Although he was from a wizard family, his pocket money was still limited. Why not have more galleons? Michael also nodded, or he was more active than Jean. Although 100 galleons a year was enough, if he wanted to stay in the wizarding world in the future, the more galleons the better. Then follow me. Ethan walked into the small suitcase. To make simple potions, you don't need to go to the room of requirement. There are 4 sets of crucibles and some auxiliary small tools in the whole dormitory, which are completely enough, and making potions does not require much space. If you're not afraid of dirtying the dormitory and having a strange smell, you can make potions in the dormitory. This is a Traceless expansion spell. My family also has such a suitcase in a tent. It looks small, but there's a lot of space inside. Jean explained to the 2 roommates who cast doubtful eyes at him. But Jean clearly remembered that Ethan was from a Muggle family. So how did he have this box? Even I, who was born in a wizard family, didn't have any. Was there something wrong? See if these frogs still have oil. Use them to make potions. 1 galleon for each pot. Ethan said slowly as he looked at the 3 people who were slowly coming down. This price is definitely not low. Even if you use your spare time and nighttime to make it, the galleons you earn in a month are higher than the salary of Arthur Weasley, the head of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. But the actual production volume still needs to be determined based on the sales volume. And a crucible is not just 1 portion. It can at least hold several small bottles. Okay, I'll do it. Michael was the first to express his opinion. Although he didn't even know how to do it, he must seize this opportunity. let alone one Galleon. He would do it even for one Sikkim. They were both born as Muggles. From a moment of the sorting, he knew that Ethan's fate would definitely be different from his. Now it seems to be true. Excellent grades, can talk to everyone in Ravenclaw, especially the senior, and knows the savior. And now he is playing potions, which makes him feel more pure than those purebloods. It's not shameful to cling to him. With Michael taking the lead, Jean and Terry also nodded and joined in. I'll do it first. Remember, bring the crucible in and boil the potion here. Remember, the potion formula cannot be leaked. At the end, Ethan's face was full of seriousness. The wizarding world also has intellectual property rights, such as the Potter family's ancestral shampoo, but it was sold later. But this intellectual property is for pure blood. You, a Muggle-born wizard, talk to them about intellectual property protection. Isn't this a joke? Ethan is sure that if Ethan went to apply for it himself, the information was submitted in the morning, and the formula was registered before lunchtime, and the inventor must be a pureblood. We know. The three looked at each other and nodded affirmatively. Not to mention that the relationship between the few people is not bad. They don't have such an idea now. They just want to make some money. Even if you want to leak it, you have to think clearly about the consequences of offending Ethan. As a little wizard who is embarrassed and begins to show extraordinary talent, his future achievements will not be bad. After giving a few more instructions, Ethan started to act. Take a frog out of the oversized fish tank. Then poke a knife into the back of its head. Turn the hands holding the frog and the knife at the same time until the head is cut open. Then use the knife to gently pick out the brain and put it in a container beside. This scene is indeed a bit disgusting, but potions are like this, and there are many disgusting ones. For example, the intelligence enhancement potion requires armadillo bile and crushed scarab beetles, while the shrinking potion requires caterpillars cut into thin slices, mouse bile, and leech juice. Other potions are not much better. Didn't we use slugs yesterday? Repeat this action until 16 portions of frog brains are taken out, and Ethan stopped. Heat oil in a pan, that's right. Put the crucible on the alcohol lamp, add oil, stir it, and wait until it reaches the right temperature. Then add frog brains. Fortunately, this oil is not vegetable oil or animal oil. Otherwise, it will become fried frog brains. After more than 10 minutes, Ethan picked up the crucible and extinguished the alcohol lamp, then began to stir the liquid in the crucible again. The liquid had turned green at this time. This time the production was still very successful. After it was completed, Ethan divided it into small bottles, a total of 4 bottles. Ethan picked up a bottle and pushed the remaining 3 bottles in front of them. Do you want to try it? It's a freshly baked potion that can improve brain power. Ethan, are you sure you won't die after drinking it? Terry picked it up and observed it carefully. As a Muggle, he instinctively resisted it. What would oil and frog brains cook? Do you dare to imagine what it would taste like? You will die if you drink it. Ethan drank it in one gulp. If you want to set a price, it must be based on the effect and duration. Seeing that Ethan had drunk it, the 3 of them did not hesitate and closed their eyes and drank it in one gulp. The taste was indeed a bit strange and a bit greasy. Then Ethan took the 3 back to the dormitory to test the specific effect. Ethan himself felt that it didn't seem to have any effect, but Michael and the other 2 clearly said that their memory and comprehension abilities had improved, but the duration was a bit short, only 20 minutes. When the time was up, the 3 were beaten back to their original form. After thinking about it, they decided to charge 5 gold galleons per bottle. The potions in Diagon Alley were not cheap. Wouldn't it be disruptive to the market if Ethan's potions were too cheap? In addition, this is the only one that can improve brain power, so take it or leave it. Anyway, we are in the business of pure blood or half-blood, and the proportion of Muggle-born little wizards in Hogwarts is actually not high. Senior, let's go. At around 10 o'clock, Ethan appeared in the common room and invited the senior on the sofa. I can let the big-wave senior spend time with me alone at night. My damn charm. Let's go. Penelope stretched out her hand for Ethan to pull her up and followed Ethan out of the common room. In this Hogwarts, she was not afraid that Ethan would sell her out. After going down the spiral staircase, Ethan took out the Marauder's map directly. I solemnly swear that I have done nothing good. Pointing the wand at the Marauder's map and reciting the password, I saw lines of ink outlined on the parchment, among which Filch was on the west side of the 3rd floor, and Dumbledore was still in his office on the 8th floor. Penelope, who witnessed everything with her own eyes, was really shocked. There is such a thing that can know the location of everyone in Hogwarts. Isn't this prying into other people's privacy? No wonder Ethan dared to go out for a night tour unscrupulously. It would be strange if he could be caught with this thing. There was just one thing Penelope couldn't figure out. It was understandable for a pure blood to have such an alchemical tool, but Ethan was born a muggle like her, so where did he come from? Judging from how worn it was, it must have been quite old. Turning his head and looking at Penelope's puzzled eyes, Ethan explained, "This is called the Marauder's Map. You can activate it by reciting the password I just gave. You can see the effect. This was also made by students of Hogwarts, but they have already graduated. They were accidentally found by Fred and George and given to me." Fred Weasley and George Weasley? Even though they were not in the same grade, Penelope knew about the famous twins in Hogwarts. It was really that they were too cruel when deducting points. And their brother, Percy Weasley, had expressed his affection for her in the 3rd grade, but was rejected by her at that time. That's them. Are you close to them? This is obviously a rare alchemical item. No one would send in casually. And Ethan and the twins can be said to have no connection at all. They are from different colleges and grades. One is born in Muggle, and the other is born in pure blood. How can they have any intersection? Very familiar. We went to Hogsmeade together this afternoon. You also went to Hogsmeade? Penelope found that she couldn't understand Ethan more and more. What did he think of the rules of Hogwarts to confirm that he was a Ravenclaw instead of a Gryffindor? Yes. Is there any problem with this? Ethan nodded calmly to confirm. Do you know that I am a prefect? How dare you say that in front of me? Penelope sighed. In front of this junior, her dignity as a prefect seemed to be completely gone. Senior sister, are you going to tell Professor Flitwick? Ethan turned his head and looked at Penelope with a smile. Penelope patted Ethan's shoulder, looked into his eyes, and said with a smile, "Next time, I'll take you there." Sure enough, it's the senior who's the most flirtatious. The two chatted and walked all the way to the 8th floor. Are you taking me to the principal's office? Penelope didn't know what else was on the 8th floor except for the principal's office. And if you practice magic anywhere on the 8th floor, any noise you make will probably alert Dumbledore. Just follow me. Ethan continued to lead the way until he stopped opposite the giant monster club hitting Barnabas. Room of Requirement. Have you heard of it, senior? All Requirement. Penelope couldn't believe it. What place dared to say that all requirement was required? Walk back and forth in front of this wall 3 times, and it will respond to the room you need to hone in your heart. And everyone in Hogwarts knows that I don't like this place. Don't worry, senior sister knows. Now let me try if it's really that magical. Penelope said and walked back and forth 3 times, and then a smooth door appeared on the wall out of thin air. Ethan didn't know what room she was thinking of, and followed Penelope with doubts. Are you a little girl? Ethan couldn't help but complain, which really subverted Ethan's influence on Penelope. I thought it was a room for practicing magic or full of books, but it turned out to be a crystal palace in a fairy tale. Any questions? Penelope was quite excited to visit it. When the girl was young, she didn't have a princess dream of a castle and crystal palace. It's a pity that the castle of Hogwarts emphasizes practicality and does not meet the requirements of a princess. After a round of walking, Penelope and Ethan opened a room for practicing magic together. Originally, Ethan wanted to separate from Penelope, but Penelope insisted on staying in the same room. Senior, drink this and try it. Ethan handed a small bottle of green potion to Penelope. This was the finished potion that Ethan guided Michael and others to make before coming here. Ethan wanted Penelope to advertise it after trying it. Even if a first-year wizard praised the potion to the sky, few people would believe and buy it, especially since the potion was worth 5 gold galleons. But the prefect was different. Her credibility in Ravenclaw was not low. What potion is this? Penelope held the potion and swung it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out what it was. Love potion. Really? I don't believe it. Penelope swallowed it in one gulp. Do you really think she doesn't know about love potion? It's not this color at all. Buffy brain refresher. If you practice magic or study, this effect will come out. Ethan reminded her that it only lasted for a short 20 minutes. I'm learning the shield charm recently. Let me try it. After listening to the advice and eating a full meal, Penelope immediately went to practice. The shield charm, many graduates can't use it. It is considered a very difficult magic, but if you want to participate in the Aura selection, you must know the shield charm. After graduating, Penelope wanted to try to participate in the Aura assessment. Other magic departments don't matter. They basically can't get in, but in fact, Auras are also difficult, but there is still a glimmer of hope. Ethan went to practice Fiery Blaze, preparing to reach the maximum level first, and practice Mjolnir at the same time. Originally, she was practicing the iron armor, but suddenly she felt a heat wave coming, and then she looked at the scene over there with Ethan, and Penelope collapsed. Who was the first grader? Could this fire magic be used by the first graders? And why was the huge thunder hammer a little confusing? Can we be sure that we really went to the same magic school? Until the end of the practice, the flames began to dissipate, and Penelope dared to walk towards Ethan. Ethan, what magic did you just use? Handing a handkerchief to Ethan to wipe his sweat, Penelope asked curiously. She knew that some magic was inherited from the family and would not be easily revealed, but Ethan was born a muggle like her. The fiery curse and Mjolnir. The latter is considered to be magic from ancient times. It is true that the fiery curse is dark magic, but it is not the unforgivable curse. Hogwarts does not teach dark magic, but it does not mean that learning and using dark magic is illegal. Only injuring people violates the rules. Senior pure blood, that person does not know one or two black magics, except for the unforgivable curse. I know the fiery curse. Is Mjolnir Thor's hammer? Penelope saw the record of the fiery curse in the library of the Ravenclaw lounge, but there is no specific way to learn it. The description says that learning is not difficult, but the difficult thing is to control it, but it seems that Ethan controls it well. And Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, Penelope naturally knows about it. Norse mythology is quite popular in Europe, especially in Britain. In the early Middle Ages, this place was a key area invaded by those barbarians, so that many cultures of Britain overlap with Northern Europe. What's the situation with this potion? She didn't want to dwell on it. She didn't want to ask too much about magic, but Ethan gave her the potion on his own initiative. There must be a reason for this, and the effect was really good. During that time, I felt that my brain was particularly flexible. Some points that I hadn't noticed before were found out. Buffy Brain Refresher, 5 gold galleons a bottle. You sell a bottle, and I'll give you 1 gold galleon. How about it? In this way, Ethan made a net profit of almost 3 gold galleons per bottle. Frogs are not worth much, but the oil used for this potion is still relatively expensive, almost 1 gold galleon per portion. In addition to several roommates doing hard work, 1 gold galleon per pot, and if one pot is well controlled, it can be 5 bottles. In addition to Penelope, the Weasley twins can also help sell. They are quite popular in Gryffindor, so you want the senior sister to help you with sales. Penelope stared at Ethan with a smile on her face, but there was no reason to refuse. Of course, no problem. It cost 5 gold galleons in just 20 minutes, which was indeed a bit expensive. Penelope herself would definitely not be willing to buy it, but those rich purebloods or half-bloods were not among them. She knew how anxious her classmates were when facing OWLS exams. If she knew about this kind of potion, she would definitely buy it. The profit from this is not small. It can be said that it is giving money to herself. On Sunday, when Ethan took the Buffy Brain Refresher to the twins to discuss sales, he met Cedric through their introduction. They suggested that Cedric could be responsible for the sales of Hufflepuff Academy. Unlike the twins who are famous for their pranks in Gryffindor, Cedric is completely popular with Hufflepuff because of his excellent character and knowledge. Cedric, who has tested the effect of Buffy Brain Refresher, patted his chest and assured Ethan, "Hufflepuff will be left to me. You don't know that some of the fifth-year seniors are so anxious that they can't even eat. For Hufflepuff, Not being able to eat is already a big deal. Although the 5 gold galleons are a little expensive, there are still many that Hufflepuff can afford. Magic potions are expensive, and you can't let others sell their magic potions at a loss. Cedric, we have introduced you to a good business, so you have to treat us to a good meal. Fred put his arm around Cedric's shoulders and showed a treacherous expression. The 4 schools of Hogwarts usually eat in the Great Hall, and the food is the same. It is not rich, but not bad. However, Hufflepuff is close to the kitchen and has a good relationship with the house elves, so they can cook their own food. But many badgers don't like this, thinking that it is too troublesome for the house elves. They will only choose to cook their own food in the common room when it is worth celebrating or someone's birthday. Now the twins want to rely on Cedric's relationship to prepare something good. Okay, I met Ethan today. It is indeed worth celebrating. Cedric nodded in agreement without hesitation. Can you prepare the ingredients and cook it yourself? Ethan asked. Compared with the old-fashioned fried steaks and lamb chops, Ethan is more like a hot pot. It is only about 10 degrees in the daytime, so it is suitable to eat hot pot. Before entering the wizarding world, Ethan often cooked hot pot at home in winter. Before coming to Hogwarts, I also brought some hot pot base, which I bought at a high price from an authentic Huxiao restaurant in London's Chinatown. Unlike those that have been modified to suit the tastes of locals, his hot pot is quite authentic. Originally, I was planning to wait until the weather got a little colder and go to the Forbidden Forest to get some mushrooms and game for hot pot. Now I have the chance, and I will not miss it. The house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen cook very well. We don't need to do it at all. George didn't believe in Ethan's cooking skills and immediately began to dissuade him. Hot pot, the Muggle delicacy in Dacia. I will write some ingredients to Cedric and ask him to go to the kitchen to make it. You will know after eating it. Ethan knew that these explanations were not clear. Even in the Muggle world, Dacia in this era was synonymous with backwardness in Great Britain, and there was no understanding of Dacia. Not to mention the closed wizard world. It is estimated that they don't even know where Dacia is. There are 11 wizard colleges in this world, 2 of which are in Asia, Shaozi, and the Middle East, and there's nothing about Dacia. Maybe they're all studying in the Taoist temple. Okay, you write it and I'll prepare it. But the kitchen doesn't have all the ingredients. Cedric scratched his head. He didn't understand what Ethan meant by hot pot, but he wouldn't spoil the fun of his new friend. George and Fred also felt novel, so they naturally wouldn't refuse. Ethan didn't write much either. He just cut beef and mutton into thin slices, shrimp, and then vegetables, wild mushrooms, lettuce, radish, potatoes, etc., and chili oil and sesame. After handing the note to Cedric, Ethan returned to the dormitory to get the hot pot base and brought butterbeer by the way. The way to enter the Hufflepuff common room is to knock on the wooden barrel. Led by Cedric, the group entered. It was lunchtime, and there was no one inside, just Ethan and the other 4. The dishes will be brought by the house elves later. What should we do next? I'll do it. It will be ready soon. Ethan set up the cleaned crucible, turned on the alcohol lamp below to the maximum, fried the hot pot base first, and then injected enough water into it. It's ready. When the dishes come, put the dishes in it and you can eat it. Is this a potion? Fred swallowed his saliva and asked in disbelief. It feels very spicy, but the taste makes people salivate. Is this thing really edible? The way Muggles eat, it has nothing to do with potions. While answering Fred's words, Ethan used the freezing spell to cool down the butterbeer. Not long after, the house elves brought the dishes over, and the water in the crucible had already boiled. After Ethan made a simple dipping sauce with chili oil and sesame for everyone, he started to put the dishes in. By the way, he used Transfiguration to create a clamp, which was specially used to pick up the dishes in the crucible. After all, they didn't know how to use chopsticks. Due to the limited ingredients here, there is no way to get other dips. Anyway, they have to prepare for the burning pain in some parts of their bodies tomorrow. Cedric and the other 2 watched Ethan eat beef and mutton in big mouthfuls after dipping it in chili oil. Finally, they couldn't bear the temptation. They tried to pick up a piece of meat and put it in their own dip. After taking a bite with a fork, they couldn't stop. They fished out the ingredients with shining eyes, eating nonstop while sighing. I say, can you slow down and eat some vegetarian food? Eating only meat is not good for the stomach. Ethan felt the pressure. These three were starving ghosts reincarnated. Not only did they eat fast, but they also focused on the meat. Burp. After drinking a mouthful of butterbeer, George said to Ethan while picking up the meat, "My stomach is very good. If your stomach is not good, you can eat more ingredients. Nellie, can you prepare some beef and mutton for us?" Seeing that there was not much meat on the plate, but Cedric felt that it could still be eaten, he immediately asked the house elf for more dishes. "Cedric, are you eating potions?" The door of the Hufflepuff common room was opened, and several young wizards came in, talking and laughing. They were surprised to see Cedric and his friends pick something out of the crucible and put on the plate and eat it with a red face. And their faces were all red, sweaty, and they were not in a good state. The leader immediately persuaded them when he found this. "If you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the school hospital instead of making potions yourself. It should be said that Hufflepuff is worthy of being the most united college. York, I'm not feeling unwell, but eating it. It's hot and spicy, but it tastes better." Cedric answered while saying, "Shah," but he still didn't put down the tongs in his hand. "That's right, York. Do you want to try it? It's really delicious." This is the way of eating that Ethan brought to Muggles. Fred also made an invitation. York Gladstone, the fifth-year class leader of Hufflepuff, also lives in St. Catchpole Village, and the two sides have a good relationship. "Senior, you can come try it. I believe you won't be disappointed." Ethan naturally doesn't mind adding one more person. If it doesn't work, add some crucibles. It's no big deal. If you get familiar with the people on Hufflepuff's side, it will be much easier to get something to eat in the future. York came to the side of a few people and greeted Ethan realistically. "Ethan Adrian, I know you. Welcome to the Hufflepuff Lounge." Then he sat next to a few people, prepared the dipping sauce under Ethan's instructions, and started eating. Hufflepuff is not a place where all the members are foodies, but there are many who like to eat, and York is one of them. When I first came in, I was too worried and didn't look carefully. Now I see Cedric eating, and I know that this thing is absolutely delicious. This is also the reason why York will sit down and eat without hesitation after lunch. It's spicy, but delicious. "Adrian, you should come to our Hufflepuff, really." Just after swallowing the food in his mouth, York gave Ethan a thumbs up. "No, York, you can't eat it by yourself. What should we do?" The companions who came in with York were anxious. This guy saw the delicious food, but he didn't have his own share. How could the little badger bear it? "Nellie, can you give me more like this?" The crucible is so big that there is no room for several people. Now I have to leave, but I haven't eaten it yet. For this, York can only suffer the house elf. "Sir, the kitchen still has dishes, but we don't have this soup." Nellie looked embarrassed. He also wanted to satisfy these little wizards, but he had never seen this way of eating, let alone making this soup. "I still have this base. If you need it, I can give it to you." Ethan brought a large piece. He just used a part of it, and the rest can be used for 4 or 5 pots. "Sir, can you give me a little bit? Just a little bit. I want to try to make it." Nellie looked at the red butter block given by Ethan and immediately bowed to Ethan and asked, "If hot pot can be brought into Hogwarts, it will definitely be a good thing, at least for Ethan. I don't know what Snape's expression will be when he sees everyone in the hall cooking hot pot with a cauldron. I really want to see it." Ethan agreed to Nellie's request immediately. With Ethan nodding, Nellie happily accepted a small piece and then opera to the kitchen. He had to prepare dishes for these little wizards. "You really should come to Hufflepuff." Looking at this scene, York couldn't help but sigh while trying to swallow the meat in his mouth. With his quality, unity, and helpfulness, what else is more suitable for Hufflepuff than this? You don't know. Ethan has Newt Scamander's ability, which can make magical animals obedient. Fred revealed a piece of news that York had never expected and took away the meat that York had just put down. Really, York didn't care about eating these. Hufflepuff's worship of Newt Scamander was almost the same as Gryffindor's worship of Dumbledore. "I do have this ability. There is nothing to hide." Sorting Hat, you are really damned. You actually sorted my Hufflepuff to Ravenclaw. York was extremely sad for a while, but then he turned his grief and anger into appetite and ate more fiercely. As more and more people entered the Hufflepuff common room, more and more people joined the ranks of eating hot pot. If Ethan hadn't brought enough hot pot base, I'm afraid this common room wouldn't be able to fit it. Now, this hot pot has become popular in Hufflepuff, and Ethan believes that sooner or later it will be served on the long table in the Hogwarts Great Hall. During this process, an achievement was also completed, which Ethan had never expected. Potion? No, it's food. Making potions is actually the same as cooking. Master the order of adding ingredients, flip the spatula, control the heat, and accurately grasp the time to take it out of the pot, and a delicious dish, potion, will be ready. Achievement goal: make food with a crucible 1-to-1. Achievement reward: improve potion talent. On Tuesday, the first-year wizards left Hogwarts Castle and came to the Quidditch field outside to prepare for flying lessons. In the morning spells class, Seamus still had a small accident and blew up the lock with the unlocking spell. Just tell me if it was opened or not. But it didn't have much impact, only he was a little blackened by the smoke and fire of the explosion. This class can be said to be the most enthusiastic class Ethan has ever seen, with groups of little wizards gathered together to discuss. Among them, Slytherin and Gryffindor were the most enthusiastic, and one by one they were telling their awesome riding experiences, so much so that Ethan and others in Ravenclaw heard it. They said they caught up with a plane on a broomstick. Have they really seen a plane? Listening to the boasting next door, Terry, who was born in a muggle, couldn't help it. Is it true? How awesome a broomstick must be to catch up with a plane. Anyway, he didn't believe it. Don't expect wizards to know much about the muggle world. Maybe he is just overtaking a toy plane. Ethan couldn't help it. He was a little too much. Fighter jets are measured in Mach speed, and civil aircraft have speeds of several hundred kilometers per hour. How can you sit still when a broom flies at this speed? However, the muggle world has indeed developed too fast in recent years, and many wizard concept of the muggle world is still stuck in 100 or 200 years ago. Maybe they just heard the name of the plane and thought it was about the same speed as the old cars in the past. When you ride on the flying broom later, you must hold the broom handle in front of you with both hands. Beginners use it to control the direction, and Gene didn't understand the plane and didn't express his opinion. He just told a few people some precautions. He used the flying broom a lot when he was at home. When the class time came, Mrs. Hooch came to the court with dozens of flying brooms and distributed one to everyone. Just looking at the flying broom under his feet, Ethan wanted to complain. Where did the funds go? This broom is not only old, but the tail is almost bald, and there are obvious cracks on the broom handle. The antiques Ethan collected in the Room of Requirement are better than this. The teaching course begins. The first step is to call the broom in your hand. Ethan has no problem with this step, and the broom is easily in your hand. There are quite a few little wizards who can do this step. But Ethan clearly saw that Hermione's broom kept rolling and turning on the ground, but it just wouldn't get up. This made Ethan almost laugh out loud. She has no talent for flying at all. And Ronald is the same. Just now, Ethan heard him and Harry bragging about how good they are at flying brooms, but now they have a catapult start and hit their heads directly. After about 10 minutes, everyone held the broom in their hands. Ethan also saw that a few of the clever ones used their toes to hook up the broom. Then Madame Hooch demonstrated to everyone how to ride on a broom without sliding off, and then began to correct everyone's holding of the broom. Okay, when I blow the whistle, you kick your legs off the ground, push hard, hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall back to the ground. Listen to my whistle. However, before Madame Hooch shouted to start, Neville had already rushed out because he was too nervous. No matter how Madame Hooch shouted below, Neville just couldn't get down because he was already panicking. And he flew higher and higher, already shoulder to shoulder with the top of the Hogwarts Tower. Accompanied by a scream, Neville fell from at least 20 feet high. This professor is really not good. I don't know if he is Dumbledore's relative. You should at least use magic to pull Neville down. Although wizards have a certain degree of magic resistance, you're an adult wizard and a professor. Can't you do this? Shock absorption. Ethan threw a deceleration spell and shot Neville, who was falling rapidly from midair. Bang! Neville landed face first in the bushes, but quickly got up. Madame Hooch checked and found that there was nothing wrong, just frightened. Fortunately, there was no teaching accident. I don't know what happened to this class of students. All kinds of situations happen one after another just after the start of the school. Ravenclaw, plus 10 points. Madame Hooch looked at Ethan with great appreciation and then announced loudly. Cassandra and Hermione looked over at the same time. Ethan actually took the lead in this flying class. I'm sending this child to the infirmary now. You put the flying broom back to its original place. No one is allowed to move, she said, and helped Neville into Hogwarts Castle. Although Neville was not hurt, he was frightened now, so he had better take some tranquilizers. As in the original book, even though Neville had Ethan's help, the memory crystal ball still fell and was picked up by Draco, who was arguing with Harry. Crystal ball. Ethan didn't even have a wand, and he took the crystal ball from Draco with a light wave. Study hard in the first grade and participate in Quidditch. No matter the professors or the principals, they don't follow the rules. How can we let the students below follow the rules? You! The crystal ball in his hand suddenly flew away. Draco panicked at first and then pointed at Ethan with resentment, but he couldn't say anything. After all, this is really unbeatable. He wanted to use his father to suppress the other party, but it was too shameful to say that he had to use his father to fight a Muggle wizard. Harry, pass it to Neville. Ethan threw the crystal ball in his hand to Harry, ignoring the incompetent and furious Draco. Leave it to me. Harry, who got the crystal ball, looked at Draco proudly. This made Draco even angrier. Originally, he wanted to use the crystal ball to tease Harry and make him ride the flying broom to embarrass himself, because he was hanging out with the damn Weasley and rejected the noble Malfoy. Such a good opportunity was ruined. He blamed Ethan for all this. When Madame Hooch came back again, because of Ethan's insertion, there was naturally no commotion, and one by one, they began to practice again under her command. When Ethan just flew up, he thought his balls would get stuck, but it turned out that he thought too much. There was a magic cushion on it, which could not be touched or seen at ordinary times, but could be felt when sitting on it. The cushion spell invented in 1820 pushed the flying broom forward a big step. I don't know if it's because of his good flying talent, or because he was an old driver in his previous life. Ethan felt that this was not difficult. But before Ethan had played for a while, Cassandra rushed over and passed Ethan, leaving a provocative look. So, she was looking for trouble? Ethan was unmoved and turned around to continue flying, but Cassandra was obviously unwilling to let Ethan go. After drawing a semicircle in the air, she caught up with Ethan again, just wanting to overpower Ethan. This scene also appeared at low altitude on the Quidditch field, with Ethan dodging and Cassandra chasing him. By mid-October, Ethan still maintained the habit of going to the room of requirement to practice every day. Ethan had already returned the mouse Peter Pettigrew to Ronald. After many days of practice, the improvement was quite obvious. Name, Ethan Adrian. Age, 11. Bloodline, wizard. Talents, super soul. A stronger soul brings higher learning efficiency and casting speed. Strong body. Improve physical fitness and adaptability to magic through exercise. Heart of darkness. Improve black magic talent. Use black magic without any emotional assistance. Focus. Greatly improve learning efficiency. Animal affinity. Also effective for magical animals. Fire affinity. Increase the control and power of fire magic, and have a strong influence on fire magic. The deeper the understanding of the spell, the greater the improvement. Spells: Killing Curse, 10. Cruciatus Curse, 10. Imperius Curse, 10. Fiendish Flame, 10. Occlumency, 7. Mjolnir, 6. Armor Curse, 6. Stretch, 5. Siphon Energy, 5. Shadow Walk, 5. Transfiguration, 4. Petrification, 3. Disillusionment, 3. Spell of the Spell, 3. Potions, 3. Alchemy, 2. Fiendish Flame was finally maxed out. Now it can be controlled freely. Even if a large flame is ignited, as long as it is released by Ethan, he can extinguish the magic power in it with a thought. At the same time, potions and alchemy are added to the panel, and other aspects have also been improved to a certain extent. If Ethan were to fight Dumbledore now, he would definitely die. But to fight a top wizard like Snape, who is proficient in dark magic and combat, there would be no problem. And the wallet, which was originally shriveled, has become full again during this period. In more than a month, the cumulative sales exceeded 700 bottles, which sounds not much. But we also have to consider the number of people in Hogwarts. There are only about 70 people in a grade, and all the little wizards add up to just over 500. 5 galleons a bottle is not a price that everyone can afford, don't you think, Weasley? Among them, Slytherin contributed the most. There is no way. As a gathering place for pure blood, the students of Slytherin are rich. One academy has the sales volume of the other 2 academies. It was Cassandra who helped Ethan open up the situation in Slytherin. Although she was only a first-year little wizard, she had the endorsement of her family and was very influential in Slytherin. Of course, she did not do it herself, but handed it over to 2 younger brothers. Another point is that Cassandra did not ask for any gold galleons, but only asked Ethan to agree to one condition, and the 2 followers were also voluntary labor. As for the conditions, Ethan agreed without hesitation. He just wanted to compete with her, and she would decide the time. But after waiting for so long, Ethan did not receive her competition notice. Today, Ethan borrowed books from the Hogwarts library as usual, and was about to return to the public lounge of Ravenclaw. At this moment, 5 Slytherin students stopped in front of Ethan. "Are you Ethan Adrian?" The little wizard in the lead was arrogant, and he almost pointed his finger at Ethan's head. "Yes, who are you? If you have nothing to do, get out of the way." Ethan would not have a good attitude towards those who were obviously looking for trouble, and looked at them with a mocking look on his face. "Bullying? School violence? Would I, Ethan, be afraid of this? I'm only afraid that you're not violent enough, that you don't dare to start first. Thinking that you have some talent, you don't take others seriously. This is not okay. Today, let the senior teach you how to greet the senior in Hogwarts." Before the leader spoke, a follower behind him couldn't stand it anymore and drew his wand to start. They're the lowest group in Slytherin. The contempt chain is like this: pure blood despises half-blood, and half-blood despises muggle wizards. And there are no muggle wizards in Slytherin, so they are the lowest group. So that these 4th-year students can only huddle together for warmth, and of course this huddle should be despised and must continue. Now, being mocked by muggle wizards, this directly shattered his self-esteem, which was already broken into pieces, even more. "Harvey, have you forgotten our purpose?" The leader waited for a look from this man named Harvey and knew to fight. "Can fighting solve the problem?" "Sorry, Barry." Harvey apologized immediately, and it was obvious that he was the lowest in this small group. "Hand over the formula of the Bafe brain refresher that you stole. Go straight to the point and find a reason." Even if Ethan reported it to Dumbledore later, they would insist that it was Ethan who stole their family potion book, and he found the potion formula in it. Otherwise, how could a muggle wizard have such a precious potion? But it won't work like the idiot before. You hit him, he has wounds on his body, and there are people watching him. If he still insists on not handing over the formula, Dumbledore will have a reason to intervene, and they will suffer the loss, and they will never have the chance to get the formula in the future. At first, although they were jealous of Ethan's potion, they didn't dare to fight with Ethan, and could only think about it in their minds. But Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle came to them some time ago. They said that Ethan was too popular in the first year and overshadowed the glory of Slytherin. So they wanted them to beat Ethan and then snatch his potion. Crabbe and Goyle didn't want the formula of Buffy's brain-stimulating potion, which was their own spoils. The Crabbe and Goyle families had no status, but everyone knew that they were backed by the Malfoy family. The older generation followed Lucius Malfoy, and the younger generation followed Draco Malfoy. Although the Malfoy family has fallen into decline over the years, they can still speak among pure-blood wizards and are still school directors. It can be said that they dared to put their ideas into action because they believed that they had the support of the Malfoy family behind them. "I stole your potion formula. Tell me, what is the formula of the Barfy brain refresher? Since you falsely accuse me of stealing yours, then you must know what is in the formula. Or is it that your brains are filled with troll feces and you can't even remember the potion formula? Ethan looked at them with a mocking look on his face. So this is what they were thinking. All along, when Ethan gave the barfy brain refresher to Fred and the others to sell, he didn't hide it. It was okay for others to know about it. But I didn't expect that someone in Hogwarts would do this robbery. Dumbledore, the headmaster, is still incompetent. Mudblood, what are you talking about? Barry, who had not intended to take action, was immediately enraged. Just now, Ethan was just not nice to them, but now he was completely at odds with them. He said that their heads were filled with troll feces, which was even more outrageous than what Snape said. If it got out, they would have no face left and would not be able to stay in Slytherin, even though they were not doing well in the first place. I say, your heads are filled with troll feces. Is there something wrong with your ears? Ethan cast a loud spell on himself and projected this sentence to the entire area. Since they were deaf, Ethan helped them. Lowly mudbloods, all stone. Barry's face turned red, and he drew out his wand to aim at Ethan. But before he finished the spell, he was hit by a red light, and the whole person was like being hit by a high-speed car, flying 4 or 5 meters away. Repel spell, a very simple basic magic. Since he had consulted Professor Flitwick on spell-casting techniques, and with the improvement during this period, Ethan could cast spells silently even if he had not practiced too many times. Now it's your turn. After knocking down one, Ethan turned around and looked at the remaining 4 Slytherin snakes. These were his companions, and they had to share the joys and sorrows. You don't come over here. The wizard named Harvey, who had shouted first, trembled and retreated. Today he knew what a genius was. The spell that had just knocked Barry away was definitely a silent spell. They were still reciting spells honestly in their 4th year, and the gap was too big. And he knocked down the strongest Barry with one strike. How could he fight? What are you afraid of? He is only one person. Let's attack together, and the advantage is mine. One of the wizards shouted loudly, as if this could increase their courage, but his trembling hands still betrayed him. However, it seemed to have some effect. The other 3 who heard his words immediately drew their wands and pointed them at Ethan. Disarm yourself. Break into pieces. Tear apart. Petrify. Bang. The abdomen of the one who had just screamed the loudest suddenly exploded. Blood and some organs splattered everywhere, some of which hit their companions' faces directly. But a layer of magic shield appeared on Ethan's body, blocking all incoming magic, only splashing ripples, siphoning energy, absorbing the opponent's magic while exploding the opponent to add a shield to himself. It can also strengthen the next magic. If Ethan hadn't restrained some of his strength, he would have been blown to pieces. After all, in Hogwarts, hurting people and killing people are 2 different concepts. This person is dead. Quick, go find the professor. The wizards who were watching around were panicked. School bullying was not uncommon, and they all watched it as a joke. If they were familiar with it, they would go up to help. Who knew it would be like this time? Ignoring the little snake lying on the ground, Ethan looked at the other 3 who were still standing. With a flick of his wand, the 3 of them were hung upside down, with their tongues stuck to their palates, so that they could not even beg for mercy. They could only watch Ethan approach step by step. This put great psychological pressure on them. Ethan's hand without the wand clenched in the air, and 5 wands flew into Ethan's hand. The invisible blade gently cut through the 5 wands, breaking them into 2 pieces, revealing the damaged wand core inside. There is no doubt that all these wands are useless. Although the wands are innocent, it's better to forget about following such a master. One of the wands was left in his hand, and the others were discarded by Ethan, and then Transfiguration was performed. The half wand began to enlarge and lengthen, and finally turned into a baseball bat. Putting away the wand and carrying the baseball bat, Ethan walked towards the 3 wizards hanging upside down with a friendly smile. He directly ignored the few little wizards around who wanted to come up to dissuade him, but didn't dare to. After coming to Hogwarts for such a long time, Ethan has always acted harmless. Apart from his good academic performance, there is nothing else. This is why people feel that he is easy to bully. So much so that these guys came to my door directly. Today, I will tell these classmates whether I am easy to bully or not. Don't be afraid. Take a deep breath. Yes, it will be over soon. Ethan patted one of them on the face and whispered in his ear. After thinking about it, he decided to untie the three people's tongue and throat lock. After all, it would be a pity if no screams were heard during this process. Bang! Ethan hit the joint of his left arm with a baseball bat, and suddenly a scream like a pig was slaughtered. The little snake hung upside down, covered his injured arm, and his face turned pale, looking at Ethan with a pleading face. Bang! The right arm, covering his left arm, also fell down weakly. Next is the legs. Forget about the fifth limb. The impact is not good. Ethan still pays attention to his reputation. Please, let us go. We will give you galleons and be your subordinates. The other two begged for mercy in panic. They would rather faint like the two who fell to the ground. How could Ethan pay attention to their pleas for mercy? He raised the baseball bat and followed the two with the sound of 8 broken bones. Don't worry, you are companions. They can't run away. When turning around, Ethan did not forget to comfort the three. Walking to the little snake whose abdomen was blown open, Ethan did not use the baseball bat this time, but directly raised his foot and stomped on it. For the wound on its abdomen, he directly used a forced transformation to stop the bleeding. As for what would happen next, it was none of my business, as long as they didn't die. If this was not Hogwarts, the winged demons would have eaten their brains and the bats would have eaten their bodies. Mr. Adrian, I was wrong. Please forgive me. It was Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle who asked us to come. Really, it was their idea, and Draco Malfoy was behind this. Seeing Ethan approaching, Barry, who pretended to be unconscious after being knocked away, could no longer hold back. He quickly got up and begged for mercy. Really? Ethan sneered, then hit his teeth with a stick, making his mouth full of blood. Swallow it. It was still the smiling face, but Barry didn't dare to disobey. Although he was very obedient, he still had to have the set meal. None of the brothers could be missing. After doing all this, Ethan threw the bloody baseball bat in his hand aside and waited for the professors to arrive. Although it was self-defense, there would definitely be punishment for what he did, and Ethan was ready for this. Ethan, you're okay. Penelope came with more than a dozen young Ravenclaw wizards. After seeing the scene in front of her, she didn't know what to say. Because she was too flustered, she forgot Ethan's strength. Now, thinking back, what she should worry about is whether these Slytherins will be beaten to death. Just after the last class, she saw a panicked Ravenclaw third-year girl. As a class leader, Penelope naturally had to ask about it. After knowing that Ethan was bullied by 5 senior Slytherins, she brought the 5th-year classmates and the Ravenclaw students she met on the way. It's a pity that this little Ravenclaw wizard didn't see the end and didn't know the subsequent development. She thought Ethan would be bullied badly. When Ethan was surrounded, she had just come out of the Hogwarts library with a companion. Seeing the Slytherin students bullying the Ravenclaw students, she and her companion, both third-year wizards, did not dare to step forward, nor did they choose to watch the fun. One of them went to find Professor Flitwick, and the other went to the Ravenclaw common room for help. The one who went to the Ravenclaw common room met Penelope halfway, so they were able to come so quickly. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? After a moment of silence, Penelope whispered in Ethan's ear. It seems that she went a little too far, and a lesson is enough. Now these people are all disabled. Fortunately, they are in the wizarding world and can recover, otherwise there will be big problems. And Ethan's wand is broken, which is too cruel. Breaking a wand can be said to be a life-and-death feud. Of course, Penelope looked at the state of these guys, and they were all afraid to the bone. They certainly didn't dare to take revenge, but the impact was still not good. More importantly, will Ethan be expelled for such a heavy hand? No consequences. The worst that can happen is a detention. These guys are not dead. Just a few bottles of potion will be enough. Isn't their dean a potion master? Ethan said indifferently. Expelled? Ethan is sure that it is impossible. Not to mention that they were the first to find trouble and use the wand, and whose dean is not protective of his shortcomings. Professor Flitwick will not stand idly by. Even Dumbledore can't expel Ethan. Although Ethan is not Harry and can't get his special treatment, Ethan's talent is definitely worth Dumbledore's attention. What will happen after Ethan is expelled? The wizards who are expelled from the school have conflicts with some pure-blooded and half-blood wizards, and their talents are still quite explosive. In this case, unless they can be killed at once, there will be endless troubles. But judging from Ethan's current strength, it is not so easy to kill Ethan if he wants to hide after leaving Hogwarts. He will definitely come into contact with dark wizards and stir up trouble. It is hard to say whether he will become the next Voldemort, but the wizarding world will definitely not be at peace. For this reason, Dumbledore will never fire Ethan unless he is a moron. He would feel more at ease if he left him at school than outside. Are you sure he won't be expelled? Penelope was still a little worried, as Hogwarts had a precedent of expulsion. Sure, Ethan nodded affirmatively. Penelope didn't say anything more, as Ethan didn't need her comfort in this situation. She was just a little worried about Ethan's mental state. Penelope, who went to the room of requirement with Ethan from time to time, knew that Ethan was very good at using dark magic, and dark magic was more or less negative, so she was afraid that Ethan would be affected. At this moment, another group of people came. They were the crowd attracted by the miserable howling just now. They came out of the library, and there were little wizards from all 4 colleges. Ethan, what's going on? Cassandra and Hermione were also in this group of people, and they came to Ethan. Although she didn't know the specific process, she knew that Ethan was the protagonist just by looking at him like this. These guys wanted to steal the formula of the Bafe Brain Refresher. I didn't give it to them, so they started fighting. In the end, I won. If Dumbledore embarrasses you, I will tell my father. After saying that, Cassandra stepped back and returned to the crowd. Knowing the reason, it was caused by these scums who tarnished the honor of Slytherin. Naturally, she would not let Ethan be the one targeted. This was her opponent she had chosen for the next 7 years. What would I do if he was expelled? My father, the director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, still had a certain weight in the British wizarding world. Even Dumbledore could not ignore it. And Hermione was so anxious that she almost cried. She was now the kind of good student who strictly followed the various rules and regulations of Hogwarts. She had never gone on a night tour with Harry, Ronald, and others, or the two sides were not very familiar with each other at all. After all, Hermione, who had been beaten by Ethan in the area she was best at, liked to compete for the first place, but she didn't like to preach and be arrogant like in the original book, and she could add points to Gryffindor from time to time. This allowed him to make a few friends among the Gryffindor girls, so naturally he wouldn't get close to the representatives of bad students. The main reason for deducting points, Harry and Ronald, because of a brief encounter on the train. So much so that Hermione, a good student who had not yet understood the true meaning of Hogwarts, had already determined in her heart that Ethan was basically going to be expelled. No escape. As the incident spread wildly, more and more students gathered around, such as the twins, Cedric, Chiu Zhang, and Harry. They all heard the noise and ran over to ask Ethan about some situations and express their concern. Of course, Malfoy, one of the culprits, was also hiding in the crowd and watching. These 5 unlucky Slytherins were contacted by them, and the two sides also met before departure. So Draco and others were waiting for good news not far away, but they didn't expect it to be such a result. Now, looking at the few people who were all disabled, they began to sweat. Ethan was so good at fighting. He hit 5 fourth-year students by himself and was so cruel. When the conflict happened on the train, I don't know how many hands he had left. I just don't know if they have been betrayed. If they have been, Ethan will know that it was me who pushed this matter. Thinking of this, Draco's legs trembled, and he wanted to slap himself. Why bother to provoke him for no reason? Goyle Crab, let's go back. Draco was a little unsteady when he walked, and let the two of them support him to walk to the Slytherin dormitory. He just wanted to stay away from Ethan.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.